And we are ready to go.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm Elise Morgenstein First. I'm Associate Professor of Religion. I'm the Associate Director of the Humanities Center here at UVM. I am the co-host of Keeping It 101, a grant-funded public scholarship project. And incidentally, I am a 2020 Crops Maurice Teaching and Excellence Award winner. So let's see if any of that adds out to a good teaching session about why religion and why the liberal arts. I hope you follow along with us all day today. Use the hashtag, but let's jump right in. So for my teach-in session overview, I love to start with an agenda when I'm chatting with students, of which you all are today. My first point is that religion is what people do. And I'm going to explain that in a second, but it's a really great shorthand for thinking about why we give a care about religion at a university. We cannot think about people without thinking about religious systems. And that brings us to our second point that yes, religion is important, even if you yourself think it is not, and even if you yourself are not religious. Religion acts in the world whether or not you participate in it. It acts on our bodies, it acts on our self-definitions, and it acts on communities. So religion is what people do, and that's people plural, not person individual. And that matters regardless of whether or not you yourself identify as religious. And if you don't get those 2 points, well, guess what? You need a liberal arts education. And as a state-based land grant institution, we need possibilities for Vermonters, for New Englanders, for international students, for everyone who attends UVM to have access to a liberal arts education that includes being religiously literate. My fourth and final point today is that religious illiteracy, the inability to see religion at play, the inability to know about other people's faith traditions, the inability to see how religio-racial formation affects everybody, particularly in the United States. Religious illiteracy is a product of white Christian supremacy. Only some people are allowed to be religiously illiterate. Only some people get to say, I don't need to care about religion, because loads of people moving around in the world encounter violence, encounter discrimination, encounter oppression based on the ways in which they are read as religious, not the ways in which they practice religion, the ways in which they are perceived as religious. So that's our agenda today. Religion is what people do. Religion is important regardless of what you think about it. And if you don't get that, you need liberal arts, because religious literacy is a social justice issue. So if you don't believe me, let me break it down for you. The assumptions about religion are that religion is for religious people. Religion might be a private matter. I don't care what you believe. I believe what I believe. You believe what you believe. We'll go our separate ways. And that religions broadly are these conservative, monolithic behemoths that are inflexible. So here's where I need like a radio sound effect of like, bah! All of those are myths. Here are some facts. Religion and its area of study, so the study of religion, which is a secular endeavor, is a phenomena that affects us all. Religions are made up of people. So Islam can't do work in the world. Muslims can. Judaism can't do work in the world, but Jews can. Religions are made up of people, which means that they are both inflexible and flexible. Religion is what people do. Now, if you're someone who thinks religion isn't for you because you yourself are not religious, if you're someone who holds, I'm going to say, biased opinions about folks who identify as religious as being backward, conservative, uneducated, not with the times, not modern, slow your roll, dear listeners. Religion is everywhere. Religion is at the TSA line when people who look Muslim, not necessarily are Muslim, but people who look Muslim. And what does that mean? It means Sikh men, that's S-I-K-H. Some people pronounce that Sikh, incorrect. Sikh men who wear turbans and don beards are thought to be secret jihadis. So we've got a racialization of Islam happening every time we get on a line at an airport in the post-COVID universe, of course. If you think that doesn't affect you, think about religion being involuntary. If you're someone who thinks religion's just about what you believe, Can an atheist Muslim walk up to a TSA agent and say, listen, man, I don't believe in God. Let me through. Don't search my bags extra. Take me off the no-fly list. Probably not. Probably not. The FBI sure didn't care about what the beliefs of the Nation of Islam were when the FBI started its surveillance programs of Muslim mosques that were explicitly Black and African American as part of the rollout of surveillance policies. So religion being something you believe is a privileged position. But more than that, even if you think, I don't care about religion at all, I'm into mindfulness and spirituality. Well, I've got whole courses for you about the ways in which mindfulness and spirituality are really beautiful, problematic, racialized appropriations of so-called Eastern religions, but namely Buddhism and Hinduism. If you have gone to a yoga class where you have said namaste as if it is a sacred greeting instead of the word hello in most North Indian languages, you have participated in religion. If you live in the wellness center here at UVM, where you are mandated to do mindfulness practice, if you have a Calm app on your phone, congratulations, you have participated in religion. Religion is everywhere, regardless of whether or not you have been taught to see it as such. So you need it in order to exist in the world as a citizen, as a neighbor, as someone in the workplace. Some more assumptions and more myths for you as we keep going. One of my favorite assumptions that I hope you, at the end of this little session and at the end of your college career, or frankly, reading the newspaper, blow out of your mind, is that the USA is a secular nation, so why should we care? It's going to dramatically make a face at you. The USA is not a secular nation. If you are a person with a body living in the United States at any point in our historical time, but particularly right this minute, religion impacts your body. We have had the Hobby Lobby argument that says corporations are more important than people, and the sincerely held beliefs of corporations are more important than individuals, which means if a corporation does not believe, based on religious reasons, that women have access to reproductive health care, then women working in that company might not have insurance access to reproductive health care. So it does not matter if you are a flaming atheist who loves abortions. If you work for a company with sincerely held religious beliefs, you will not have equal access to health care and insurance care based on US law. Religion is everywhere, and it acts on our bodies at all times. The USA is not a secular nation, as we have seen just a few weeks ago with the storming of the Capitol being told in the genre and in the voice of evangelical white Christianity. All of those signs at the Capitol takeover and in the insurrection, and as part of what was meant to be a coup, crosses, Jesus saves, Trump is a savior. If those feel shocking to you, then you haven't been paying attention, and I've got a list of books and a list of courses that you should be enrolled in immediately. Cutting a department like religion cuts the ability to see it, and we ignore religion at our own peril. So that myth, the USA is a secular nation, get that right out of your head. A second myth what's related to that is that the world is getting less religious, so why should we care? And I've got some nudgy academic data for you on that. Fewer people are attending churches. And that's where we draw our data for saying that the world is getting less religious. So I want you to hear Christian supremacy, Western centrism, ethnocentrism, and a sense of religion equals going to church, as opposed to religion equals listening to a khutbah or a sermon on a Friday in a mosque somewhere else. We are inherently Eurocentric and American-centric when we think about religion. There are fewer Christians attending church, that's true, but that's only true for white Christians. It's not true for Christians that are Black or brown, and it's not true for other religious minorities in the United States. So if you think religion is not part of the United States, you're wrong. And if you apply that assumption elsewhere, you're doubly wrong. Again, we ignore religion at our own peril. It is part of every story that we've seen in the news recently. It is part of our world. I want to also say that religion is not just about the United States, right? So we can talk for hours about the Capitol insurrection, about the ways that laws in the United States are based on a particular gloss of white Christianity, the ways that evangelicism and the moral majority have shaped American politics really since the 1970s in terms of like electing Reagan, both Bushes and 45. We can talk about all that. I want to also talk about missing religion as missing social justice issues. So globally right now, we are seeing a genocide of the Uyghur ethnic Muslim population in China that's been supported by US foreign policy that prioritizes Islamophobic ideas. We are seeing anti-Muslim laws take shape across supposedly secular, supposedly progressive Europe, including France, Belgium, the Netherlands, the UK. I could keep going. I'll pause. But every time you see an anti-hijab, anti-burqa law, so head coverings for Muslim women, at the same time you see the mandating of wearing coronavirus masks. I want you to hear that religion is part of the story. If you are missing that it's not just French xenophobia that's saying no burqas, no hijab, but really it's anti-Muslim rhetoric and an understanding of the French nation state as inherently secular, where Muslims are not able to be secular, you're missing religion. And you're missing the historical political matrix of religion, race, xenophobia, citizenship, history, imperialism. A public land grant institution that cannot teach that doesn't deserve its title. You're still not convinced? I got you. You're not convinced at all? You want to talk about science? Okay, let's talk about white Christian extremism and anti-vaccination policies. And let's also talk about liberal, left-wing anti-vaccination and where it lines up with wellness industries and mindfulness. You wouldn't think that alt-right personalities would be in bed with the mindfulness, back to the land kinds of hippie religious movements. But in fact, they overlap right at anti-vaccination, where one group sees it as a lie, a conspiracy theory, often grounded in anti-Semitic and anti-Black frameworks. Like Jewish space lasers was not on my 2021 bingo, but here we are. All of that kind of alt-right hateful rhetoric that's rooted in Christian nationalism leads us to anti-vaccination, anti-science politics. If you're curious as to why people are resistant to wearing masks in public, why we're fighting against vaccines, religion is a major part of that story. But on the other end of the political spectrum, we also see self-educated, self-taught people thinking about vaccines, seeing them as causing all sorts of other kinds of illnesses rooted in, frankly, ableist frameworks that are also about religion. They are also about the mind, about wellness, about nature, about spirituality, and about knowing better, about being anti-science because science discounts these spiritual, mindful kinds of frameworks. It's a weird set of bedfellows, but we're right in the middle of it when we're thinking about responses to COVID-19. So again, even if you are not religious, even if you do not care about religion, the laws have said that religious groups are allowed to congregate in groups larger than 25 and in buildings that are not properly social distanced because of the First Amendment. So someone's right to pray is more important than your right to bodily sovereignty and lack of illness. And the resistance we're seeing in terms of anti-science, anti-vax has a weird nexus of mindfulness, wellness, lefty kinds of spirituality, and conservative conspiracy theory, white Christian nationalisms. If you miss religion, we cannot address the problems of anti-science. We can't. We ignore religion at our own peril. And if UVM is going to be a future, if UVM has a future as a place where you can get educated in the 21st century, if UVM has a future of being a world leader on issues like social justice, on issues like science or environmental science, on issues like climate change, within the realm of medical science and medical discovery, we cannot ignore, sideline, malign, or cut programs like religion. They are a vital part of the liberal arts. And without a liberal arts education, you, dear viewer, might not be able to see religion, even though it lurks in the floorboard. In the United States, religion is like the air. When you're in it, it's really hard to feel it unless the wind blows. We're in a moment where the wind is blowing really hard, right? The coup, anti-vaccination, religio-racial racism at airports, the former Muslim ban that only just a few days ago was repealed. We're feeling the wind really heavy. If in a moment where we are feeling how important religion is in our day-to-day lives, we're also at a place where we're cutting its educational stance at a university, I'm concerned. I'm concerned for our future, but more importantly, I'm concerned for what our students are able to get and the ways in which they are able to participate in the world as it changes. I'll say it once more, religion is what people do. So that can be beautiful and meaningful and liberatory. If we ignore religion, we ignore how the Georgia senators elected were sent there in part because of Black Christian liberation movements and Jewish social justice organization in the South. But we also miss why a right-wing conservative Christian nationalist movement is actively looking to overthrow the government. We miss the places where people are in danger. And frankly, saying that religion is not important is rooted in white Christian supremacy. No one who is a religious minority has ever thought that they don't need to think about religion. No one who is a religious minority in the United States has ever thought that their body is safer, that their community is safer, that their neighbors understand them better without understanding other people's religions. We need one look at the calendar to know that we privilege certain people and we disadvantage others. So I am asking you as a plea to go get yourself educated. Come hang out with us in the religion department. We've got courses on all of this stuff. I'm literally drawing from everybody's syllabi this semester. Come listen to me rant in my own courses or on a grant-funded public scholarship podcast that does all of this work because it is necessary and vital research in the world. And more importantly, agitate at UVM, right? Please follow the hashtag Save UVM Liberal Arts. Please follow today's teach-in, but agitate with your department chairs, your advisors, the leadership we've got here, because if we miss this, if we mess this up, we've got generations of Vermonters, New Englanders, Americans not being educated in ways that frankly affect their ability to act in the world. And that's not what I think we're here to do. So I thank you very much for your time. And I am all done. I am not sure what happens next.
So thank you so much for that amazing talk. And I just want to underscore using the hashtag agitating and hanging out in the Department of Religion. I want to invite folks who are watching on YouTube, you can use the chat if you have a question or response. And I think we've got just a couple minutes for that. And in the meantime, I'd like to ask if you can tell us a little bit more about Keeping It 101 and where and how people can check into that podcast.
Sure. Keeping It 101 is a research-based public scholarship project, but it's a podcast about religion. Every single thing we talked about just now is part of that podcast. You can find it at anywhere you get podcasts, but at keepingit101.com. And I'm pointing out that it's grant funded because this isn't just a faculty member like me who thinks herself pretty well educated and pretty entertaining, running her mouth about things I know. It's grant funded, research based. And in terms of impact at UVM, we are a new podcast. We started in 2020 and we have over 29,000 downloads across all 6 continents in the United States, in the world, continents in the United States. So it's something that brings attention both to the work we do at UVM, but also to the importance of religion scholarship. So if you want to know about gender, race, ethnicity, and religion and legal history, global history, we're your gals.
Okay, great. So the chat is filling up with lots of love for your talk and for the religion department. Lots of great talk, fantastic, so great, thank you, etc. I don't see any questions there for you, so I think I will also join the chorus in saying thank you again. And for everyone here, our next class begins at 9:30. And at noontime and at 4:30 today, we have two sessions that are more about going through the manufactured nature of the budget crisis that's driving these cuts, as well as what everyone can do to get involved to halt and reverse these plans. And then I'll also say that this afternoon, we have a panel of students and alums from majors all over the campus who chose double majors, minors, advanced coursework in the humanities, fine arts, social sciences, in the liberal arts. So I hope that people will check in for those as well.
Yeah, and if Nancy, if I can, I'll just add that the religion department fills its seats, fills its stuff. So I'm really excited for those sessions later today. And you can find the religion department on Twitter at rel_UVM and on Instagram at the same place. And we've been doing a lot of digital activism in those places. So thanks everybody for your outrageous support.
Terrific. And we do have one question that if you can answer it in 2 minutes or so, which is in your classrooms when you teach, how do you balance, or do you think of it as balancing politics and religion?
I think religion is politics and politics is religion. There's no balance there. You can't talk about one without the other. And claiming you can separate that stuff out is a political claim. So I'm going to do that professor thing and say, let's rethink that question.
Okay, great. And there's also a question about how can a secular state respond to incidents and movements that weaponize religion? And again, I don't know if that's another one of those professor questions.
No, I think that the thing is that religion is in some ways always weaponized, right? But so is that notion of secularity. Is Vermont really a secular state? Why do we close state buildings on Christmas, but not on Ramadan, right? So asking those questions about where religion is actually present in our understanding of secularity is really important. And then the second part is how do we deal with weaponization? A lot of it's education. Where are people being radicalized is a question we're comfortable asking when it's not about Christianity. We've been asking that question about Islam really since the 1960s, but earlier, if you want to go back even further, we're unwilling to ask it about white Christian nationalism. So I guess I'm saying, what if we asked it? What if we asked that question about everybody equally would be an interesting place to start.
Terrific. Okay, thank you so much.
My
and
pleasure.
Our next class will start at 9:30. And your class can start now.
Good morning, everyone. I've spent more than 2 decades pouring my heart and soul into my teaching, research, and service at UVM, and I was looking forward to giving a lecture as part of the full professor series in the College of Arts and Sciences. I saw this as a rare moment of recognition and celebration. However, in the face of administration's reckless program of corporate restructuring, I found that I had no appetite for public celebration while my colleagues were being fired and students' education under threat. My lecture was scheduled for today, but instead I choose to stand in solidarity with my colleagues and students in the fight for a better future for our university. We have had a year-long assault. Last spring, non-teaching staff, part-time teachers, and lecturers all came under attack, while course releases and stipends were taken away from tenure-track faculty whose workloads increased. A coalition of faculty, staff, and students came together to form UVM United Against the Cuts and to protest these measures. Borrowing a slogan from the Rutgers Faculty Union, we argue that these cuts inflict, quote, maximum pain for minimum gain. We organized on Zoom, we had a car rally that circled the president's house, we testified at the State House, we held press conferences that drew large audiences and overwhelmingly positive coverage in the local media. We wrote letters, we signed petitions. But then at year's end, and it was a grueling year, management dropped another bomb. The Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences announced plans to terminate more than 25 majors, minors, and programs, and to close 3 departments, classics, geology, and religion. Right before the winter holidays, 3 senior lecturers were told they would no longer have jobs next fall. These are highly credentialed and beloved teachers with decades of experience at UVM. They were laid off for no other reason than that their contracts were up for renewal. One of them, Jamie Williamson, is my colleague in English. For more than 30 years, Jamie has taught on average 4 courses a semester, winning accolades in the respect of his students and colleagues, and publishing a well-received scholarly book. He recently passed his reappointment review with flying colors, drawing praise for all aspects of his work from the department and the college. And then at the same time, he was told he would not be renewed. There is nothing strategic or rational about these cuts. This is a short-term slash and burn attempt to, quote, balance the budget in the college, to find any way to save money no matter what the damage. When confronted by faculty arguing that these cuts would irreparably harm the long-term health of the university, the dean admitted that this was a roll of the dice. The rationale for all this is the budget shortfall. The College of Arts and Sciences is repeatedly told that it's not sustainable, it's a drain on the university, and that these cuts are the only solution. But none of this is true. First, the projected savings of around $600,000 don't come close to filling the approximately $8 million deficit. And second, the budget crisis is itself manufactured. Far from being a cost to the university, the College of Arts and Sciences, in fact, brings in the lion's share of undergraduate net tuition revenue. But this money subsidizes other sectors of the campus. For example, over the last 5 years, apparently, $61 million has been diverted to the College of Medicine and its almost 24 top earning deans. And third, far from being in a state of financial exigency, the university as a whole is remarkably well off. The 2020 year-end financial report showed a net increase of $24 million. $45 million in federal CARES funds have more than covered the costs of COVID-19, with almost 11 million more on its way. There is an untapped $34 million rainy day fund and an endowment of more than $500 million. As our campaign literature puts it, this is not a budget crisis, but a crisis of priorities. UVM's wealth could be used to support and enhance liberal arts education, ensure livable wages for all who do the work, protect the vulnerable, increase anti-racist and anti-sexist initiatives. But instead, the administration prioritizes expensive and ineffective consultant contracts, vanity projects such as the $95 million sports arena, and excessive executive salaries. Just to give you a sense of the scale here, while cutting 3 lecturers whose combined salaries come to $171,000, management gave themselves $1.1 million in bonuses. Meanwhile, the College of Arts and Sciences is systematically starved and then punished for not thriving. The incentive-based budget model treats colleges and schools as separate units competing for shared resources rather than understanding the university as an interdependent, holistic entity. As my colleague Nancy Welsh said recently on the union discussion list, quote, IBB is the university equivalent of the Hunger Games, where UVM's districts compete for crumbs and where the odds are never in our favor. The pandemic and associated crises have both laid bare and intensified inequalities at UVM and globally. The impact, as we know, is falling hardest on the poor, on people of color, on the vulnerable. Through sickness or lost jobs and income, many in our community have been directly harmed. Those with little to begin with are least able to cope with such calamities. And yet, the UVM administration is hoarding the wealth, protecting the powerful, and removing support from those who need it the most. My choice to participate in this teach-in, rather than giving my full professor lecture, is itself informed by the research I would have discussed. My recent book, Shakespeare and Capitalism, The Storm of History, is part of broader attempts to decolonize literary studies. This means acknowledging that English literature and academia more broadly is embedded in a global capitalist system that produces brutal and ongoing inequalities of race, of gender, of class, and working towards redressing these injustices. These cuts would undermine such efforts to challenge systemic racism and other systems of oppression. At a time when we are seeing increased intolerance and the rise of the far right, the study of world languages and religions is more important than ever, and yet these cuts would target both. Or for another example, take the Latin American and Caribbean Studies program, also slated to be terminated. This program seeks to cultivate an interdisciplinary understanding of the history, languages, and cultures of this diverse region, and an appreciation of its long-standing and deep interconnections with the United States. Last summer, I participated in an honors college faculty seminar on immigration in the contemporary age, which featured the work of many of my colleagues in this program. The event showcased the remarkable range of their research, which was of local, national, and international significance. Especially in an era of rising forced migration, nativism, and xenophobia, this project is one that should be nurtured and enhanced, not dismantled. In the words of Simranjit Singh, writing about UVM, quote, at a moment when everyone is clamoring for more resources devoted to diversity, equity, and inclusion, why would an institution take away resources that already exist and are not easy to replace, end quote. I want to finish by saying that as a full professor, standing in solidarity with lecturers is not an act of altruism, but of survival. The severity of these cuts and the administration's intractability in face of opposition suggests that this is part of a larger corporate restructuring plan that will threaten the work of all of us. This is borne out by the hard line they're taking in negotiations with the faculty union, which is currently in mediation. Management have been pushing for salary cuts, an end to contributions to retirement funds, cuts to sabbatical, parental, and sick leave, harsh disciplinary procedures, and more. While lecturers are on the front line of the attack, tenure and tenure-track professors are also in the firing lines. Our campaign has successfully debunked the false narratives of UVM's administration and brought public attention to the injustices, inequalities, and hypocrisies behind these cuts. But it seems like they're willing to weather bad press, low morale, and student dissatisfaction in order to push forward with their vision of the corporate university. We have backed off some of the attacks. Most lecturers were restored to their full positions after being cut in the spring, and staff pay cuts have been rescinded. But in order to stop layoffs and program cuts, we have to be willing to disrupt business as usual. Ultimately, the greatest power we have is the power to strike, to stop doing the work that makes this institution run. In order to get there, we need to strengthen solidarity between staff, faculty, and students and build our organizational power. This will not be an easy fight, but it is the only way we can save our school.
Thank you, Professor Scott. I hope that there will be a little bit of time for questions, at least one or two questions at the end. I too am eligible this year for giving the honor of giving a full professor lecture at UVM because I completed a significant body of research and proved myself as a college teacher over many years. I worked hard to reach this point in my career, and I'm proud of myself for the achievement. But I think that as a full professor, the best way for me to fulfill my vocation as someone who cares about research and its truth-telling mission, and as a teacher who cares about the quality of education offered to our students, is to be here. Professor Scott spoke about the big picture of proposed cuts at UVM, and I want to offer a more local view. My own research and teaching are multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary at the joining of history, gender, sexuality, and women's studies, and Jewish studies. I studied the United States since 1945 and the relationships among public policy, law, grassroots movements, and a variety of subordinated or marginalized groups. Cuts that have already been made in the college and the university and this round of proposed cuts have shorn these fields to the bone, like sheep whose owners don't care about anything but getting a few more pennies at next week's market. For example, at a time when anti-Semitic crimes are the largest category of reported hate crimes in the United States, Jewish studies at UVM has basically ceased to exist, with the stipend for the program's coordinator withdrawn and the program folded into the Department of Religion, a department that is itself slated for elimination in this latest round of proposed cuts. Several years ago, an outside donor gave UVM a sizable gift to endow a professorship in Jewish studies. However, the College of Arts and Sciences dragged its heels and didn't even search for an appropriate senior faculty member to hold the position, and we hoped to lead the program. Finally, the college gave up the professorship, and the endowment funds were reallocated to a different college and for different purposes. Personally, I may never again have the opportunity to teach my course in American Jewish history, something that I think would be very useful for people to be studying at this time. Secondly, in gender, sexuality, and women's studies, our program is held together by the goodwill of the faculty, not by institutional investment. Professors with commitments to teach in the program have retired or left for other universities and simply not been replaced. We haven't been able to hire new faculty in almost a decade. So we don't have colleagues whose research is primarily centered on global or women of color feminisms. We don't have experts in gender and science studies or in other subfields that are critically needed. And finally, and most urgently, the history department, which is a successful UVM department by any measure, with high research productivity, teaching success, a large number of majors and minors. Even that department is in immediate peril thanks to these latest proposed cuts. As 2/3 of our faculty said in a letter to Dean Bill Falls, President Garamella, and other administration officials, we are astounded by the announced non-renewal of contract to our colleague, senior lecturer Charles Briggs, a stellar teacher and scholar. And we're also astounded by the announced elimination of the graduate program in historic preservation, which has brought nothing but honor to this university. Briggs is a scholar of international renown, the author, co-author, or editor of 4 monographs, and a fellow of the Royal Historical Society in the United Kingdom. He's also an extraordinary teacher, and in the current academic year alone, he has taught or is just beginning to teach a large lecture course on global history, a mid-sized course on the Renaissance, an honors college seminar, and a new oversubscribed seminar on pandemics and society. Again, could anything be more urgent at this time? His contributions were acknowledged with the 2017 President's Distinguished Senior Lecturer Award. The Historic Preservation Program is among the premier graduate programs in its field. Its 2 faculty members, Professors Thomas Visser and Robert McCullough, train a steady stream of students in the study of the natural, cultural, and built environments. Alumni of their program are placed in key positions in the field throughout the United States. The shocking announcement of the plan to shutter the program has resulted in declarations of protest from regional and national leaders in the field. One way that I think about my own intellectual home is with the term critical United States studies. And that in itself is a field of endeavor that it's pretty easy to see the utility of in an era of Capitol Hill takeovers and live-streamed murders of Black American citizens. But despite the pieties that are tossed around at UVM about diversity and sometimes even equity, the cuts and the proposed cuts in the liberal arts at UVM make it impossible for us as a faculty to engage in the kind of critical United States studies that is so badly needed today. I was advanced to the status of full professor on the strength of a book I wrote with political scientist Gwendolyn Mink about the United States Welfare Reform Law of 1996. The book, called Ensuring Poverty, Welfare Reform in Feminist Perspective, is all about liberal pieties and hypocrisies. The Bill Clinton administration, in combination with a Republican Congress, set out in the 1990s to impoverish a group of parents and children, disproportionately African American and Latina, even while they were speechifying about opportunity and responsibility. I arrived at the conclusions in that book after years of dialogue with colleagues in African American studies and gender studies, and on the foundation of the teaching and dialogue I have had in my 3 UVM home disciplines. The cuts that are being contemplated today would strip away the institutional foundations for producing this kind of work. At a moment when it could hardly be more urgent, we are losing the ability critically to examine the United States. This is a crisis. And I will take any questions, and I'm sure Professor Scott will as well.
So while we're waiting to see if there are any questions in the chat, there's lots of thanks and applause. A question that that I have is, often when we talk about what kind of power do we have to stand against these cuts, to reverse them, to take back our university, people will often say, understanding that we don't have the right to strike, that we in Vermont, it's not legal for us to strike. And so that just then kind of stops that discussion. So I'm wondering what you say back to that. What kind of power do we have? What about this idea that we don't have the right to strike?
Well,
Yeah,
I'll start and then I'll pass it off to Professor Scott. I would say, first of all, that there are many things that we can do short of striking, and that we are doing and continue to do. And the most important thing in the near term is for us to continue to build our solidarity, as Professor Scott said, and to build our strength. So that is within the union and within the faculty and within the whole university community. And that means students who are, who are critical to this fight, and faculty, all of us, whatever rank, whatever school we're in, and staff as well. And we need to be supporting the unionization drive of the UVM staff, which is in an advanced stage right now, and which is a critical need at our university. And we need to be working. Coalitionally. And I think that the work that we have done has already proved efficacious. And I think that there's much more that we can continue to do. And Professor Scott, do you want to speak specifically to the strike issue, since you raised that?
Yes, thanks. I completely agree with my colleague about everything that needs to be done. But I also want to say that if you look at the history of strikes, many, possibly most successful strikes have been illegal. In other words, in order to strike, you don't have to wait to be told that you can. You just have to be ready. You have to have the numbers and the support. You have to reach out to the community. In our case, that means working with students, working with staff, working with faculty, working with the community. And we have so many examples, even recently, the Red State Teachers Revolt, which swept the country in the last few years and has won unthinkable improvements in the schools, in our secondary schools. Most of those strikes were illegal. Recently, our colleagues in the Rutgers Faculty Union, they prepared for and threatened a strike, even though they weren't legally allowed to do so either. And they won a remarkable, groundbreaking contract, which included measures for racial and gender equity, as well as improved security for vulnerable faculty. So the thing that's important here is not whether or not the state tells us it's legal, it's whether or not we have the will and the organizational strength to carry it out.
Yeah, and I would underline from a historical perspective, this has always been true. Like if we look at the history of organizing among social workers, for example, among teachers, all of the organizing efforts that have raised the economic well-being of overly female job categories, those have all started out as non-authorized, non-legally authorized initiatives, but they won because they had enormous strength internally and strength in their relationships with their communities.
Thank you. I just want to note that in the chat, Professor Shea from anthropology has noted that Charlie Briggs, mentioned in Professor Kornbluth's talk, is an amazing teacher scholar, and that the Health and Society program had been excited for his new pandemics history course to become a core course option for their majors and minors. So the impacts of these cuts, if they are not reversed, just reverberate, as you've both underscored, across the campus. And then just briefly, somebody would like to know what scholars at other universities can do to help. So if either of you or both of you have just a brief response to that question, we've got time.
I'll start with a couple of ideas. We'd love to have your support. It's critical. And you can do many of the same things that we are doing. If you're local in Vermont, you can participate with us the next time we have a car rally. If you're not local, you can write letters. People say letters don't matter, but enough letters actually, I think, do matter. You can write letters to the media and bring more attention and more sunlight to what's happening here, and work with us in solidarity through whatever organizations you're involved with, whether that's AEUP or your own faculty unions or any other organizations that could issue statements of solidarity with us or could work with us on other kinds of collaborations.
Yes, here to all of that. Join uvmunited.org, check out our website, check out our social media, find out what's going on. And we are planning, probably as a next event after this one, a national scope webinar which involves faculty from different universities across the country who are experiencing similar attacks. So stay tuned for that and let us know if you'd like to participate.
Yeah, and I'll just end by underlining that what's happening at the University of Vermont is not only happening at the University of Vermont, right? So we very much need your support, and we very much want to work in collaboration and solidarity with you. And at the same time, we understand that what's happening here is representative of what's happening throughout higher education in the United States. And that's really what we need to be, what we need to have in our sights. What we need to understand is that this is national, it's systemic, it's ideological, and that we all really need to work together to push back these initiatives on all U.S. campuses.
Thank you to you both. Our next class will start at 10 a.m. and also want to note that at 11 a.m. Charles Briggs will also be giving a class. So stay tuned. Thank you, Professors Scott and Kornblue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
welcome, and whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready. Should I go, Nancy?
Yeah, just go right ahead.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. So I'm Charles Morin-Métivier. I'm an associate professor of French at the University of Vermont. And today I'm going to talk about something that I think most of us, if not all of us, I've heard many times that, oh, everybody speaks English. Well, it's very commonly said, but is it true? And I'm just going to talk about my personal experience a little bit just to launch my presentation. I got married in 2013. I met my wife at the University of Pittsburgh, where we were both doing our PhD in French literature. So she's American, I am French. She speaks perfect French. I speak decent English. And when we got married, the day before we got married, we had some sort of like family reunion where our friends and family from France and from the US met for the first time, pretty much. And pretty much everybody in my family in France is college educated, has notions of English. And then it struck me that most of my friends and family could mumble some words of English, could have a very basic conversation. And when I say very basic, was hello, how are you? And nothing further than that. So everybody speaks English. Is it true? Well, yes and no. As I said, a lot of people have a very basic understanding and a very basic understanding of the language. However, can people speak even in a very casual atmosphere as a wedding? The answer is no, unfortunately. The Eurobarometer, which is a report that is made every year, maybe not every year, but very often by the European Commission in Brussels. So the latest one I could find was from 2012. So they produce, it's a very long report that you can find if you type Eurobarometer languages on Google. So on the average, on the map they created, if we exclude Scandinavian countries, and I'm talking about Europe specifically, Scandinavian countries and the Benelux, so Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Belgium, and Germany, on this map, fewer than 39% in the rest of Europe can speak English. And by speak English, they state very clearly on this map that it's speaking English goes from literally saying hello, goodbye, to having an advanced conversation at a fairly high level. Only 39% of people in Europe were able to speak English. That's why I'm here to emphasize the importance of language education. Not everybody speaks English. Actually, you would be surprised by how few people can actually speak English. So learning a language is something that is very important. But what does it mean to learn a language? Learning a language is not simply learning vocabulary and grammar. A very important point in learning a language is the idea of literacy. Literacy is defined by ACTFL. So ACTFL, in case you don't know about it, is the American Council on the Teaching of Foreign Languages. So Actful underlines the importance of literacy, and I quote, the literacy as described in individual state standards is often divided into the 4 skills: reading, writing, listening, and speaking, and language, being attentive to the conventions of the language, using increasingly precise vocabulary, and understanding how language functions. The World Readiness Standards for Learning Languages support these same elements by emphasizing the purpose behind the communication. So, most people would see language education as learning how to speak, basically learning how to speak. But what is very important, and I think that's what Actful is showing us, is that you cannot simply learn a language by learning vocabulary and grammar. There used to be a time where language education consisted of listening to sentences and just repeating them. This time is over. Language education cannot work unless you study language with culture. Likewise, you cannot understand a culture without understanding its language. I would just like to quote very quickly from a fascinating article entitled "Why Should Literature Be Used in a Language Classroom?" by Nina Daskalovska and Violeta Dimova. And I quote, "Students do not acquire the ability to understand the creative uses of the language or to function in situations in which they have to make interpretations and evaluations and give their personal response and reaction. Inclusion of literature in language teaching materials will provide students with the opportunities to experience and use the language more creatively and to develop greater awareness of the language they are learning." End of quote. What is very important is that language is not simply something that's used for communication. Obviously, it is the basis of a language, but language is also used to transmit and transfer culture between people who speak the same language. You can't learn a language without learning its culture. One of the best example I can give my students is that in France, or in, I would say, pretty much any country, any like non-English speaking country, one of the easiest ways now to practice your language is to watch TV, American series, American movies. And what are movies? What are books? What are TV series? What are the news? It is part of culture. So that's why it's very important to understand. And I think that maybe some people are not aware of this, that, oh, you'll just learn the language. You'll just learn the language and it will be fine. You just buy a book, you read it, and you learn sentences. Yes, you learn how to communicate to a certain extent, but a communication, in order to really grasp what a language means, you really have to understand that it is part of a culture, that it was used to develop the ideas of people and the ideas of the culture. There's also the idea of fluency. That's very important. A lot of my students, even majors, expect to become perfectly fluent in the language after getting a bachelor in French, for instance. And I always tell them, well, I've been speaking English for a pretty long time, and I don't think I'm perfectly fluent. And I've been living in the US for 15 years. You're not going to be able to be completely fluent after your BA. Yet it's crucial that you understand that it's crucial that they understand this, and that fluency doesn't mean everything. It is important, but it doesn't mean everything. it is something that they will build on, that they will use, and fluency will come with practice. And they will be able to use this language. Some professional fields, talking about business, for instance, business is obviously a field in which language learning, in which English is crucial. You literally cannot conduct business anywhere in the world without English. However, if you can also, if you are working for, I don't know, let's see, if you're working for a power company or a water company, you want to open something in, let's say, in Belgium or in France, obviously speaking in English will be easy. If you can bring some cultural impact in the target language, in French or in Italian, in anything, this will make a huge difference. The connection will be far easier to, it will be much easier to have connection with the people you will be trying to convince. Doesn't mean, will it completely change things? Maybe not. Will it leave an impact? And yes, I think it definitely will. Which brings me to the importance of languages at UVM. Of course, languages are part of a liberal arts education, but it goes much farther than this. As I said, culture, literature, and language are intertwined, and you can't really understand one without the other. Learning a language is never, I mean, you never only learn a language for the sake of learning a language. First thing, a language is very easy to couple with pretty much any major, literally. That's my advising talk here. But also, I would argue that you can't really, there are a few fields in which you really need this language. If you're going to study art, Italian, let's say Italian Renaissance art, can you really study Italian Renaissance art without being able to read this art, not only through the eyes of the scholar, but also, and I would say even like to a certain extent, more importantly, through the eye of a scholar who speaks the language of this culture and who understands this culture. That's something absolutely crucial. I would also say that for a lot of people, the idea of globalization means English is everywhere. Once again, yes and no. If you're thinking about literature, I teach medieval and Renaissance French literature. And I think that barely 20 to 30% of the books I teach have been translated in English. If they have been translated in English, some of them have been translated in the 19th century, and sometimes very poor translations. Only reading translated books is literally cutting you from a very important part of the culture of a country. And being French, having been raised in France, I have the equivalent of a BA and of a master's in a French university. And in France, at least at my time, you were focusing, you choose one major and that's all you do. I studied English and all I did was reading in English. American civilization, British civilization, literature, grammar, phonetics, everything. In the US, you have the opportunity, students have the opportunity to literally build these fantastic teaching and working opportunities in which you can have a major in something and a minor in something completely different. Yet you can find ways to make these two major and minor work perfectly. And I think it's the greatest richness of the one of the greatest richness for me of the American university system, in which you literally can make these two things work together to create your own intellectual and cultural stock that you are going to use in the future. Do you need to learn about 15th century French literature, 20th century French literature, 17th century French literature if you're going to work in, let's say, if you're majoring in business, minoring in French? Do you need to know all about this old French literature if you're going to work for, I don't know, Nestlé, for instance, in French? Yes, because cultural references are present everywhere in a language. And sometimes I would say native speakers of a language do not necessarily realize the importance of culture and literature in their everyday life because we're so used to it. It's very often when you have non-native speakers of your language tell you about these references that you realize that they are like extremely important. So to conclude, I would say that languages are part of a curriculum, not only because you have to do it, because it's a prerequisite, but whereas you learn how to have a very basic conversation in a language, or you can talk about 15th century French kings with a French person, languages are going to bring something to you, which is very important, but also, and I think it's somehow even more important, to the person with whom you're having this interaction. It was much shorter than I thought, but I'm happy to answer questions. Yeah, the questions or reactions.
Thank you, Professor Moran-Metivier. So please use the Google chat for any questions and responses. And Professor Escaja has noted that learning languages means as well to challenge the toxicity of ethnocentrism and an imperialistic mindset. And with that in mind, and thinking about this in the context of needing to educate UVM students and faculty against ethnocentrism, a question that I have for you is related to the $1.6 million that UVM administration spent a couple of years ago on a branding company to come up with a slogan for UVM. And one of the slogans that we paid $1.6 million for was UVM, a worldview with a great view. And so I wondered if you could talk about when they are talking about canceling language majors, minors, limiting the study of many languages to just the introductory and sophomore level, what happens to that worldview?
Well, if you, once again, like the worldview, if someone's worldview is limited to the English-speaking world, you are talking about, once again, I have no like specific numbers in mind, but I would be surprised if native speakers of English represented more than 15 to 20% of the whole planet. So we're talking maybe like less than 1 billion persons. And I think what is also so it's not possible, like long answer short, it's not possible. You cannot have a worldview if you decide to completely cancel languages. It's almost impossible. I would say to a certain extent it would be as if you were cutting math and saying, oh, I have a calculator on my iPhone, it's fine. Well, no, you can't. It would be like a very narrow vision of mathematics. Same thing if you only consider English. You only have a very narrow version of the world. And also something very important that Tina just posted on the idea of challenge the toxicity and ethnocentrism and imperialistic mindset. It's something that I think is crucial also, that France is not the only place in the world where you can speak French. I always encourage students to take a look at programs in Canada, Belgium, in Africa, because France shouldn't be the golden standard for the French language. I know that UVM has the UVM students have the opportunity to go to Morocco to study French, and I think, yeah, do it. It's great because you're going to have the opportunity to speak to native speakers who happen to not be French, and I think, yeah, it's very important to realize that language is decolonizing language is something extremely important. As a medievalist, I'm a medievalist. I always make a point to say, well, the Middle Ages are not what white supremacists want you to believe. The Middle Ages were not white. No, in France and everywhere you had all sorts of people and not only white people. Likewise, France, you shouldn't have to go to France to speak French. I mean, if you're at UVM, you take your car, you drive for 45 minutes, and you can speak French. Instead, like, if you don't have to go to Paris to speak French, you can go to Morocco, Mali, Cameroon, and speak French and learn fantastic French. So yeah, the idea of learning a language helps you realizing that you're part of something much bigger. And I think it's very humbling because you realize that you always have new things to learn and that it will never stop. But that's the challenge, and that's what makes it so fantastic.
Terrific. So I just want to read out from the chat that somebody has posted. My French has improved leaps and jumps from the diverse material that I've been exposed to. So again, that idea that it's not just about grammar drills and sentences, but that diversity of material. And then they go on to say there is so much richness in vocabulary, style, native, in quotation, marks, language when studying culture through content such as literature. So on that note, I'm going to thank Professor Morand-Metivier for this class today. Our next class will be starting at 10:30.
I think we're ready to go, are we?
Right. Sounds good. All right. Hello all, my name is Annalise Holden. I'm a sophomore ancient Greek and classical civilization major, and today I have joined Dr. Jacques Bailey, professor in classics, to speak with you about why classics are important to something that wants to call itself a university today.
Howdy, y'all. So I think first, maybe we should explain what classics is. I assume people have a vague notion, but let me just tell you, an accurate description of classics in our classics department would be ancient Mediterranean studies with a particular emphasis and strong focus on ancient Greek and Latin. Our discipline is based in languages. We teach Greek and Latin languages at all levels. We've also done a smattering of Old Norse, Sanskrit, Hittite, and Irish. But that's not all. Around that core of the classical languages, classical civilization courses are built and taught. These are courses in history and philosophy and political science and geography. They touch on archaeology, there's art history, linguistics, and more. And those are taught entirely in English with translated texts. And they are very well enrolled. So we're highly multidisciplinary. But we're built around anything in the ancient Greek and Latin language, including a great deal of study of those languages themselves. So why do we want to keep classics around? I mean, these ancient people, I mean, they're dead languages. Well, let's start with the pure finances of it all. So the accounting document which my dean sent me says that currently the classics department averages 10% profit a year. Now let me say that again. Our revenue exceeds our costs by 10% year on year. Any of you out there who think about that, I think you would also love to get in on an investment like that. I certainly would. So part of the way we remain profitable is by having advanced master's students teach beginning Latin. And that's an integral part of our vibrant program. The cuts would eliminate the graduate program. So we'd have no more graduate students teaching beginning Latin. So we'd have to, but the plan is to keep those courses because we'd keep beginning Latin at least. So we'd have to assign people to teach those anyways, which would mean that the cuts wouldn't actually gain that much in terms of instructional capacity, which is what they're after. They're really after the high enrollment courses and more of those. And the cuts wouldn't necessarily get those. So our department is profitable. Moreover, our whole college, the College of Arts and Sciences, is, as you may have learned if you tuned in earlier, very profitable. We send millions of dollars every year to support other parts of the university. But the fact is that we simply do not make enough profit to support administration, the College of Medicine, athletics, and other priorities at the level to which they have become accustomed. So don't let anybody tell you that classics or the College of Arts and Sciences is not sustainable. We absolutely are, financially. Now, UVM's vision statement. Now, let me just tell you what that is. That is the publicly stated, vaunted vision of what UVM claims it is and wants to be. It includes very prominently, it's a very short statement, but it includes very prominently as the very first item, comprehensive commitment to the liberal arts. Comprehensive commitment to the liberal arts. Okay, so it is absolutely impossible to conceive of a comprehensive commitment to the liberal arts at a university in the United States in this day and age that does not include studies of the ancient Mediterranean. Why is that? And having them at the introductory level is not comprehensive. I think that is obvious. So why is it that we classicists think that it's important to study what we study? Well, exploring the human condition and what humans do and have done matters. I hope you'll agree. And that's what the humanities is. Classics in particular has a central role in exploring where history itself as a discipline originated, namely ancient Greece, where racism as an ideology started out its ideological supports, namely ancient Greece. That's not a good thing. We study it warts and all. Where philosophy began, not that philosophy didn't begin or arise elsewhere, but it began in a very strong way in ancient Greece, and there's a tradition of that. Where democracy began, again, it had warts, but it began there, and we should study that. Where theater began, again, there are other traditions of theater that began elsewhere, but this is one that's particularly important in the liberal arts as we conceive of them, and that's ancient Greece. Where abstract mathematical inquiry got an incredible boost, that's ancient Greece. Where all the sciences got their start, ancient Greece. If you want to study the history of same-sex relationships, you will inevitably be curious about ancient Greece and Rome. If you want to study issues of gender, you will get back and find ancient Greece and Rome very interesting. If you're studying art history, you want to get back to Rome and Greece. If you're studying slavery through the ages, you will inevitably look at Rome and Greece. It's not that they're so good, it's that they're very interesting within the traditions that we have. The ancient Greeks were there on the ground floor, the foundation building of the following areas of human knowledge building. The sciences of chemistry, physics, and biology all got their start there. They were furthered by the Arabs who followed, and then they were picked up in Western Europe and elsewhere. Mathematics, theater, dance, music, medicine, philosophy, history, all those disciplines really get their start back there. And the starting point is very interesting. Now, the point of this is not to glorify the ancient Greeks or to be elitist. It's rather to study a part of history that has an outsized influence, for good and bad, on the whole human world that we live in and deal with in the United States today. Even if you see nothing in the classical past and study of it but a tool of oppression, it is still important to understand it and to study it. And that's what classics does. We want to study it, warts and all. And we should keep in-depth classical studies around for these reasons. And what I mean by in-depth is programs, majors, a graduate program. We should keep them around at UVM, not only because of what I just said, but also because they represent a very large part of our foreign language program. It's rather shameful that we don't have more foreign languages. But if you cut that, you will cut in-depth language study by a significant percent at UVM. And by the way, I just want to say the classics department at UVM in particular has an excellent track record with its students, with its professors. And rather than spend a whole lot more time on this, I want to leave some time for questions at the end. And so now I'm going to hand the floor over to Annalise Holden, who introduced me and whom I am ever so proud to call our student.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bailey. I want to share how I feel about it as a student of the classics department in the University of Vermont. First of all, we all know that UVM is a public university. Nationwide, public universities are removing their classics departments. This means that places such as, say, actual Ivy League schools, not public Ivies, will be the only ones left to teach classics in the well-rounded capacity that Dr. Bailey was talking about. Different sources write that generally the Ivy Leagues have an average of less than 10% acceptance rate, and Insider reported that the least expensive of the Ivies had a tuition of over $50,000 before aid in August 2020. Now, consider how you'd feel if you wanted to study your passion in college. However, you were unable to because all of the colleges that offer that specific program have an incredibly low acceptance rate. Even if you were able to get in, you might not be able to afford the cost of an undergraduate degree. This may be the reality that some of those who wish to pursue the classics face, and is the reality that a lot already face. It should matter to us students that our peers get an equal opportunity to study what they love. The University of Vermont is accessible, especially to Vermonters. And by removing the classics at UVM, the administration is taking a stance. In the words of UVM classics lecturer Penny Evans, what does this say about who belongs at UVM? The field of classics is not just for the wealthiest students, the students with the most access to resources, or the students who have come from privileged backgrounds. The classics was that field not too long ago, and in some aspects still very much is, but it is becoming the discipline for everyone. But as far as we have come, the mass extinction of classics at public universities will halt the progress of the field and place it back into the hands of the privileged. Now, all this considered, my point is not just that UVM should keep the classics because it's a public university. UVM should keep the classics because it's integral to UVM's own foundation, but remains current even today. Greek and Latin were part of the university curriculum from its very foundation, and having it as part of our modern curriculum reflects the university's history. UVM prides itself on being the liberal arts university, but fails to remember that classical studies are the basis of the liberal arts as we know it. Like Dr. Bailey said, it's hard to find a discipline taught at UVM that hasn't found its origins in or been shaped by Greek and Roman antiquity. Current students like me are also able to participate in events like Vermont Latin Day, where high school Latin students are able to come from all around Vermont to visit UVM students while we put on plays, trivia, competitions, etc. This kind of stuff is incredibly important to budding young classicists. To be able to see students who are once in their position finding successes in the fields they hope to study is a huge moment of inspiration that no amount of university advertising can replicate. The loss of this event and many others that the Classics Department puts on will have an incalculable effect on the Vermont Classics community and the wider public. Finally, the most important thing that I've learned about the classics and why UVM should preserve them is that they are the study of arts, politics, and much more. But at its most basic level, the classics are about people, real human people. When you think about it closely, it's hard to fathom people just like you and me walking the earth thousands of years ago. From the most ordinary citizens of Athens to the legendary rulers of the ancient Near East. Some of these people were terrible people. Some of these people contributed to what we see in science or math today. Whether positive or negative, these are influences that we cannot allow to fall into obscurity. Events such as last month's insurrection at the Capitol, with domestic terrorists waving around flags with Greek phrases such as molon labe, are a painful reminder that the classics are still ever present, and that there is a clear need for continued education in classics to remove credibility from these people who bend history to their will. We should feel so humbled to have what we do from antiquity, whether it's the tiniest chunk of a cuneiform tablet or sections of an entire written history of Rome, and be able to study, interpret, and apply it to the modern world. Ancient Greek and Latin, among many other ancient languages, are the bridges we conquer to comprehend the past and make sense of it in the present. The study of classics is the link between them and us, and we students who study the classics into undergraduate or graduate spaces are the next wave of people to graduate and enter the world, bringing with us an intricate knowledge of the world of the past to serve the world now. The excuse of low enrollment is unconvincing at best. We may be the few, but we are individual people with an individual past and understanding of the ancient world. And with these combined, we will emerge into the world and demonstrate something new about the old that has never been seen before. Thank you for listening, and I hope that we have time for a couple of questions.
Thanks to both of you. While I'm waiting for some questions to appear in the chat, I'd like to read out a few things that have been posted there, and then I have a question in my pocket if needed to give people a little more chance. But Professor Escaja writes, classics are more important than ever given the new reconsiderations that challenge our perceptions of the field. And as Annalise underscored, if classics gets canceled at a public land-grant university like UVM and becomes just the province of a very tiny handful of elite institutions, that kind of rich reconsideration of the field is very much in jeopardy. And Professor Scott writes, powerful explanation of why the classics department is so crucial. And I'm just scanning down here while I'm scanning to see about questions posted, I will ask if maybe if you could take a little additional time to unpack the claim from the administration about low enrollment, because they're using that phrase low enrollment to justify the canceling classics and, again, some 27 other majors and minors, and what's the reality behind that phrase low enrollment?
So I think I can talk to that. So Annalise, for instance, is studying languages, and she is in some small classes. It's true, because not everybody reaches the highest level of ancient Greek or Latin. But a few years ago, we had different goalposts, and we justified those small courses by the fact, and this is a fact, that we had the highest student-faculty ratio of all the humanities at UVM. And that means that we were teaching a lot of high enrollment courses, and we still do when we can. We used to have 8 faculty teaching. 2 retired, they weren't replaced, and a lecturer was fired. I shouldn't say fired, was let go. He was an excellent lecturer. He was not let go for any good reason. We've had half of our teaching capacity reduced. So our average student-faculty ratio has gone down because we still insist on teaching our discipline, which is centrally the languages. But even so, we are profitable. And that means that the way that we are profitable is by enrolling students. We enroll students enough to be profitable, and not every department at UVM does that. So I would say that that's a pure myth, this low enrollment. The idea that the number of people in a program is the metric for its value is preposterous. I do not advocate applying that at all, but I would ask that it be applied equally across the board. And if it were, I suspect that a bunch of programs would be on the chopping block that you simply cannot cut for a number of accreditation reasons. I just think it's a myth.
Thank you. I'm going to read out a couple of comments from the chat and then a question. So there are comments about how dystopian what's happening feels, and as if, history and culture are being barred from being taught at public universities at this moment. And also that at a point when Greek and Latin roots are being appropriated and used for horrific things today, such as we saw at the Capitol a couple of weeks ago. We risk, I'm trying to find the end of this, becoming caricatures used to justify racist domestic terrorism, that's what happens when actual study and grappling with the classics gets canceled. And one of the questions that has come up is what your sense is of what it is that is driving them to make these cuts. I'm trying to find exactly where it is now. Why do you both think that the people making these decisions to eliminate something as crucial as classics don't understand that we owe and attribute so much to this field? Is it just that the administration doesn't understand all of these roots of everything that that you are talking about?
I may speak a little bit to this. There's a common misconception that certain majors and certain programs that people choose to study will prepare students less for fields that they're going to enter when they graduate college, that there are no jobs for classics. And the university says that they're meeting this demand by eliminating the departments that are viewed like this. But I disagree wholly to this, because I have the belief that, classics is not a tool like a hammer that you just use. Classics and what you study shapes you as a person. And so you are not just a classics major, you are the classics when you graduate from a department like this and continue into the world and share what you've learned and share your experiences. So by cutting this and the university's claims that they're meeting demand, I don't think that's true. I don't think that there is a lack of demand for classics.
I would just add that if you do want to stoop to being useful, which I don't think is all that great of an idea, because classics and English and history are much more than merely useful. But if you want to stoop to that, I would note that the major that performs the best in medical schools, at least the latest data I've seen, is in fact a Greek or Latin or classics major. Now that's really interesting, isn't it there? It's not the biology major. I think that there's a misconception of practicality and a misconception of what a liberal arts education is for. It's true that the jump from graduation to your first job is sometimes more difficult for a liberal arts major, but it's also true that that liberal arts major will very likely go further in terms of promotions and salary than the person who has a ready-made job because they've followed a professional degree. So I think that there was some question about why we think the administration is making these cuts. I think it's purely because of what I said, that the administration and College of Medicine and other entities that are supported by the College of Arts and Sciences and the profitable parts within it, like classics, have become used to a certain level of support. And they simply insist that that level of support should continue. And so they are looking across the College of Arts and Sciences and trying to find any tiny little way to make it more efficient. This is a technocrat's game. They simply do not care about excellence. There is no single word, lip service, or even lip service paid to excellence in these cuts. It is purely supposedly based on finances, and those finances are a house of cards that falls apart at the slightest flick.
So we also have a question in the chat that it seems like a bad metric to judge a program simply on the number of majors. What would you consider to be a good metric for judgment, and presumably one that classics would succeed in?
Excellence. I mean, if a university is not about excellence in producing and disseminating knowledge, I don't know what it's about. It certainly is not about making a profit. And I think that the classics department could show evidence in scads for that. But let's not go there. Let's talk about finances and enrollment. As I said, when we had a full panoply of professors, we had the highest student-faculty ratio, so we had the highest enrollments. We still make a profit. I think that that ought to say that there isn't any good reason to cut us if we want to just go with the purely practical.
Okay, I want to thank you both for joining us today. I also want to flag that later on throughout the teach-in, we will have one session that is specifically about what the classics can teach us about moments of crisis and political crisis. And also we will be joined by representatives from Vermont's high school Latin language programs about the importance of the UVM classics department and programs for high school students all across this state. So I hope that people will tune in for those sessions as well. And again, thanks to both of you. Our next class will start at 10:30.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So I guess I'm on right now, I suppose.
Yes, you are.
Okay,
Well-
great. So I'll get started. I just want to say hello to everyone who's watching, and I'm Charlie Briggs, of course, and in the history department, and I'm going to be talking a little bit. I don't know if I'd even call this a lecture because, you know, it's kind of lecture-like, or maybe it's more a kind of set of musings or self-reflections that I'm going to be giving right now. But the basic topic is on some historical perspectives on responding to crisis. And but in many ways, it's also going to be me talking a little bit about teaching and my relationship with it. And I think I'm going to start actually with a quote from Samuel Johnson. Depend upon it, sir, when a man knows he is to be hanged in a fortnight, it concentrates his mind wonderfully. And I guess I would say that the arbitrary and summary decision on the part of the university's administration to cut short my teaching career at UVM has concentrated my mind wonderfully on the question of what teaching means to me and what my relationship is with teaching. Now, I have to say that my primary motivation for pursuing a career in higher education, you know, back when I was thinking about going to graduate school and all, and when I was in graduate school, it was really not that my primary motivation wasn't really to be a teacher. It was rather that I wanted to work at in an institutional setting that would stimulate me intellectually and provide me with the means to pursue a life dedicated to learning and to thinking. And I mean, I suppose even at that time, I was already aware that teaching would play a crucial role in this life of learning and thinking. After all, I had the example before me of my own professors whose learnedness and devotion to teaching I so admired. However, over the course of 30 years as a professional historian in the academy, I have come to see how inextricable and fruitful the relationship is between the work of teaching and mentoring on the one hand, and the work of research, writing, and publishing on the other. Early in my teaching career, the connection was less apparent because my research and scholarship were, I now think, motivated more by my quest to formulate my own identity. My identity as a person, my identity as a professional, all right, and my identity in my professional career. But as years passed, I found that the questions raised in my scholarship tracked more closely with those connected with my teaching and with the questions and insights of my students. This has meant that increasingly I have found that teaching and my scholarship and research involve exploring the past in order better to make sense of the present and in order to assemble what might be termed an intellectual and moral toolkit for future contingencies and action. This term, this teaching term that is, the subjects of my 3 classes line up especially well, not only with the topics of my own scholarly projects, but also with the atmosphere of crisis in which we all find ourselves. And when I refer here to crisis, I don't mean, obviously there's the crisis we might say on campus, but that's really small potatoes in many ways to the larger, much bigger crises that we are facing as a nation and that we are facing as a planet. So I guess I'd say that these crises are, on the one hand, very much political, right? And on the other, although again closely interrelated, ecological and social. And the courses I'm teaching are these three courses, I think, deal really well with these issues, and also, as I say, line up with the kind of scholarly and publishing work I'm currently involved in. So I want to begin a little bit by talking about political crisis. And of course, I don't need to talk to you about the kinds of crisis that this country and also many democracies are currently facing. But I want to begin with the problem of intolerance and injustice. And right now, in my teaching, I'm addressing that issue in a course that I do in the Honors College, a first-year seminar called Encountering the Other in the Middle Ages and Renaissance. And it's a course that in many ways tries to look at intolerance from, I wouldn't say the perspective, but using as our subject for intolerance, those who are intolerant, okay? Those who perpetrate intolerance, and trying to understand where their motivations come from. But I'm also, along with that, working on a chapter right now for a book that's going to be coming out with the University of Amsterdam Press called Addressing Injustice in the Medieval Body Politic. And there, for this, I'm writing a chapter entitled Perfect Justice Weighs Everything on a Balanced Scale, Italian Friars on the Subject of Equity and Comune, that is community, or kind of the city government is what I mean, is a sort of Italian term, comune, between 1270 and 1330. And in that particular chapter, I'm really looking at how these particularly Dominican and Augustinian friars in Italy during that time period are beginning to think about injustice and justice in terms not so much of order and hierarchy, but rather in terms of equity, proportion, and balance. Okay. Continuing along with this kind of political crisis, but connecting it up with the larger ecological and social crises, are my other two courses. That is History 125, the Renaissance, and also a senior and graduate level seminar, History 224, but also cross-listed as Health and Society 296, Pandemic, Society, and Culture, which is a course that's very much looking at the various kinds of ecological and disease and social and political crises of the 14th and the 15th centuries, particularly in Europe. I want to begin by just saying a few words about the Renaissance course, and then turn to History 224. In the Renaissance course, which in many ways focuses on European history between 1300 and 1550, and that particularly concentrates on what's going on in Italy, I begin by sort of setting out a framework that comes from my own book that I wrote, a kind of work of historical interpretive synthesis called The Body Broken, Late Medieval and Renaissance Europe, 1300 to 1525. And in that book, and also in my course, I really try to tie together the ways in which, first of all, this particular period of history can be seen as in some ways a coherent period in history, but also the ways in which human society responds to a variety of different kinds of problems and crisis. Okay. But then in my other course, Pandemic, Society, and Culture, this course again deals mostly with the 14th and 15th centuries, but it really uses as its framework the idea that has been particularly well put forth by the historian Bruce Campbell, and I'm showing his book right here, this book of Bruce Campbell's is called The Great Transition: Climate, Disease, and Society in the Late Medieval World. And there, really, what Campbell tries to do is connect up the issues of climate change, environmental destruction, pandemic disease, in this case, of course, the Black Death, and then the ongoing outbreaks of bubonic plague, and then various kinds of things done by human beings, all come together, right? And how humans contribute to these crises, but also how they respond to them. All right. I'm, by the way, not sure what time it is because nowhere on my screen do I see what the time is. And so if you don't mind, I'm just going to run and get my phone so I can make sure. Hang on just a moment.
Sure, thank you. And while Professor Briggs is running and getting his phone, please do use the YouTube chat for questions that you have for him, responses, and accolades.
Okay, that's great. So now I just don't want to run over. Okay. So I want to begin by talking a little bit, particularly about the issue of politics and political problems and crisis that, again, that my courses deal with, but that I'm also dealing with in my scholarship. And then I'm going to turn a little more to these ecological and social problems. Okay. So in my own scholarship right now, I've been very much dealing with the issue of the political fallout of the stages of the formation of what historians refer to as the early modern European state. And in current scholarship, the kind of trajectory of this formation or this genesis of the early modern European state really has its origins in the 12th century, but begins to really accelerate in the 13th and the 14th centuries, eventually kind of beginning to reach that kind of coalescent into what we call the formed early modern European state, which is in many ways a kind of fiscal military state that really finally kind of coalesces at the end of the 15th century and in the 16th century. Okay, so but the formation of this kind of state had a lot of political fallouts and problems of finance, the problem of war, the problem of justice, and of course the problem of political legitimacy. What legitimates this this new kind of political formation? And in my own work, I've been really paying a lot of attention to what we might call intellectuals' responses to these problems, and particularly for my own work, intellectuals in the late 13th and the first half of the 14th centuries. And I'm particularly interested in university-trained intellectuals, and most of them, of course, being clerics, and many of them being members of the mendicant religious orders, what we call the friars, and particularly Dominican and Augustinian friars. And many of them were Italians. Okay, think for example of Thomas Aquinas, right? He's one of the people I do a lot of work on. So how did these intellectuals respond to these problems in the late 14th and early 15th century? I've got really, in addition to that chapter I was talking about before about injustice and justice, I've got a chapter that I've written for a book that will be coming out called Marsilius of Padua, Between History, Politics, and Philosophy. And my own particular chapter, my own contribution to this book is entitled Defenders of the Peace, the Political Thought of Marsilius of Padua's Italian Dominican Contemporaries. There, I'm really looking at how these Dominicans, these Italian Dominicans, starting with Thomas Aquinas and finishing up with a Florentine Dominican named Luca Manelli, how these several different Dominicans are trying to make sense of the political crisis of the Italian republics at the end of the 13th and the early 14th centuries, problems particularly of inequality, of faction, of violence and war and disorder. And there, I have found that these friars are very much turning to antiquity, particularly to Aristotle, but also very much to the Roman classics, in order, particularly Cicero and Seneca and Valerius Maximus, to find answers to these kinds of problems. And indeed, it seems to me that these friars, who are very much involved in politics and giving counsel and sort of directly involved in governing, they are trying to find ways to essentially create a kind of civic ethics, okay, an ethics for the citizen, in order to create Republican government that functions rather than breaks down. In many ways, I see what they are doing as a humanist project, and in a book that I'm currently writing, whose title kind of tentatively is The Other Early Humanism, Clerics, the Classics, and Political Council, 1260 to 1350. I'm delving much more into the ways in which these responses to political problems, mostly on the part of Italian friars, but also in a more broadly European context, was indeed part of the early history of what we call Renaissance humanism. And yet, this now is how the kind of problems of these political problems tie in with the larger ecological problems, and that is that this project of these Dominicans, this kind of early humanist project, breaks down starting in the 1340s, and much of this seems to be because of ecological and political, serious ecological, political, and economic crisis. Climate change at that time bringing on a series of terrible weather events, which badly impacted the economy, bringing on recession, coupled with food shortage, political turmoil, breakdown of Republican government, and then of course the mass mortality, the loss of roughly 50% of Europe's population, brought on by the great bubonic plague pandemic that we call the Black Death, of 1347 to 1351. And this constituted a real rupture, a kind of break in history, and also the end of this kind of clerical Italian project of humanism. But what comes out of that, right, of this breakdown, of this tipping point that Bruce Campbell talks about for my own work, is a new kind of humanism that is going to be based particularly on the example and the teachings of the great Florentine cleric Francesco Petrarca, or Petrarch. And it is going to be, and one of the things that Petrarch lives through the Black Death and through all this political and social crisis, but what that gives him is a new perspective, and it is a perspective of history, not constituted by continuity, but characterized by rupture, where where this rupture of climate change and of pandemic disease and of political breakdown is going to be seen by Petrarch and interpreted by Petrarch as a break that is much longer, not a break of just a few decades, right? The decades he's lived through, but a break that goes all the way back to antiquity. And he formulates a new periodization of history, a periodization of antiquity up to about 500, the end of the Roman Empire, and then a long middle period, what we have come to call the Middle Ages, running up to Petrarch's own lifetime. And then Petrarch sees a future of something new, what we call the modern. And it will be Petrarch's vision of the humanistic enterprise that will become the new model for his Italian followers, and then of course more broadly European followers, starting at the end of at the very end of the 14th century and the early 15th century. So really. Now, let me just say, by the way, in my course on pandemic, we're going to be bringing together scholarship coming from broad fields, not just history, but environmental studies, biology, medicine, public health, et cetera, to look at what Campbell calls the Great Transition, this period of about 2 centuries where you have sort of massive, not just climate, climate change resulting in a new climate regime, but also massive historical change leading to a new phase of global history that is going to be particularly marked by a kind of aggressive European colonial and imperialist enterprise. So I hope that in what I've been talking about here, and I gather we're getting pretty close to the end of our time, that it gets you to see how my own work, right, as a teacher, is connected up with my work as a scholar, and how there is this constant sort of dialectic and this constant synergy between that and living as a human being in our world today, where we confront these really powerful and profound challenges, and that maybe by our turning to the past, by our turning to history, we can get some kind of better grasp on and some sense of the kinds of choices we might have as we move forward, so that as we enter into this, as we live through this current crisis, that we think of crisis in one of its original meanings, and that is as a moment where one has a choice, where one can go one way or another way, right? And one way we might call curative, and the other way is disastrous. So anyway, that's basically what I have to, that's what I have to say. And I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Briggs. I want to say first that what you've just done is taught for us a master class and one about why this deep investigation into history matters so much for our moment. And we have a comment in the YouTube chat that Petrarch had such a far-reaching, almost celestial third-person view of his life and history. It's really unreal. And so if you want in a moment, you might have just a further comment on that. But I also wanted to share, if I can find it again from our online petition against the cuts, Robert Booty has written, and he's a UVM senior and also will—
I know him quite well, yeah.
Yeah, we'll be entering the history graduate program in the fall. And so Robbie writes, y'all are firing one of my favorite profs that paid the administrator 6 figures, and in some cases getting very close to 7 figures. There is no way that any number of these highly trained, intelligent profs couldn't fulfill management roles better than the parasitical administrator. So I just wanted to share that little shout out from Robbie. And yeah, do you have anything more, just a comment or gloss on the idea of Petrarch's almost third-person view of his life and how it relates to what you're trying to cultivate in our own thinking?
Yeah, I would entirely agree with that. There is this kind of distancing, this kind of almost alienation that Petrarch seems to cultivate, right? Very much seeing himself as an individual, right? And yes, he has his friendships that come out, you know, so clearly, particularly in his familiar letters. But nonetheless, there is a kind of distancing, right? He has, in a sense, no city, right? He obviously very much thinks about himself as, in some sense, a citizen of Italy, you might say, particularly, I think revealed in his work, Italia Mia. But but I see what he's doing is very, right, as very different from what my friars that I work on are doing. I see my friars as being so embedded in the city, so embedded in kind of citizenship. And it's a particular kind of Christian or Catholic citizenship, but it's one where they really do see kind of the body of the citizenry as being somehow, you might say, ontologically prior to the actual government itself, right? Where the government is a kind of expression of the people. With Petrarch, Petrarch is much more sort of accepting of the idea of autocracy, of the notion of sort of one man, strong man rule, as long as that, as that prince or that signore is virtuous, and more and more Petrarch's, I think, followers are going to see that virtue as being an expression of a certain kind of education, that is a humanist education, right? Whereas our friars would have seen virtue as being something that was very much based on kind of friendship and concord between fellow citizens. So in some ways, I sort of see Petrarch in some ways as a kind of reactionary and kind of regressive in certain ways. But it's totally understandable given what he lived through and just the sheer horror and devastation and destruction that he witnessed.
Thank you so much. And our next class will be starting in just a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Thanks.
Sarah, it looks like you're still connecting to the audio.
There, can you hear me now?
Yes, go right ahead. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I am Professor Sarah Ostin. I am an associate professor in the history department. Today you get two historians back to back, and I should say that it is an honor to follow my brilliant and amazing colleague, Charlie Briggs, but also a hard act to follow. I am the only historian of Latin America at UVM, which means if you want to take any Latin American history, you get to take one of my classes. And I'm here today to talk about why we need Latin American studies and area studies in general. I am a strong believer in area studies. I was a Latin American studies major in college myself. I have a master's in Latin American studies, so I'm obviously very biased on this subject, but hopefully by the end of my talk today, I will have made the case that UVM indeed does need area studies as well as Latin American studies more specifically. So if you were to take a class with me in the history department, I don't just teach in my own area of research expertise, which is 20th century Mexico. I teach all of Latin American history, or I try to anyway, from the ancient world, the colonial era, the independence era, really right up to the present. And I do it in countries as diverse and as different from each other as Mexico, Brazil, Peru, Cuba, Argentina, Venezuela, Bolivia, just to name a few. And for me, as a history professor, my main job is not teaching my students about the past in a region that most of them have never been to and have never studied before in many cases, but also helping them to better understand the present, including in our country, and I should add, including in Vermont. I can't cover everything in all of my classes. I am just one person. It's a very large and very diverse region, just like I can't cover everything that I would like to say about the value of what I do in 25 minutes today. So I've chosen a topic that lots of people associate with Latin America, which is drugs. And you will notice that in the title of my talk, there are quotes around Narcos because it's a sort of play on words here. I'm referring not just to drugs and to narco trafficking, but also to the Netflix show Narcos, which if you haven't seen it, it's two different series, one on Pablo Escobar's empire in Colombia, a very sympathetic portrayal, might I add, extremely overly sympathetic, and the Sinaloa cartel and its origins in Mexico. So, point A, taking a class with me about drugs and drug trafficking is definitely not the same thing as watching what I will admit is an extremely entertaining two different series on Netflix, and I will come back to why in a few minutes. Point B, this is something that people often closely associate with Latin America. When you think about Latin America, if you haven't studied it before, I'm gonna wager that you might think about drugs, narco trafficking, what else? Violence, corruption, authoritarianism, poverty, inequality, right? Does Latin America contain all of these things? Yes, it does. So does our country. So do most countries. So when I teach about any or all of these things, I want my students to understand a larger global phenomenon like authoritarianism, how and why it develops over time in particular places. I remember just a couple weeks ago watching the news coverage of the insurrection or the attempted coup in Washington, D.C. And there was someone on the network news, I don't remember who it was, who said, "I feel like I'm in Bogota." No, you're in Washington, D.C. Authoritarianism isn't something that is specific to any region or country. And I should add, neither is democracy. I think in a lot of cases, people have the mistaken idea that area studies confine students unnecessarily to studying a narrow slice of the world to the exclusion of anything or even everything else. And in fact, the opposite is true. So in my courses on Latin American history, I teach about pressing global issues in the present and their manifestations in particular places and their impacts on particular peoples for particular, often long-term historical reasons. So here are some examples.
climate change and sustainability, resource extraction, indigenous rights movements, women's rights, reproductive rights, LGBTQ rights, human rights, populism, fascism, authoritarianism, things that everyone in this country, for some very obvious recent reasons, would benefit from understanding better. Social and economic inequality, long-term struggles for social and racial justice. And it's not useful or helpful to study any of these things in the abstract, right? It would probably be mind-numbingly boring, in fact, if you tried to study any of these things purely in the abstract. So Latin American studies allows my students to study these things as real-life case studies, usually comparatively between countries across the region. In fact, the only course I teach that is only about one country is my Modern Mexico course. But I am not a one-woman show. I am one of many faculty members on this campus teaching about Latin America in our respective departments. And in my view, if I have done my job, I want my students to get excited about studying indigenous rights movements in Latin America and then go take a class in anthropology armed with what they've learned in my class. I want them to get excited about Latin American political history and go take classes in political science. I want them to get excited about studying race and racism and the struggles for racial equality and justice in Latin America and take a critical race and ethnic studies class. I want them to get excited about Latin American culture and take a class on Latin American literature in the Spanish department. And I want them to get excited about learning Spanish so they can do their own research about whatever Latin American topic most excites them. And of course, one of my very favorite things always as a professor of Latin American history is when one of my students decides to study abroad in Latin America, which of course they need to study Spanish first to do in most cases. And of course, my very favorite is when people choose to study in Mexico because I'm extremely biased. So when I teach about Latin America, I am also teaching about the fundamental interconnectedness of distinct global phenomena, colonial legacies, and neocolonialism in the present, labor, race and racism, resource extractivism, debt, the drug trade, yes, also immigration and refugees and asylum seeking. And in fact, I am not doing my job if I teach about any of these subjects without the others. So that brings me back to the Narcos. And a few examples of how all of these pieces fit together, but also about how and why drugs and drug trafficking are not actually Latin American issues. Or I should say they're not exclusively Latin American issues. The basic premise of my course that I teach on drugs and drug trafficking in Latin America is that we cannot understand this phenomenon. We cannot understand present so-called wars on drugs in the present in places like Mexico if we study them as a Mexican or a Latin American problem, because they are global phenomena with deep historical roots that connect all of the regions of the world, certainly including our own and including Vermont as well. And Latin America is currently bearing the brunt of the worst consequences of the global drug trade, but it is for historical, political, social, and economic reasons. And I should add that it is itself a region that only consumes a tiny portion of the global supply of drugs like cocaine, marijuana, heroin, as well as synthetic drugs like methamphetamine and fentanyl. And not for nothing, one of the worst problems that Mexico has in terms of its role in the global drug trade is that it lives next to the United States. It is stuck next to us, the country that consumes over half of the world's drug supply. So what do students get from studying this topic with me that they can't get from just watching Narcos on Netflix? So just a few examples. This is a history about long-term legacies of colonialism. So one of the things my students learn pretty early in my course is that marijuana, which is one of Latin America's biggest drug exports, is not native to Latin America. I think many, if not most, consumers of marijuana in the United States are under the impression that all of the marijuana they've ever purchased and consumed came from organic farmers somewhere in the United States, while in fact, someone, somewhere, hopefully not one person, is consuming billions of dollars of Mexican and Colombian marijuana every year. Which is to say, to the tune of billions of dollars, people are putting money in the pockets of the Sinaloa cartel when they consume marijuana in the United States. Never mind other drugs such as cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, and fentanyl. So marijuana was actually introduced to Mexico in the 17th century by the Spanish as a source of fiber for their global shipping empire because they needed ropes for all of their sailing ships. And they coerced indigenous farmers in Mexico in the 17th century into growing this new crop. But they happened to introduce it to the place that invented smoking, because tobacco is native to the Americas. And not for nothing, Mexico invented the cigarette as well. So you have this very interesting cross-pollination, no pun intended, of the introduction of a new plant into a new cultural context with some very interesting long-term consequences, but ultimately as a product of colonialism. This is also a history about resource extractivism by wealthy countries from poor countries in the past, as well as in the present, in a highly unequal global economy. Again, not just in the distant colonial era, but today in the present as well. So another thing my students learn in my class on drug trafficking is that coca, the plant, has been consumed by indigenous people in what is now Latin America for thousands of years, just as it still is today, particularly in countries like Peru and especially in Bolivia. But cocaine was developed by European scientists in the 19th century. And the coca export economy that was developed in the Andes was done by foreign pharmaceutical corporations with the global market in mind. And again, like in the case of the introduction of marijuana to Mexico by Spanish colonialists, this market depended on coerced or very cheap labor, often by indigenous people and poor mestizo people. And so my students also learn that the modern Black market drug economy today remains grounded in these same historical foundations of imperialism, racism, and inequality. And it continues to fuel those things in Latin American countries that are producing drugs for the global Black market drug economy, and again, particularly for the drug market in the United States. And speaking of the United States, when my students study the history of drugs in Latin America, they learn about how these so-called wars on drugs are inescapably about the United States more than any other single country, because we are not just the country that consumes over half of the world's drug supply. We're also the country that historically led the global prohibitionist effort against drugs like marijuana and cocaine and heroin. We also are the country that pioneered the concept of the global drug trade as principally a problem of supply rather than demand, right? It is your problem, Latin America, that you are providing users in the United States with these drugs, right? Again, most of this demand is in the United States. And I should say that this idea of criminalizing the drug user is based on a long history of extremely racist and classist conceptions of who uses illegal drugs. The United States is also the country that is singularly responsible for the militarization of drug prohibition efforts in other countries, particularly in Latin America. We are also the country that produces and provides most of the guns and other weapons that are currently in the hands of drug trafficking organizations like the Sinaloa cartel. And speaking of the United States in the present, when my students study global drug trafficking from Latin America as a global phenomenon, they also learn about the role of the global drug trade in forcing people from their homes today, very much in the present, from places like Honduras and El Salvador, many of whom are currently coming to the United States and seeking asylum. They also learn about the particular impact of drug-related gang violence in countries in Central America on women's bodies, and how and why the global drug trade is related to the fact that Honduras is now one of the most dangerous countries in the world to be a woman. It is the place where a woman is most likely to be killed violently. Again, is this Honduras's problem? Yeah, of course it is, but it isn't in a vacuum. It is part of a larger global story. So I want my students to learn all of these things in my classes. And then ideally, I want them to go take John Waldron's class on narcocultura in the Spanish department. I want them to go take Latin American politics and Mexican politics with Caroline Beer in political science. I want them to go learn about Latinx migration and migrants in the US with Teresa Mares in anthropology. And those are just naming a few examples. The other thing that we need to really talk about when we're talking about the value of area studies and of Latin American studies to UVM is the fact that eliminating these programs is associated with zero cost savings. These programs don't cost anything because, as the administration will point out to you, right, students can take these classes anyway, right? Eliminating Latin American studies as a major doesn't mean that you can't take my class on Mexico or on Indigenous history or on drug trafficking. Those classes still exist, right? But here's the thing, right? This isn't a university where you can major in Latin American history. This isn't a university where you can major in Latin American politics or Latin American anthropology, right? You can be a history major and concentrate in the Americas, all of the Americas, but we don't have the capacity to allow students to focus just on Latin American history, because again, it's just me teaching all of Latin America. So what this means is, if a UVM student wants to pursue academic expertise on Latin America, they have to take it in different departments in order to do that. Is it true that a small number of students choose to do this every year? Yeah. But if you want to do it, right? And if there are no cost savings associated with getting rid of this program, what is the purpose of this cut, right? I want students to be able to take my classes and all of these other Latin American classes across this university, right? And not have it just be to fulfill electives and distribution requirements, but to really allow my students to develop expertise in this one region, again, not just to understand Latin America, but to understand the world and the present and the context in which we live as well. The other thing I really want to get across here is that I don't think that area studies and Latin American studies should just be something that is offered at wealthy private schools, right? We have a special role as the flagship research institution in Vermont to keep as many doors open as possible to our students, whether they are in-state students or out-of-state students. Students who want to study Latin American studies in Vermont shouldn't have to go to Middlebury, right? They're particularly, even in the context of a budget crisis, right? We need to continue offering these programs because that is what a flagship state school does, right? Something like Latin American studies has much more value than what it costs. And in this case, it literally costs nothing. So for $0 in savings, in sum, what we lose with Latin American studies and the loss of other area studies programs is the opportunity for students to dedicate themselves to the study of a particular region across disciplines and to understand their own country and the world at large better as a result. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Austin. I'm going to say we've got a bit of time for questions, so folks are welcome to put their questions and responses in the chat. I'm going to go ahead and read out a couple of the posts from the chat. Professor Escaja writes that understanding issues of responsibility in regards to U.S. historic exploitation and political impositions on Latin America, that is as I think you also underscored, a reason for retaining Latin American studies. Many coups have been orchestrated by the US, for example. Professor Bowerly also notes the displacement of farmers through subsidized US food imports, which fuels drug production, and just coming down, I believe that this is, well, I'm not going to guess who, another comment says, eliminating Latin American studies continues an administrative erasure of Latinx presence at UVM that we might mark with the erasure of the Living and Learning mural featuring Oscar Romero and refugees. So I don't know if you would like to comment on any of those, and I'll wait for a question or two to come in as well.
Yeah, I mean, the point about Latin America and its relationship with the United States is absolutely fundamental. I feel like when my students take Latin American political history with me, they often also effectively get a history of the United States. We talk about the CIA coup against democratically elected governments in Guatemala and Chile. And we also talk about the long-term consequences, reverberations of those things that are still felt today. Again, not just in those countries, but also in the United States. In the Guatemalan case, right, that coup in 1954 set off a long period of absolutely brutal authoritarianism, genocide against the indigenous population, supported by the United States, financed by the United States, in the interest of fighting communism in the Cold War era. And those legacies of violence are fueling violence in Guatemala today to a measure that I think is impossible to quantify. In terms of this issue of crops and industrial farming, yeah, when we think about refugees from Latin America, I think something that a lot of people don't realize is that we don't just have economic refugees, right? There's this idea that people are coming to the United States just because they can make more money working here. We also have climate refugees to a very real degree, particularly actually also from Guatemala. I'm sorry, I don't remember what the last point was.
About the erasure of the Living and Learning.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think it's a larger issue that our administration pays a lot of lip service to fostering diversity on this campus. But when we lose area studies programs, including Latin American studies programs, that really undermines that goal in a really fundamental way. I guess that's the larger point I would make about that.
Okay, and then just one more quick comment that in the chat that you might respond to as well. Now I have to find it again, but somebody pointed out that there is a Latin American and Caribbean music history class. It's at different topics, but still important. And so I wondered if you could talk about how that intersects with what you've been discussing today.
The music history class?
Mm-hmm. Yes, or also what happens to that class if Latin American studies as an area study is canceled?
I mean, I guess, again, the point is that students can take all of these classes as electives if the major doesn't exist, but they can't get credit for taking that music class and my class on modern Latin America and all these other classes in other departments as part of a major, right? So it really limits the ability of students to focus on the region, right? And it also really takes away the ability of students to get credit for studying Latin America as a course of study, as opposed to electives and distribution requirements.
Thank you so much. Our next class starts at 12 noon, and it actually will be a discussion about the facts and myths about the UVM budget crisis. So I urge people to get their questions into the chat in preparation for that. And thank you again, Professor Austin.
Thanks for having me.
So the rest of this session is going to be devoted to Q&A and discussion that will be moderated by our two guests here. I'll let them introduce themselves in a moment. And I will be watching the chat and ask you to please put your questions and responses in the chat, and then I will read them out and we'll get the discussion going. But David, Clara, if you could go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Okay.
Hi,
I'm
go ahead.
David Koyerzag. I'm a professor of music here at UVM. Been here for about 12 years.
and I'm active in the faculty union and in the UVM United Against the Cuts working group.
My name is Clara Martirano. I am a student here at UVM in my third year studying math and physics double major, a theater minor. I'm a student worker here at the university, a member of UVM Union of Students, which will be having its first general body meeting soon. Keep your eye out for that if you're a student interested. Member of the Lawrence Debate Union, and here working with United Against the Cuts to fight the cuts to cast.
So one question that was posted earlier in the day that I've been hanging on to, because I think it's an excellent starting question. If the so-called budget deficit is illusory, a result of UVM's budget choices and priorities, including directing money out of the College of Arts and Sciences, what do you think are the actual motivations for decimating the liberal arts? What's the vision that's driving this?
I think
I could give that a go, because that would take time. You know, we can only speculate because the administration can be very opaque about their actual thinking and decision-making. I think it's a number of things. There is a general cultural trend, right? There are fewer people expressing an interest in majoring in the humanities. This is exaggerated. It's not as stark as some people make it out to be. But it's a fact. It's a sociological fact right now. People think that going into more applied technical fields of medicine, biology, computer science are more likely to lead to employment, secure and continuing employment. There's mixed data as to whether that's really true, but it's nonetheless a psychological reality. That means that fewer 18-year-olds are choosing to study in the traditional humanities fields. The problem that I see is that the administration is responding to that by saying, okay, if more people want to study in the STEM disciplines, we need to attract more students in the STEM disciplines. That may sound like an obvious connection to make, but it's not obvious at all, because there are, of course, millions of prospective undergraduates, and they have hundreds and hundreds of schools to choose from. There will still be people choosing to study all sorts of different ways at all sorts of different schools. And by saying that because some higher proportion of people is interested in the STEM disciplines, we have to double down on STEM, even if it means cutting to the bone or eliminating things like religion and geology, it doesn't follow, because these students will go somewhere, but they won't necessarily go here simply because we have more room in our computer science classes, for example, right? We're putting ourselves now in direct competition with, say, a place like Virginia Polytech or Rensselaer Polytech, national prestigious schools that have, you know, sometimes decades or centuries of experience as the forefront, as the best schools to go to if you're looking for a more narrowly focused, pre-professional, vocational sort of education. So the notion that if we simply have more hard science PhDs or have more room in computer science, you know, and we'll also be competing now with Harvard and MIT for these same diminishing grant funds in these fields, right? We could instead say, why do people come to UVM in the first place? Why have people come to UVM across several decades of recent history? And the evidence that I've seen suggests that people come here because they're interested in a well-rounded education that includes strength in their principal field of study. But they come here also instead of going to Rensselaer Polytech, for example, or Purdue. They may come here specifically because of our emphasis. And in fact, not just our emphasis, but the university prides itself, certainly the College of Arts and Science prides itself on everyone has to take a minor. You know, this is a requirement here. It's not a requirement everywhere. And we strongly encourage people to double major, often cross colleges. You know, in the music department, we have a lot of neurology majors lately. I don't know why, who are also music majors, or education majors who are also music majors. And the idea is that we will support that. We have the resources to do it. We have the course curriculum structure that makes this feasible for you. And we see this as a positive value, right? That's whom we're attracting. And we can continue to attract those students, even if some higher proportion of them are choosing to major in STEM fields, or if some proportion of people are choosing to go somewhere else or that can be their really unique focus. So I think that's one reason. One other thing I'll just mention really briefly, because it's sort of like, it requires really zooming out. But once upon a time in this country, education at a college or university in the liberal arts and undergraduate education was understood to be a role for the sons, it was mostly sons of the elites, to take to sort of affirm and certify their path into certain privileged positions in society. That was the normal model of higher education for the first 100 years or so in this country. And it really changed, especially after World War II with the GI Bill, into this notion that education is a positive social good and that higher education should be available and open to everybody and not simply a path for those already privileged who can afford it to continue in this towards their sort of professional goals. And that's gone on for most of the lifetimes of at least those of us like old enough to be professors. So we see it as normal, but that's the deviance from the normal situation. And I think we see ourselves receding back to a situation where a college education, a well-rounded college education, is something that you can get if you can pay for it, and that had better lead immediately to a high-paying professional situation, or you won't be able to pay back the debt you've gone into to afford it. So that's bigger than any decisions of our individual administrations, but I think that's an important perspective to have as well. That's something that we should be also actively fighting against.
I think it's also important to note how UVM and other universities advertise, what majors, what opportunities they have when they advertise like specific research opportunities. And then we look forward to the future 2050 plan and we see how they've rearranged, or the goal to rearrange the school, and how there isn't really a place for natural sciences. There's not really an emphasis on the humanities. And it's kind of like they're trying to capitalize on the like idea that maybe STEM will bring you more money, and they want to capitalize on that. And that's kind of what it looks like they're trying to set us up to do here, is kind of use that in their, I guess, like path to make money, whether or not it's true, as you can see from the myths versus facts.
Thank you. I just want to add to this from our public petition that you can find at uvmunited.org. An alum, Alice Murphy, writes, "I only studied engineering at your school because I thought you valued liberal arts as well. Thank you to my many non-STEM professors." And then a question that I want to ask now is, I understand that the College of Arts and Sciences dean at a recent chairs and directors meeting said, even if the College of Arts and Sciences was able to keep all of the net to undergraduate tuition revenue that it is otherwise providing to the rest of campus, there would still be a $4 million deficit. So like, no matter how we talk, the administration keeps coming back by saying, no, there's still a deficit. There's still a deficit. It's an even bigger deficit. I wondered, maybe especially Professor Forsythe, you might have a perspective on how do we respond to that claim?
Yeah, I mean, for me, the question is even how to start, because there are so many different ways that funds are moved around and diverted that go to create this so-called roughly $8 million annual deficit in the College of Arts and Sciences, which I really encourage everyone to call it the so-called deficit, because the College of Arts and Sciences is not an independent freestanding institution with an income and expenses, right? It's part of this larger university. And the very first thing we need to make clear before we talk about any of the details is that choices are being made by human beings, as well as by this budget model, which is also a model controlled and implemented by human beings. Choices are being made all the time as to where the money that does come in will go, right? Within this larger university. So we need to be very, very careful about, seeding the narrative that, okay, how do we address this $8 million deficit? What $8 million deficit is the first question, right? So So one thing, the thing that the question alludes to is that there's a portion of all of the undergraduate tuition is set aside, sort of skimmed off the top, if you will, and goes into what's called the subvention fund, which the provost has a lot of, or perhaps complete discretion over where the subvention money should then be doled back out to the various programs. And so what I understand the dean to be saying, well, first of all, there is this disparity in the subvention, in that the College of Arts and Sciences contributes the lion's share of the subvention fund. And not just because it's 3 times larger than any of the other colleges, but proportionally speaking. So in other words, it contributes more in subvention funds than it takes back out. I think if you do the math, average it over the last 5 years or so, I think it's about $4 to $5 million per year that the college contributes in excess of what it gets back from subvention. So when the dean says, even if we got our exact proportional share of subvention back, we still wouldn't balance the books. The first thing I would say is, okay, so if it's only about 50% of the so-called deficit, what about the $160,000 we just saved by getting rid of 3 lecturers, each of whom teaches 8 courses a year, thousands of students whose tuition would then contribute back to the next year's income, according to the budget model, to the college's next year income? What is that saving? Even if you add in the so-called fringe, the benefits, health insurance, and so forth that should be added to the salaries, it's about 2.5% of that 8 million gap. And it comes with enormous damage. So if he's saying, well, even if we got back all of our subvention, what's the use? I would say, then how on earth can you justify getting rid of these lecturers with decades of experience and glowing reports from students and alumni and colleagues, right? You can't on the one hand say, this is important that we trim this 2%, but it's insignificant if we were to argue for getting back this 50%. So that's one thing I would say. But, another thing to keep in mind, and I'm not saying that subvention is a terrible idea, right? It's normal particularly in public universities, particularly public universities that don't have a single tuition, that do have a single tuition, that don't have what's called a differential tuition, where people in more expensive programs like nursing pay a higher tuition. When schools have a single tuition, it's common for certain disciplines like sociology, for instance, which has large lectures and doesn't have expensive laboratories or practicums. It's common for those to sort of kick up more to support the general well-being of the university. And that's fine, right? But the question is, how much is appropriate? And at a time when people are saying the College of Arts and Sciences is unsustainable because of this huge deficit, there is no deficit until choices are made of how much it's appropriate to ask from the college in the first place to support the other programs. So that's really important to remember. The other thing I would say is that subvention, we've been focusing a lot on these inequities of subvention, partly because it's just such an affront to say that the college is unsustainable when it's literally financially sustaining other programs at the university that are not being asked to make the same kinds of draconian cuts. So that is a great, misstatement, and one that we really should fight against. But it's also important to remember that in the current budget model, subvention is not the only way that tuition money is distributed across the university outside of the college. So for instance, the libraries, the international advising programs, buildings and grounds, all sorts of things that need to be done are also supported with a certain proportion of tuition dollars. And only a certain fraction that's left goes back to the college in the first place, from which then subvention is also taken. So we also need to look at the general spending priorities, right? And yes, we do need buildings and grounds. We do need the library, but do we need multiple members of the administration that are making north of $500,000 a year? Or do we need them to be making that much money, right? One of the things about IBB, the incentive-based budget model with its algorithms, is that it's claimed to clarify the budget situation by making everything explicit, right? But it also tends to obscure some very common sense realities, because these algorithms that say what percentage should go to what services and what should be the budget for these different services like the library and the grounds, it gives this air of neutrality and objectivity because it's simply a mathematical formula that's being implied. But it also obscures the very sort of common sense comparisons that we're trying to make here, like dollars to dollars, right? It sort of discourages people from asking the questions like, how does the college's annual deficit compare to the total compensation of the top administrators at the university? Right? And even just the top 30 administrators, I think are making $13 million in salary, right? So, excuse me, the top 60 are making $13 million in salary. That's an average of more than 200,000 each for dozens and dozens of positions. That amount of money, $13 million, dwarfs the college's so-called deficit. So rather than focusing on the minutia of what percentage of subvention and this and that, we can also say, look, we have an $8 million hole. We could fill half of that $8 million hole by making quite reasonable cuts of 30 or 40% in these multi-$100,000 salaries of some top administrators, for example.
Administrators also, despite like some of the cuts that they may have like sort of taken during the pandemic, also are making more money now than they did a couple years ago, due to raises that kind of trump out their cuts that they made. So these are also things that are happening behind the scenes that they don't really want you to know about when it comes to where they're spending money.
Yeah. Again, comparing dollars to dollars rather than getting lost in the complexities of the algorithms. So for instance, the total salary savings of the 3 lecturers recently laid off is less than the bonus paid to the basketball coach, right? The bonus. I need to say that again, not the salary and benefits, the bonus. So this is in the same year with the same pandemic and the same budgetary challenges. And in this same year, the administration made a choice that it's more important to give a $235,000 bonus than to have the benefit of these 24 courses from these 3 experienced teachers next year. That's administrative malpractice.
So I want to say first in the chat, there's a question, which is what would a better budget model look like? But then there's another response in the chat that I think answers that question. And I think that you both have suggested an answer as well, which is that the current budget model is a corporate one. The function of a university is not of a corporation. The budget model should reflect the higher purpose of an institution of higher learning. So if you have more that you would like to say on that question of what kind of values our budget model should be reflecting rather than the corporate values, that would be great. I also wanted to ask Clara specifically, because often these cuts get posed as being the humanities versus STEM. And yet one of the 3 senior lecturers whose position is being eliminated is in geology, and the Department of Geology is one of the 3 departments slated for elimination. So I wanted to get Clara's perspective too on what is driving these cuts if it's not humanities versus STEM.
Yeah, I think that when we think about education, a lot of people just think about it as a tool, as a way to get a career. And I think that really plays into how we're able to like use budgets that are based on like corporate models rather than one that's based on why education is meaningful beyond just the job it's going to get you in like 4 years. So I think that when they're able to, that kind of plays in also to how they're able to pit the humanities versus STEM against each other, because we're able to, they kind of play into the narrative that we're all separate, we're all going on different paths, when really we need to understand how our educations are all enhanced by all disciplines. I'm taking classes in humanities, I'm taking classes in arts and in sciences, and you really get to see the value of all of those together, that they help me play, they help me think differently about my major, they help me think differently about my minor. And I think that it's kind of like a divide and conquer method, where if they're able to kind of keep students apart, then they're able to really distract you from what's really happening. And it's the university trying to figure out a way to make the more money for itself line the pockets of administrators, rather than give us the best education possible. And I think if you're able to distract from what the value of an education is, what the purpose of an educational institution really should be, how it should be valued in society, and by communities and individuals, they're kind of able to distract from all of the kind of corrupt budgetary spending, how administrators are kind of blatantly lying to us about, or twisting the truth, twisting the words to hide up what they're really doing with the budget and money. So I guess it's not really about humanities versus STEM. It's really about our education versus like the administrators' greed, I would say. And I think that we should be wary, not just at UVM, but like nationally, how this is kind of playing out, where we're seeing institutions of higher education turning into corporations. And they already really are corporations, but it gets worse the more we allow them to get away with these things. And I think that really detracts from the value of an education. It detracts from the value of a global perspective and learning in and of itself, and really puts an emphasis on making money. And that really just plays into a whole lot of issues globally, locally, that you can learn about in classes like humanities classes. So I'm kind of going off on a tangent here, but I would say that if they're able to divide us and conquer us, they're able to distract us from what's really happening, and they're able to really build up kind of a fake defense as to why they need a corporate model rather than one that values education, values students, values our professors and our staff members who work here and really care about education, and they really care about the community as a whole.
And I'll just say here quickly, and then see if Professor Forzag has any closing thoughts for us. Earlier in the chat, somebody pointed out, if cuts to the humanities are widespread nationally, as Clara just indicated, then wouldn't that potentially create a demand for a place like UVM for people who do want to get nursing degrees, get business degrees, get engineering degrees, like the alum whose petition comment I just read out, but who want that humanities focus, as well as people who want a public university, accessible, affordable, relative to private elites, but to have that option for humanities. So it seems like UVM used to have as its slogan something along the lines of UVM, do something different. Wouldn't it be nice if we did something different and actually hung on to the humanities? So David, do you have any kind of closing thoughts in addition to that we should start talking about the so-called deficit?
I mean, I think you're right, exactly. If all universities were to respond to these social trends with the same strategy, they would solve exactly nothing, because they'd all be competing equally for the same number of students by all having made the same different choices. So I think you're right. We need to discover and think about what are our traditional strengths, why are people attracted here in the first place? And if that includes the well-roundedness of the liberal arts, we need to do what we have to support that. Right? And I should just maybe add, I don't think anybody who's organizing against the current cuts and the administration's current priorities is saying that, of course, all of the money that the college generates must stay within the college. That already concedes the larger point that we're separate entities, which we're not, right? It may be totally appropriate for the college, if it has some sort of more economical disciplines to teach, it may be entirely appropriate for the net revenue of the college to flow somewhat elsewhere. But we just can't feel that the administration are good faith partners in this discussion, because they're instead using this literally unclosable so-called budget gap as a cudgel, much as the World Bank uses it against countries, whose dictators borrow billions and then the people are left with no good options for how to repay it. And it simply becomes a tool. In other words, the administration is not looking for their $8 million. They're looking for us to make changes that they think we should make, and using this unclosable budget gap as a way to say, we can always make you do this because you're in debt to us. And we really need to change that way of looking at it, and hopefully find people in the administration who are willing to partner with us to say, how can we strengthen the entire university, which of course must balance its books, but not on the backs of any one unit.
So
And
we
I
have
would-
a comment in the chat that was beautifully put. I'm going to give Clara the last word in a moment, and then just tell everyone else at that point we'll have a short lunch break and our next class will be at 1 o'clock. But Clara, why don't you go ahead and close this session for us?
I would just say some parting words. I would say is that whether or not the narratives that we think love STEM versus humanities, or whether or not we believe like what the administration is saying, I think it's important to think critically about what's actually happening on a larger scale, and to also acknowledge that, like, what is nursing if you don't understand people? Like, what is engineering if you don't understand the communities that you're working with? How can you like study climate science without an understanding of geology? How can you like kind of like like all of our disciplines kind of interconnect, right? We need STEM for the humanities and we need humanities for STEM. We all use art as a way to express ourselves. So I think going forward, it's important to think critically about how our educations can be enhanced by each other, and how we can really work together to put more value on education rather than money for the administration, or even maybe the money that it can make us. And that's what I would say to close this out.
All right, lunch break. Thank you both, and see everybody back here at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
So we're going to be getting started back from our lunch break in just a minute. I did want to note that Professor Usher will not be able to join us for the 1 o'clock class, and instead Professor John Franklin has kindly agreed to move his class up on the schedule. So that'll be starting in just a moment. For those who we're very interested in Professor Usher's topic about classics in a time of crisis. I will look up and get into the chat on YouTube the blog post that his talk would have been based on. So you can be sure to check out the blog post. And so with that, I am going to go ahead and turn over the floor and the microphone to Professor John Franklin. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Can you hear me? I hope. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Nancy, for organizing this wonderful event, which I've watched as much of as I could so far today. I also will apologize in advance for any cutting and pasting errors. I've kind of thrown this together sort of last minute, but nevertheless, the message should be clear. Okay. In March of 2019, the Classics Department of the Universitas Viridis Montis, UVM, posted a piece on the blog of the Society for Classical Studies, our national professional organization. We described the ongoing austerity measures afflicting our old program, despite enrollment numbers that have been comparatively healthy for the field, including 31% growth in majors since 2015, as well as a long record of public outreach befitting our land grant mission. As we all know, Dean William Falls has now proposed to abolish permanently UVM's majors and minors in Greek, Latin, and even classical civilization, as well as our small but vivid MA program. Other departments slated for demolition are religion and geology, along with 8 other majors, German and Italian among them, 11 minors, and 3 further MA programs. Falls is acting under semi-reluctant but well-compensated compulsion from an $8.6 million structural budget deficit, as it is termed, that has resulted from the controversial incentive-based budgeting system that former Provost David Rosowski implemented in 2015, which led eventually to a no-confidence resolution by the College of Arts and Sciences faculty. Despite initial promises, the new administration, in-house Provost Patricia Prelock and President Suresh Garamella, shows no will to address this inequity from on high, but prefers to guide discreetly this putative but actually rigged free market of tuition dollars and student credit hours, lopsided multipliers and subventions that drain away arts and sciences revenue, crushing head taxes that prevent benefiting from local diversity of expertise, under-accountable cost centers, recently rebranded as cozier support centers, and predatory competition between the university's colleges. In a brilliant analysis, the late lamented biologist Charles Goodnight explained how IBB produces a plot of mean plants that fight for resources rather than cooperating to raise overall yield. These are carcinogenic, catastrophic changes for a flagship state university that for generations has provided vital opportunities for Vermonters and non-Vermonters alike, in this case, training and supporting a network of high school Latin teachers in and beyond the Green Mountains, offering a promising path to PhD programs for a very diverse battalion of aspiring professional scholars, and steadily promoting the passionate minority of quirky misfits that share a fascination with the ancient world, whatever their eventual occupation. Details of the administration's proposal and the cross-campus activism it has ignited can be found in a growing array of pieces online. Jeffrey Henderson and Sheila Murnahan from the Society of Classical Studies have provided a stern letter that, among other things, calls out the administration for focusing on number of majors rather than overall student credit hours taught, the more honest measure of a department's intertentaculation with the larger campus organism. Thus, 700 to 900 students taught in a year can be reduced to a mere handful. Further epistolary support is arriving from other professional organizations, extramural colleagues, Vermont high school Latin teachers, and outraged alumni. A change.org petition started by Megan Keefe, president of the Venerable Goodrich Classical Club, has gathered more than 5,100 signatures and numerous impassioned testimonies about the far-reaching impact the department has had on individual students and the larger community over many decades. Penny Evans on the department faculty published a moving open letter about her escape from rural Vermont poverty via high school Latin with UVM alumna Karen Knapp, a BA and MA from UVM itself, and a PhD from Trinity College Dublin before a final welcome return to help renew the home tradition. I wish to use my time today to make two main points. First, I will call attention to UVM's motto, Studiis et rebus honestis, and explicate the original context of this phrase and thereby its implications for UVM's institutional identity at both its origin and in today's changed world. Second, I wish to dwell on how the study of classics at UVM intersects with its land-grant mission and how this mission distinguishes the flagship state universities, including the so-called public Ivies, of which UVM is officially one, from the actual Ivies and other elite private institutions. Studiis et rebus honestis is a quotation from the Roman poet Horace. UVM officially adopted this phrase by 1804, in time for the first formal graduating class. It may therefore be considered the university's original statement of purpose. The words are indeed still much buffeted about in official messaging, though the original context, essential for understanding the motto's true intent, has been long forgotten by most faculty and by all administrators. Horace composed his epistle 1.2 shortly before 20 BC for a young friend immersed in the study of law and rhetoric at Rome, a normal preliminary to an honorable course in public affairs. He urged Lollius to balance his professional exertions with the equally honest study of classical literature, to learn vital lessons about life and leadership that would be counsel and comfort for all his days. Horace elaborates only two examples of these studies, these studia. The Iliad and the Odyssey, he held, were more valuable than even the philosophers. The great war poem teaches us how not to live, to ward off destructive passions ruinous for individual and society, sedition, deception, fraud, rage, unbridled lust, failings of foolish autocrats, stultorum regum, that destroy those under them. The homecoming epic, the Homeric text that UVM's sophomores read before Horace himself, shows what courage and wisdom can do and exhorts us not to emulate the suitors, lolling abed until noon and lulling their cares to the crepitous lyre. Sleepless nights of torment, Horace warns, await us unless we rise before daybreak, light a lamp, and exercise ourselves, heart and soul, in studiis et rebus honestis. That UVM's founders had Horace's exact message in mind is shown by the official seal in place by 1807 and thus closely synchronized with the motto's adoption. Behind the original college building, one sees the sun rising over the Green Mountains as though we have just finished the fundamental business of working through an episode of Homer, fortified for a day of more mundane, practical pastimes. A first-year student spent autumn mornings on algebra with classical literature in the afternoon. In summer term, March to July, the order was reversed, a fibrous course of classics first, geometry for dessert. Such mirroring was maintained in the second year with the pattern reversed. These striking symmetries emphasized the vital complementarity of what we would now call humanities and STEM. There's much more to say about the development of UVM's early curriculum, for which one may consult the essential study by Professor Emeritus Z. Philip Ambrose. Here are his comments on Studiis et rebus honestis. The appeal of Horace's poem to the framers of the UVM motto is obvious. Admonitions to rise and shine, to burn the midnight oil over a book, to practice frugality and avoid envy, and especially to nurture the mind and character. Read like articles in the UVM laws. Dedication to studies and honorable pursuits, or integrity in theoretical and practical pursuits. These are attempts at turning the phrase into a motto. These are translations of the phrase. But in the very first years of the university, studies and honorable pursuits meant literature. Not only the Greek and Latin classics, but any literature whose rereading was useful. In effect, Horace's definition of a classic at the beginning of the poem. Professor Ambrose has further reflected in a recent exchange that when the Agricultural College first arrived in 1865, its students basically followed the traditional curriculum. But gradually the uniformity of the UVM curriculum began to crumble. So what does Studiis et rebus honestis mean after that? With some pride, the framers of theoretical and practical pursuits looked back to the early curriculum, innovative for its time. But if I'm sure of anything, Horace would have been completely baffled by this interpretation. UVM's early devotion to classics was typical of the times. Why were the classics treated with such veneration? This was famously answered by Thoreau in Walden, 1854, reflecting on his own studies at Harvard. I quote, "It is worth the expense of youthful days and costly hours if you learn only some words of an ancient language, which are raised out of the trivialness of the street to be perpetual suggestions and provocations. It is not in vain that the farmer remembers and repeats the few Latin words which he has heard. Men sometimes speak as if the study of the classics would at length make way for more modern and practical studies, but the adventurous student will always study classics, in whatever language they may be written, and however ancient they may be. For what are the classics but the noblest recorded thoughts of humankind? We might as well omit to study nature because she is old. To read well, that is, to read true books in a true spirit, is a noble exercise and one that will task the reader more than any exercise which the customs of the day esteem. It requires a training such as the athletes underwent. Books must be read as deliberately and reservedly as they were written." One of UVM's great original achievements was to deliver this fashionable curriculum of the Enlightenment to students in the Green Mountains who were not otherwise able, for a variety of reasons, to relocate to Cambridge or New Haven. Times change, of course, and we ourselves change with them. Most classicists today would no longer emphasize the idea of great books or some kind of disciplinary exceptionalism. And of course, the construction of Western civilization itself has become an increasingly volatile flashpoint. Jacques Bailey and our brilliant student Annalise Holden have already discussed the continued vitality of classics for helping dismantle inherited cultural injustices and contesting violent misappropriations of the past, on conspicuous display at the recent Capitol riot. I will therefore call attention rather to Thoreau's emphasis on the very ancientness of the classics as a fundamental part of their magic. In my 14 years of teaching at UVM, I have met relatively few students who are motivated primarily by the ideal of mastering a certain canon of culturally superior texts. What I see instead is a steady stream of diverse and, as I've said before, quirky misfits who are ensorcelled by the mystery and otherness of the ancient past, and more often than not oblivious, at first, to the cultural baggage, both negative and positive, that has come with the discipline. As my colleague Angeline Chu has said, classics is, quote, really about the experience of being human over time, the good, the bad, the ugly, the weird, the absurd. You are not alone. You are one in a long and colorful human story. This is why it irks me to see calls to burn it all down coming from endowed and tenured professors at Princeton and Stanford, as though classics as an institution is homogeneous and monolithic. I refer to yesterday's otherwise valuable piece in the New York Times. My experience at Vermont's public flagship has been very different from what I see implied by such damning critiques. Through all of UVM's many changes, from dropping the Greek and Latin requirement for the BA in 1941, ditching the 2 years of Latin for an English BA in the 1960s, and the disastrous lowering of the language requirement to just 1 year, a decade ago, a classics curriculum, complete with Greek and Latin, was maintained and valued at UVM not only for preserving the institution's historical core and a bright spark of the New England Enlightenment, but as having much yet to contribute to the common good. The department has always done its best to give back to college, university, and above all to the 14th star itself, Vermont, and New England more broadly. From 45 years of Vermont Latin Day that brings to campus hundreds of high school students, to working with military veterans, prison populations, and most recently, productions of ancient drama in collaboration with community artists and local high schools. We have also taught many Greek and especially Latin majors from Maine, Connecticut, and Rhode Island via the New England Board of Higher Education tuition break program, willfully neglected by UVM, despite Garamella being an ex officio board member. The value of such a program cannot be calculated by its number of majors. Even an honorable acknowledgement of overall credit hours taught would fall well short of capturing how the picture develops over many years beyond campus. Richard Thomas, an endowed Harvard classicist who gave our department a glowing report in its last academic program review, has aptly observed that the value of classics at the university and throughout the state of Vermont is one that can only be assessed through the accumulation of personal stories of improvement and social advancement that have come through the benefit of a robust liberal arts education. One might argue, as UVM's administration does, that losing Greek and Latin as formal programs of study will not prevent students from reading the classics in translation, and so receiving the same benefits as ever. Such courses are indeed a vital service at a public university, and the department has taught them gladly for many decades. Yet such a curriculum must be firmly grounded in the discipline. Imagine studying Shakespeare in Russian, Arabic, or Chinese from an instructor lacking any English. The truth of this assertion was recently reaffirmed for me by my veterans only course, Home from War, the Odyssey, which welcomed back into UVM's intercurricular sanctum soldiers who had seen many cities and mines. Discussions were as challenging as those encountered in the advanced language seminars now slated for demolition. Practically limitless interpretive issues arise in any two books of Homer, and for each session, careful preparation with commentaries and secondary literature was required for being well prepared for problems of narratology and cultural context. This need for proper disciplinary training is why, contrary to the all too common administrative view that humanistic inquiry is little better than astrology, classics is not a salted field. Ancient texts are not fixed, but continually revised. They have as much to teach us as ever, more so indeed as we seek to advance greater diversity and self-knowledge, as Penny Evans has eloquently elaborated in her open letter to UVM. And for this mission, public universities are a crucial point of access. In UVM's attempt to stop supporting Greek, Latin, and other targeted programs, we see its comprehensive commitment to a liberal arts education, as called for in the university's official mission statement, slipping into a mere exposure to the humanities, the ominous and grotesque expression that Garamella smuggled into his personal vision, amplifying our impact. In other words, if UVM sparks an interest, you can pursue it more someday, after college, on your own. These are the neoliberal arts, where students learn not how to, but only about. We will be unable to maintain our long community outreach or hand forward a more than 220-year tradition of Studiis et rebus honestis by recruiting well-qualified replacements upon retirement. If our administration does indeed ram through Dean Falls's proposed cuts, with or without faculty confidence, we should call upon the university to surrender its motto. This would be only right for the sake of truth, both in advertising and to the historical record. Otherwise, we would be left with a pretentious but empty claim to classical learning in place of providing public access to it. One can hardly avoid drawing a parallel to the recent gaffe by a senior administrator who claimed to be reminded of a famous saying by Socrates, which they attempted to use in support of building the new, that is, a campus that would no longer support in-depth study of classics and other vital humanities. One subtext here was, look, I didn't need to be a classics major to acquire classical wisdom. The problem here was that this Socrates was not the sage of 5th century Athens, who, by the way, never committed a word to papyrus, but a fictional gas station attendant from a 1980s self-help book. For my own part, I'm reminded of Oscar Wilde's quip that in matters of great importance, style, not sincerity, is the vital thing. The larger faculty, however, have restrained themselves admirably from using this blunder for the purpose of public humiliation. But we should not close our eyes to the fact that the administrator wished to exploit the classics and, as one beloved colleague commented, to, quote, enhance the reader's sense of their erudition and the righteousness of their endeavor, end quote. What, she well wondered, could be more illustrative of the need of both a classics department and a liberal arts education? I will stop there. But I'm happy to take any questions or expand the discussion.
Thank you so much, Professor Franklin, and my apologies for not welcoming everybody back from lunch and you properly. I had my computer muted during lunchtime and forgot to unmute. So I just want to say that I very much appreciate if folks would put questions into the chat. And while we're waiting for any questions or responses, I'll just read out a couple of items that are in the chat. First, from Professor Lindstrom in English, writes, I used to wake up early to study Greek on the shores of Lake Mendota in Madison, Wisconsin. It's part of what got me an honest career in the long run. And then there are a number of folks who are declaring themselves members of the Quirky Misfits Club. So thank you very much for that. While we're waiting for questions to come in, I wondered if you might say a little bit more about all of the public humanities work that the classics department has done, including the Home from War course, the liberal arts in prison program, and working with the high schools, because I think that there is a misperception, and it's something that that the administration can easily play on, that the classics is properly studied at elite institutions and indeed is also elitist. And I think everything that our classics department does cuts against that. I wondered if you could talk a little bit more about that work.
Sure. I mean, I guess I'd start by saying that UVM is nationally known within the field as having been on the front lines of expanding beyond the sort of the elitist seminars of advanced language students to offer large service courses on campus. We did that very early on, and it's part of why for decades we've been, we've had some of the highest student to faculty ratios at UVM. So it's a long tradition here at UVM. Part of that is Vermont Latin Day, which we'll hear more about in the afternoon from some of the local high school teachers that Phil Ambrose started 45 years ago. It's brought, in some cases, as many as 1,000 students from all over Vermont, sometimes even New Hampshire, to campus each year for quizzes, competitions, skits, a day of fun and learning. Governor Shumlin was here in 2015, I think it was, on the occasion of Vermont's new Latin motto. He joined us at Latin Day. It's the single occasion of the year on which the largest number of Vermont high school students are on campus. And we attempted to get the administration to take advantage of this occasion for recruiting. One year we did have Dean Falls come and give the address, which was nice. But the admissions office sort of withdrew sort of backing of that. And I think that's probably related in part to the fact that UVM can afford only to admit a certain number of in-state students. I don't know as much about that as probably some people on this call do, but I suspect that that may be relevant. The other more recent endeavors, the prison teaching was something that Kathy Fox in the Dean's office started, and we were keen to be involved in that because the Bard College Prison Initiative used classics in prisons very effectively. And my colleague Penny Evans was keen to do it. So she taught one semester of mythology at the women's prison. And according to Kathy Fox, it was one of the most successful of the classes. Part of that is due to Penny's amazing bedside manner and her ability to deploy gender theory with these texts and with this particular population. I think that was especially effective. Unfortunately, the institutional support for that initiative dried up pretty quickly. The veterans teaching was an overload class I did. It was not officially supported by UVM, although they certainly jumped on the publicity. But it was an attempt. It was the first 4-credit class for veterans only at any college in the country. And we had a pretty amazing experience with 12 veterans, most of them combat veterans, who found reading the Odyssey a life-saving experience in some cases, literally. I think my colleague Roberta Stewart is on the call. We followed her model that she has used. She teaches at Dartmouth, but she's worked in local veteran centers in New Hampshire. So we followed her model for that. And then most recently, 2 productions of ancient drama that have drawn in community artists. It was very much an intentional community outreach endeavor. Bill Mears in Art History described it as the largest humanities outreach event in his time at UVM. Unfortunately, nobody from the dean's office came. Kathy Fox tried to come, but it was sold out. Provost Rosowski, to his credit, came. We didn't quite, get the message to the administration with that event that we had hoped, but it was a big successful event downtown at the Black Box Theater, which was a physical way of demonstrating public outreach. And in the second production, which was canceled due to COVID, we were collaborating with Lisa Timpson at Burlington High School, who's locally famous for 30 years of great productions. So we involved high school students and staff and faculty from BFA St. Albans and Burlington High for that.
Thank you. So we have just another minute or so left. I wanted to first say that there's a comment in the chat that from somebody who said that they wouldn't have come to UVM if it hadn't been for your enthusiasm in answering their questions about the classics department, because UVM admissions rarely mentions classics to prospective students. So that's a thanks from Anastasia McNeil. Isabel Tominelli would like to know how eliminating the classics department would affect learning classics as a whole in terms of high school or community theater. I think that you've just touched on that, but maybe if you have just a short closing comment before we go on to our next class about that question.
Yes, I think there would be something of a domino effect, and the high school teachers will speak to that later. I mean, the Vermont State Latin Day is something that keeps high school students going on to second, third, and fourth year Latin, and coming to UVM. For many students from the Northeast Kingdom, for instance, this is the first time they, this is a big city to them. The first time they may have seen an elevator or an escalator, and they see what can happen when they meet other people that have the same interests in a vibrant learning environment. And it not uncommonly draws them to UVM. And if we were not supporting that event, and if there were not that path for them, they might not come to UVM. And they, in many cases, would not be able to go elsewhere to study it for financial reasons, or for reasons of access, other forms of social access. Within UVM itself, there would not be the chance for students to train to be Latin high school teachers, which is a steady stream for us. Anastasia McNeil, who's on the call, is one of those. And it would, we would be in danger of certainly not being replaced when we retired by qualified classicists, by which I mean those who have studied the text in the original and are able to disambiguate between some of the issues that arise very commonly when you study these texts in translation. And therefore, the ultimate product that is delivered in the classroom to the non-language majors would be a second-rate product, if we should be lucky enough even to be able to teach it at all after the next 10 years has gone by.
Thank you so much, Professor Franklin. Our next class will start at 1:30, and just a preview at 3:30, we will return to this discussion about the future for Latin in the state of Vermont with area high school teachers, I believe. So thank you very much, and our next class starts shortly.
see.
Hello, Professor Williamson.
Hello.
Yeah, if you're able to either turn your screen down a little bit or boost yourself up a bit, we see more of the top of your head in your glasses.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, maybe let me grab a pillow. Maybe that would probably.
Okay, terrific. Yeah, we've got a minute.
Loosely. Let's see. How's that?
Professor Williamson. Hello. Yeah, if you're able to either turn your screen down a little bit, or I think we've got a bit. We see more of the top of your head in your glasses. Is that coming from your side? Okay. That extra volume, Amy.
Yeah. How's the volume? Is it can?
Okay. Yes, we were just getting a kind of double effect where the earlier conversation was replaying, and so I didn't know if you had the YouTube stream going.
Oh, I do. Let me.
Yeah, if you turn that off, because it has like a 1 minute delay.
Okay, if I can.
Or just turn the volume down. Extra volume, Amy.
Yeah.
Yeah. How's the volume?
Yes.
Wait a second here.
A kind of double effect where the earlier conversation was replayed, and so
is there a
you had the YouTube stream going?
Okay.
I do. Let me.
Yeah, you
wait
turn
a second.
that off because it has like a 1 minute delay. I'm gonna go ahead and mute.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to leave for a second to turn it off because I can't.
Okay, so everybody, please stand by, and we'll be back.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Am I better visible here with the
yes
shining light behind me?
Terrific. So I'm going to go ahead and turn things over to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Okay. Well, thanks. Well, I'm a little self-conscious following all those great talks that I've been kind of sort of with one side of my brain following, but also sort of going over what I want to be talking about at the same time. But so I've got some things which I won't expand on too much, but I'm Jamie Williamson. I'm teaching currently in the English department, where I have been for, this is the 31st year teaching as a lecturer. And I am one of the three senior lecturers of the others of 28 years and 12 years experience who discovered on December 15th that, in sort of contrast to a lot of the missives that I've gotten, thanking me for what a great job I do with the students and wishing me many more productive years at UVM. On December 15th, discovering that I was a 3-year contract. So anyway, I won't dwell too much on that. And I was going to talk a little bit about general context, but I think people have covered things with much more precise stuff in terms of, the budgets and, structural deficits and so on than I would be able to do. So I will jump over that. But what I'd like to focus on, while I've been in the English department, I've taught many things, and I won't try to go into all of them because we'd probably be here for the entire time of this talk. But the things I've most frequently taught in recent years have been sort of vacillated between the science fiction and fantasy, which is actually the area that I've published in, and had a book that won an award 5 years ago, in that field. And then American Indian literature. That's in addition to a raft of other literature subjects and writing classes and so on. But I thought the first thing is, that this is going, Native literature. I told my classes yesterday that, if things proceed as they are proceeding, is, among other things, this will be the first and last time that English 33 topics in American Indian literature will ever run. So I'm going to focus on American Indian literature. And I thought first I wanted to give just a little bit of a back historical overview about the presence of American Indian literature in the curriculum, specifically in English, although I jump a little bit to the university in general. And from there, I wanted to jump and just talk a little bit about why read contemporary novels, by Native authors. And if there's enough time, I might have a few things to say about oral tradition as well. But I thought first, just to give a little bit of background, if I go back to circa 1990, the beginning of my lecturership here at UVM, pretty much in the university, I believe the only course offered in the university at that point on Native Studies was William Haviland's course, specifically on the original Vermonters, which is the name of his well-known book, but on the Abenaki. And I believe that was pretty well it in the curriculum. What led to me teaching what I called Native American literature in the fall of '92 was a sort of happenstance, as I had friends who had been in the master's degree program with me, who hung on for a year and taught staff courses before going on to PhD programs. I hung on, and I'm 30 years later. My friends, I don't remember whether it was the first early half or the later half, were teaching the American Literature Survey, and I just on a lark asked, well, what Native stuff are you including? Are you including any Native stuff? And the response was sort of a, gee, no. Which 30 years ago was perhaps understandable, is the idea, presence of American Indian writing simply was not worked into the fabric of the idea of English literature studies, English and American literature studies. And actually, one of the two of them has actually subsequently gone on. Granville Ganter down at St. John's College in Queens has published a fantastic edited edition of Red Jacket speeches. Red Jacket was an early 19th century Seneca orator. So he's gone on and done work there. But I will say, in contrast now, is of course everybody that teaches Survey of American literature will include Native stuff within that, as I do myself when I teach American literature. But anyway, so I ended up teaching Native American literature through continuing ed. It was a continuing ed class when that was less of a sort of stratified thing back in those days. As English 95, which is a sort of umbrella special subject. And I continued to teach the 95, 96, 96, if it was given in the spring, it was 96. If it was given in the fall, it was 95 kind of thing. But I taught it as a special subject and did so through the spring of 97. And there were morphs. I did do twice. I did a variation called Contemporary Native Fiction. And in fact, the last year that I was teaching it through continuing ed in 96, 97, I actually did a 2-semester sequence with the first half of the semester focusing on, with the first semester course focusing on stuff before the 60s, and the second half following stuff following the 60s. And at that point, actually, Kari Winter was on the English department faculty. And in the fall of '96, she began teaching American Indian literature I believe the number was 169. It was a major level course. So it was particularly designed for majors. And it's a bit like the African American literature classes, which I think are 167, 168. So I actually stopped teaching the courses from about 97 to 2003. I would have been interested in doing it, but I won't go into the details of how things are crazy back in pre-union years with a daughter and no benefits and having to scribble and teach everything, anything that comes your way. Those were the old days. Everybody should appreciate the union. But through that time, I did continue to include things. I would include oral tradition stuff in the ancient half of world literature, English 25. I would draw on oral traditions. And when I taught American literature, I would always include American Indian material in it. But it was in 2003, basically Kari left. And there had been a new class created called Race and Ethnicity in Literary Studies, which ran as English 57. And I floated to Robin Warhol, who was then the chair of the department, the idea of, well, could I do a variation of race and ethnicity and literary studies and have the focus be on American Indian literature, because race and ethnicity in literary studies is sort of like an umbrella. And each teacher approaches the subject matter in very, very different ways. And she welcomed that. And so I started teaching American Indian literature under English 57 in fall of 2003. And did it every year except 2005 and 2005, 2006. I taught multiple sections of it, usually 3, sometimes 4, on a couple of occasions, only 2. But through spring of 2019, and actually increasingly between spring of 2015 and 2019, I actually taught multiple sections every single semester. From that point, I did, as I was looking for variations of the course, and I talked to Dan Fogel and floated the idea of doing a course on native oral traditions, which he was positive about, which I ended up doing a year ago, which went under English 30, which was topics in American literature. The number for topics in American Indian literature or Native American literature, is getting through the proper bureaucratic channels and getting things approved and so on. I was unable to cover the oral traditions class, but that was in place. And so this semester I'm teaching a course on the American Indian novel under English 33, which again, as I mentioned before, will be the sort of flagship use of English 33, and if things are not altered, it will probably be the only time that English 33 will ever be used. So there is not really anyone else in the department who can actually teach a full course on American Indian literature, although in the American literature and so on, plenty of people include that material in the course of more general survey classes, so you get sections on it. So what that leaves us here is there are, I believe, only 3 faculty members at UVM who teach Native culture classes adapted to the particular disciplines that they're operating from, obviously. There's a course in history and there's a course in anthropology. I've always been thrilled to have students that will come up to me and say, oh, I'm also taking, and point to either the history course or the anthropology course, so that they're getting a sort of, different perspectives, as coming out of disciplines, and that what they're getting is not restricted to, how one particular discipline approaches the material. So, and discovering on a few times that, you know, I actually showed some of the same documentaries to my class that were being shown in other classes. But so, you know, essentially though, you know, what is the problem is like, is realizing though, is like once someone's taken the history class, once they've taken my class, once they've taken the anthropology class, that was it. You know, there is nothing else, there's no means of following up on that unless someone, you know, managed on senior year to coax a faculty member to do an independent study or something like that. But there's nothing else at the university. So, you know, with my courses potentially disappearing, basically you have 1/3 of the material being covered at UVM on native, you know, native cultures. It's check my notes here. I was, you know, thinking in terms of the fact that also that I teach, have been teaching, you know, 2, 3, and 4 sections a semester is actually probably over half of the seats of students that are able to, you know, study, you know, native cultural material. You know, I was probably actually over half of what was available simply because of multiplied courses. So anyway, that's the current situation, and you know, it's pretty bleak. You know, it's like when you have something which is as underrepresented as it is in the first place here. It's you know, to just brutally chop something like that is really irresponsible, you know, in the curriculum. So anyway, I wanted to move on. That gives my sort of historical overview. You know, where we're at now. And I thought, you know what, with actually this sort of advertisement that I filmed last week, I said I was going to talk a little bit about contemporary fiction, and then a little bit about oral traditions, and we'll do the contemporary fiction, and if there's time, we'll say a couple things about oral tradition. But a couple general, you know, observations of, you know, what is the role of Native studies in a general sense. I sort of glibly, I think, said in the advertisement for this one out last week, that on an academic level, it's worth studying because it's there. You know, when you're thinking about intellectual integrity and so on, at least the you know, is having intellectual integrity means founding what you're doing on a sort of inductive investigation of whatever your field, you know, might be. And if you are leaving substantial things out of, you know, basically out of view, you're ending up with a sort of caricature of, it says cricature underneath, that's caricature, sorry. You end up with a caricature of the field. Like for instance, if you are studying the history of Southern New England, and you read lots of Puritan and Pilgrim documents, Jonathan Edwards, you know, and so on and so forth. But you don't do any work trying to fill in what was going on the Native side of things. You are not going to have a responsible history. You know, it's simply not possible. It's not there. That's one specific example, but you can multiply that in a lot of different areas. Including literature, and I think in recent times with literature, it's been the sort of sometimes difficult morph of moving from the idea of American literature as being Anglo-American literature, which with Survey of American Literature classes when I was an undergraduate at Connecticut College back in the 70s. That's what American literature was. So, that gives, a distorted picture of literature. Native writing goes back almost as long as contact. Most of the societies of North America tended to be organized around oral tradition, and so did not produce written texts such as we're accustomed to. But the but writing in English from letters, poems. First book by an American Indian is William Apes's autobiography, A Son of the Forest. It was the first full-length book published by a native writer. So the writing goes back. And if you are wanting a perspective, historical perspective, whether that's in specifically literary terms or more broadly, something like that, which narrates, finds out what was it like for William Apes, who was a Pequot Indian in early 19th century southeastern Connecticut. What was his perspective on the world? How did he see himself in a historical context? What were his phenomenal experiences? It gives a real, gives something that can't be replaced. So in that, I will come forward. I wanted to shift more specifically to fiction, but I think in a lot of ways between that, and I will mention oral traditions, but I don't want to sidetrack into a lot of the difficulties surrounding that. But as remembering is, we refer to Europe as the old world. But remember, from the American Indian perspective, North America is the old world. This is the old world. From a native perspective, Europe would be a new world. And I think that question of perspective is really, really important. And it's realizing that there's always more than one perspective on things, and if you sort of myopically zero in on one of them, you end up not giving a responsible picture of things. Now, modern and contemporary fiction, which is what the course that I'm teaching this semester, the American Indian novel. A lot of things which come up. One of the difficulties in the more socio-political level has been really the very strong lack of voice for a long period of time, the lack of voice that Native people have in determining their own lives and actually dealing with things and actually even representing themselves. And certainly coming into the 1960s period, which is was a big moment in literature. It's when the Kiowa writer N. Scott Momaday published his novel Housemaid of Dawn in 1968. And it actually won the Pulitzer Prize. So the most coveted award in American literary fiction was won by an American Indian writer. Coming at the time when there was increased visibility due to, there's the AIM post-civil rights period, the expanding media did enable increased visibility for contemporary natives. But probably the effect of N. Scott Momaday winning the Pulitzer Prize was that suddenly you have a lot of talented, potentially talented writers who 30 years earlier would have been, oh, well, I have no chance of ever getting published. That's something that white people do. With N. Scott Momaday, and suddenly I think the ping is like, oh, wow, hey, maybe I could do this too. And through the 70s and the 80s, you have James Welch, the Blackfeet writer, Leslie Marmon Silko from Laguna Pueblo, Louisa Erdrich, the Chippewa writer, beginning to publish in the 80s, and a whole wellspring. I will take until the end of time if I started listing names. So there's been a vast increase, although it's not new. At the moment, but before the 1960s, the way I put it to my class is that there are 8 novels by Native writers that actually deal with Native subjects. And there's an additional 5 novels which are by Native writers, but don't actually directly engage Native subject matter. Which means I could do an entire course and read every novel that was written by an American Indian dealing with American Indian issues, you know, one semester. So anyway. But so what does fiction do? One of the things, you know, with given the lack of voices, it foregrounds Native voices. I think that is the most important thing. And it emphasizes with contemporary writers, Native voices as vital and contemporary, not relics of a vanishing people. And again, there's that myth of the vanishing red man, which was very pervasive through the 19th century into a large portion of the 20th century. Would render, like myself as a small child, in 1972, I remember hearing there was a bunch of demonstrations up in Maine by the Penobscots. And I remember, you know, I was 12 years old and I was like, what? You know, my image of Indians was built from F Troop, John Wayne, Westerns, the guy who, Ed Ames, who helped Daniel Boone against the bad Indians. You know, that was sort of my grid, and for a lot of people that was the case. So actually presenting Native people as contemporary people is a major, you know, one thing that's very important about actually reading Native fiction. Fiction can engage both contemporary realities and historical realities from Native perspectives. And again, that perspective has been something which has grown a lot over the last few decades. But if you scroll back much further than that, was something that was almost always, you know, lacking, at least in what were considered primary texts. And I would add that in working through the mode of fiction, medium of fiction, you know, there's an emphasis on an experiential, you know, show, don't tell approach. And that part of it is sort of unique to English and unique to literature. You know, and it's like if you jump to, you know, the difference between taking a medieval history class versus taking like my course on the Arthurian legends, where you actually read what was written by poets, you know, back in the Middle Ages about King Arthur. Different, you know, different emphasis, and very, very much, you know, mutually complementary. But I thought here, I thought I would take a couple of things in terms of perspective, but I had a couple of specific examples that I thought I might use. First here, and I thought I would just read the opening 2 paragraphs of this book. James Welch, who passed away in 2003. You can see that, there we go. Fool's Crow. By James Welch, which was a monster historical novel focused on that period in time between the late 1860s, 1870, when the Blackfeet Indians were being overrun, basically having their liveways completely obliterated. The earlier parts of the book provides Welch with an ability to develop a picture of the traditional culture itself. Which in terms of broad perspective is fascinating because it reverses the stereotypical Western. In the stereotypical Western, if you've ever watched them, you will always have the, you know, the wagon train, the bold pioneers, you know, wandering, you know, onto the plains. And then on the dark periphery, you will get, you know, suddenly the spearheads or something. And then suddenly it's like, oh, the Indians. So the Indians are like this sort of dark force on the periphery that assumes meaning only insofar as they're a threat to the pioneers. What Welch does is it turns it around, is suddenly it's focusing on the Blackfeet, the Pekuni, as he calls it, community, where we see, you know, all basic human things, you know, mommies and daddies and kids and aunts and, you know, marital problems and all sorts of things. So it establishes what had been on the periphery as, in fact, a group of human beings. And what becomes fascinating is that the encroaching army, the emissaries of of Washington, D.C. fundamentally, they become the sort of dark threat that's on the periphery. So that's something you can do in fiction. It's sort of, the way Welsh does that, and additional things he does, and I thought I just might read just a couple of the opening couple of paragraphs here, is one of the things he does with language and names. It reads, now that the weather had changed, the moon of falling leaves turned white in the blackening sky, and White Man's dog was restless. He chewed the stick of dry meat and watched Coldmaker gather his forces. The black clouds moved in the north in circles, their dance a slow, deliberate fury. It was almost night, and he looked back down into the flats along the Two Medicine River. The lodges of the Lone Eaters were illuminated by cooking fires within. It was that time of evening when even the dogs rest and the horses graze undisturbed along the grassy banks. White Man's dog raised his eyes to the west and followed the backbone of the world from south to north until he could pick out Chief Mountain. It stood a little apart from the other mountains, not as tall as some, but strong, its square granite face a landmark to all who passed. But it was more than a landmark to the Pecunis, Canas, and Siksicas, the three tribes of the Blackfeet, for it was on top of Chief Mountain that the Blackhorn skull pillows of the great warriors still lay. On these skulls, Eagle Head and Iron Breast had dreamed their visions in the long ago, and the animal helpers had made them strong in spirit and fortunate in war. Now, there's a number of things. Some of the things he's doing, again, to reorient perspective. Some of it is in language, it's with names. When he refers to the backbone of the world, first readers among most of us would, that would sound, is that the Misty Mountains in the Lord of the Rings or something like that? No, the backbone of the world is the Northern Rocky Mountains. But what he's doing with language and names is sort of reorienting the reader so that you are seeing things in the terms that the native people, would have seen them. The Blackfeet did not see the Rocky Mountains; they saw the backbone of the world. And further things, I think, running through the novel, which Welsh does with language, which can sometimes pose some difficulties for my students, I have found over the years, but he tends to, like, for instance, look at animals, and he won't give the English name of an animal, Wolverine. He will give a translation of the Blackfeet term into English. So where you have Wolverine becomes skunk bear. But so there's a very thorough move with language there to sort of reshape one's perspective. And so what I want to do now is take another 10 minutes. I think I will actually probably end up not doing the oral traditions. I did want to look at one other example. That is James Welch's Fool's Crow, which is, again, is a historical novel. Like most other writers, most creative writers will tend much more often to be writing about their own framework of experience. That was James Welch writing about his ancestors of 100 years earlier and actually relying on documents and stories told to fill in. What I wanted to look at now is actually a passage from Eden Robinson's Monkey Beach to give this more of a specific contemporary grounding. Eden Robinson is Haisla. The Haisla Nation is a coastal British Columbia people, and very isolated area. Eden Robinson's actually visited twice here a while ago. It was actually a wonderful experience having her come in to talk to my classes. The focus of Monkey Beach is on this, girl, Lisa, Lisa Hill. It's sort of a coming of age story in a lot of ways, with a lot of other dimensions to it. But what I'm going to read to you, this is a passage which takes place in the middle of the book. It's fairly self-contained, where Lisa has gone from Kitimat Village, which is where she grows up, which is very isolated and is the Haisla Reserve, center of the Haisla Reserve. And she goes to the big town, which is about 30, 40 miles away, called Terrace, with very, obviously some lacks of judgment here. And this is a scene which happens there. She's on the street in Terrace, and she suddenly sees her cousin. I was wondering what I should do when I saw Erica. I froze. Then decided it might be good to have a spat and get it out of my system. They were sort of fighting with each other. But she was walking with her head down and didn't see me as she went by. I noticed a car following her. A young white guy stuck his head out of the passenger side of the car and invited her in. They'd show her a good time. All three guys in the car were wearing black baseball caps and sunglasses, even though it was cloudy. I couldn't tell what color their hair was, and there was mud all over their license plates. One of them had a black mustache, but it was obviously fake. Erica turned on her heel and walked back towards me. They pulled a U-turn and the driver called out that he'd teach her how to fuck a white man. Yeah, I yelled out. With what, you dickless wonder? The car stopped 10 feet away from me. Hey, looky, looky, we got a feisty little squaw on our hands, the driver said. Looky, looky, I said, the dickless wonder can speak. I thought guys like you just grunted. You fucking watch your mouth, cunt. Yeah, you're so brave with a girl, aren't you, asswipe? Can't stand up to someone your own size, can you? Cowards like you got to pick on girls to feel like men. Bitch, he said, you're begging for it. He opened his door and got out. It was about that time that I realized Erica had buggered off. Everyone else on the street was ignoring us. He came up to me and stared down. Yeah, show me what a man you are, dickless. Come on, we'll see how much of a man you are when they stick you in prison for assault and battery. You remember this when they're getting it. You remember this when you're getting it up your flat ass. We'll see who's the bitch then, won't we? Then the click of the car doors as the other guys got out of the car. Now we're going to teach you a lesson, the driver said. Just grab her, the other guy said. He reached down, but stopped and stared at something behind me. I skipped back. Son, a deep voice boomed, you get in your car and you drive away. I'll stop there. And I think this is a way that fiction can engage contemporary issues. Now, in the context of the fiction, we're seeing this mouthy Haisla teenager calling out some, I don't know, whether they're Proud Boys types or something like that. In the context of the novel, it's actually comic, that juxtaposition of this sort of unfiltered assault, verbal assault coming from Lisa, against these guys here. But as you know, comedy everywhere is always built on the possibility of tragedy. The only reason the passage is funny is because she gets away with it. Because there was a guy who came out of the store behind and said, you guys, bug off. Leave her alone. But the connection, here to broader concerns is pivoting to the world outside of the fiction. The basic scenario is starkly realistic. All over both the United States and Canada, there are lots of places where rape and sexual harassment of Native women is casual, basically given carte blanche. There is no enforced accountability, although this is where you found Lisa saying, oh, they'll throw you in jail. I didn't read further on. He says, no, they won't get thrown in jail. So then you can move on to broad issues like, high rates of abduction of Native women, which is, is a, virtual, I hate to use the term pandemic right now, but there you go. Is something which plagues, Native communities throughout North America. So coming back to this, in the role of fiction, you can find the writer is able to, this is what I would call show, don't tell. We're getting a scene that is, in fact, starkly realistic in relation to other experience. Pressed into the story, it's able to find this really, I think, powerful line of it's funny, but only because she gets away with it. And actually, even then, it's not really funny. It's in terms of the way Eden Robinson writes it. It's sort of it's dark humor, but it's it's a unique example, and I think this is something which fiction is able to do, is where you have a writer is playing with things, where you can arrange things, and novels are put together. Partly, the conscious mind is at work, but also the unconscious mind, is at work. And what comes out of that, you do get a bona fide perspective, you get a bona fide voice. And I think in the instance of the passage that I just read, a point is made without, lecturing about it. It's showed. So anyway, so that's a couple. I could, have other examples in that, but I wanted to bring a couple of those in just to sort of give a little bit of a taste of stuff. And I have I believe about 7 or 8 more minutes. I thought I might say 1 or 2 really quick things about oral tradition. And then I might give like 5 minutes if anybody has any questions here. But the underline, and it's sort of the quick Cliff's Notes version with oral traditions. What I've called in American literature is, like, in a way, the narratives which have been culled from oral traditions are what we might call the ancient literature of the Americas. This is the Greco-Roman classics. This is the Bible. This is fun stories by Boccaccio. The range of oral tradition and narrative is vast. There are things ranging from sacred stories, and there's other stories which are simply there to entertain, everywhere in between. So it's a very complex issue, and it's made difficult. I found, teaching it, although my original draw and reading back in the 80s with American literature was oral traditions, because I'm interested in epics and things like that. But there are issues because you are jumping from an oral context to a written context. We are getting the sort of late descendants. Once something is written down, we may know that this story has been around for hundreds and hundreds or thousands of years in roughly an identifiable form. But what we get when we read something is a sort of freeze frame. You get one person's telling of the story on one particular incident, and that's it. And then plus you're having it translated from the native language to English. And it's important to remember, is what came up a couple of times today, is language is culture. This is why, for instance, a native scholars language would be actually really invaluable at UVM. I understand some conceptual things. I know that most native languages are structured around verbs, for instance, rather than nouns, which implies a very different sort of thought process. But the stories from oral tradition, leaving all those difficulties out, this is the antiquity. This is the antiquity of the Americas. In North America, we don't have written texts, although there's some stuff in Mexico and Yucatan and Guatemala, among the Mayan and descendants of the Toltec Aztec complex that did produce old texts, although unfortunately the Spaniards destroyed large portions of the written material there. But in North America, it's been an oral. And basically, if you want for instance, with Greek culture, you would go back to Homer. For England, you go back to the legends of King Arthur or Beowulf. In Scandinavia, you go back to the Eddas and the sagas and stories of Sigurd the Volsung and so on. We have, this area of the country has the same spread of material. And my belief is that American literature surveys should always start first off immediately with oral traditions, because that's what was here. Anyway, I thought I would leave. That's brief. I wanted to say more about oral traditions, but I'm coming down to, I think, about 4 minutes left, and I wanted to leave a little bit of space in case anybody had any questions. But thanks for my ramble here. But any questions?
Thank you, Professor Williamson. So while I'm waiting to see if we get any questions posted in the chat, I just want to read out some comments that have been posted over the past 45 minutes or so. So we have Mallory McFarland noting that removing areas of Native American studies, such as American Indian literature, from the curriculum is a continuation of Native people being erased and oppressed, a huge failing of UVM, and Professor Shea writing that it seems like the least that a land-grant institution could do is at least support the teaching of the literature of the peoples from whom the land to create the university was taken. And so with that in mind, and I will also say that there's a lot of pain being expressed in the chat too, from people, from people majoring and minoring in English, strong attachment to the department, hate to see how it's being gutted, including with the threat of your removal. So I guess, two things to think about is like, what is specifically important for the University of Vermont to honor Native American studies and Native American literature, and then related to that, for those who are feeling a great deal of pain over these cuts, in your long history at UVM, how have you seen the campus fight back? And what is it that might be possible for students, faculty, and staff to do, given the history of fight back on this campus?
Well, the one way the first way of fighting back is actually having the material taught, is actually having it represented in the curriculum. What Mallory said was all absolutely true. It's what you have as you end up with the university as a sort of microcosm of the broader culture, which is doing the same sort of marginalization as elsewhere, although with a reputation that somehow you're not doing that. What can be done, I think, is actually sort of representation in the curriculum. It's also, petition administrators, trustees, that, this isn't like some quaint, little, side, interest, but this is at the heart of, whether it's whatever discipline you're in of American history, of American literature, what have you, and it's corollary to what emerges from the ancient world across the ocean. So I think that the main thing is actually is supporting that and actually making a point, petitioning, writing, speaking up, and I think is the last thing is the courses are always full. I realize that in the days of structural deficits is somehow that doesn't mean whatever, but that was a little bit of a meandering answer to the question, but hopefully I partly spoke to it. But,
thank you. And there is a question in the chat from Stephen McGurl. Do you think there is any explanation for the way that we as a university want to appear that we are moving towards advocacy for Indigenous groups and yet continue to gut actual programs that do so?
Well, some of it is the nature of PR. I think that there is here at UVM, I have noticed that there's a lot of emphasis on advertising things, and that takes the place of doing them, apparently. You know, for instance, I'm one of the things that comes back to me is you all know that there was the branding consultant that was paid $1.5 million 3-4 years back. And I think one of the things, I haven't actually tracked this, but they appeared at about the same time that was going on. So, you know, you've probably all noticed there are these little flags attached to, you know, the lampposts around campus and so on. And there's one of them that says, "A worldview with a great view." And I've been thinking of that constantly over the last, you know, month and a half now, or 2 months, whatever it's been. You know, it's like a worldview with a great view. While we cut Caribbean studies, while we cut, you know, 1/3 of the American Indian literature stuff, you know, we're just lambasting things. We're going to get rid of classics, you know, and so on and so forth. And it's fit to pay, you know, $1.5 million, and I'm again presuming that these flags were the product of their fine work. You know, is willing to pay that amount of money for a branding consultant. But then when it comes, it's a sort of myopia and blindness, and you know, sort of set in, you know, our way, it's our way or the highway kind of thing, which is what we're looking at. So I think a lot of it is just that sort of disconnection. You know, between you know, advertising something doesn't do it. You know, it's to use that, you know, horribly overworked phrase, you know, if you're going to, you know, you can't just talk the talk, you need to walk the walk kind of thing. And, you know, it's not cosmetic, you know, it's something that should have some substance. And I think that is one of the problems with the sort of administration now, is that you know, they feel like the content and the substance of what the university is there for is not something that particularly interests them. Yeah. So that, I think, is going back. I think that there is that divide, and I think that translates into a lot of the distinctions that have been made earlier in the talks today. Yeah, so
thank you so much, Professor Williams. And I just want to follow up on that to say that it was $1.6 million that UVM paid to the branding consultant, and they are indeed responsible for those flags that are hanging from the lamppost that have slogans that range from the complete innocuous. One is doing all things with purpose. Well, what university doesn't do things with purpose?
You can do bad things with purpose too.
Yeah, exactly. And then also the worldview with a great view and an academic ecosystem. Those are the two things that we need to, you know, seize upon and say, you know, look, the ecosystem you're creating here is toxic. One of the final questions was about what it is that students can do to advocate on the importance of these departments and programs and positions. And I want to make sure that everybody knows that at 4:30 p.m., our final closing session will be specifically devoted to what it is that we can do to bind together to fight back. And since this is an English department session, I'll, you know, just end with Shelley's lines from the poem, The Mask of Anarchy. We are many, they are few. And that, you know, we have 131 overpaid executives, but there are many, many more of us. And let's bind together and make sure that Professor Williamson is a continuing part of UVM along with American Indian literature. So thank you, Professor Williamson. And our next—
Well, thank you so much for having me on. That was nice.
Sure. And our next class will start at 2:30.
Hi, Nancy.
Hello. I am going to turn over moderation duties to Professor Megan Emery, who will introduce the panel and our panelists.
Well, fabulous. And I want to thank everyone who's spoken thus far. It's been a really incredible lineup of speakers, both faculty and students. And here I have several students with me. I have Emily Nivens, Lindsay Stinson, Maggie Hirschberg, Chris Brown, Eden Harari, and I think that's everybody, right? Okay. Well, what I wanted to do was to really let this be a conversation and really focusing on the students. So I'd like for perhaps Eden, since I see you here, if you could start just by, introducing yourself and giving us perhaps in 2 to 3 sentences some highlights about your studies here in the liberal arts.
And just a quick note that Jacob September is also with us.
He is. Thank you. I just didn't see him. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, hi. So I'm Eden. I'm a secondary education English major. So essentially, I consider myself an English major, although I'm in the College of Education and Social Services, which is why I was happy to be a part of this day, which is so important because the College of Arts and Sciences has been so important to me, and all of my English classes have been some of the most meaningful classes I've taken at UVM. I've really been able to dive deep into my English education and get so much out of it. And I think that's kind of like beyond English, all the classes in the College of Arts and Sciences, like really dive into who we are as people, more so than like, I'm not going to say one subject's better than another or anything like that, but the humanities are so important to discovering who we are as people, and I think that's why it's so important.
Thank you, Eden. Chris, if you would just give us a couple sentences about yourself, but also about the place that the liberal arts have had in your academic career.
Well, I started out as a forestry major my freshman year. I became a double minor very quickly in both Spanish and history, which I never regretted. It's been probably the best decision. Since then, I've made Spanish my second major. And I think similar to what Eden said, it's been very enriching. Like, if science is what makes my future career possible, Spanish and history is just what makes life worth living. It's opened up a lot of doors for me and a lot of new people, and I couldn't have done that otherwise. So.
Thank you. We will circle back to that idea most definitely. Maggie, would you please do the same?
Hi everyone, I'm Maggie. I'm a 4th year student in the College of Arts and Sciences, and I'm double majoring in environmental studies and German. And environmental studies is a pretty big major at UVM. I think they could also be considered liberal arts, and certainly the way that I've designed my path to learn more about different cultures and different perspectives across the world. But the German major is really small and just has a wonderful community feel, which is super important to me. And they've really been the best part about my time at UVM.
Excellent. And Emily.
Hi, I'm Emily Nivens, and I'm a senior at UVM, and I'm pursuing a degree as a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration, and I concentrate in marketing, and my theme is in global business, and that ties into obviously my learning a second language. I minor in French as well as art history here, so and I do so because I highly value the ability to not just speak a second language, but to understand the context of art and history within being a global citizen and the human condition. And that ties in very closely to business, especially with my theme as global business. So thank you.
Excellent. And Lindsay.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Stinson. I am also a senior. I'm studying chemistry, and some may know that Germany, and I've been taking many German classes since my freshman year. So my German education has been very important, as well as my chemistry education. So Germany is home to many massive chemical companies such as Bayer and BASF and Merck. So for me, German has been a very good way to open networking opportunities, like working in Germany, for example. And chemistry in German is also very intertwined. And so much literature in chemistry research has been in German historically that a decade ago, I'm pretty sure, UVM used to require their chemistry students to also study German because German is so important to chemistry. So being able to take German classes at an advanced level at UVM has definitely been enriching to my chemistry education.
We have an impressive group here of students, and we have an alum. Jacob, please introduce yourself and tell us about how you included the liberal arts in your education.
Yeah, so I was an electrical engineering graduate in 2018, and among other minors, I had a theater minor, which is obviously in the College of Arts and Sciences. And even beyond that, I made an effort to take more courses outside of STEMs to broaden my horizons and just to take more advantage of the opportunity that I had at UVM to learn things that weren't necessarily, straight engineering and math. And I took Latin all through high school. And so I wanted to take some Latin when I got to UVM just to continue that. So that was part of the reason that I wanted to come to UVM, was because of the Latin program. I came to Latin Day and just the focus on liberal arts in general.
All right. Well, welcome to all. This is the first time I meet you, so it's wonderful to meet you. And I wanted to circle back to what Chris was getting at, and you've all touched upon, which are the opportunities that studying the liberal arts has given to you. Chris, you were talking about having, the opportunity to meet different people that you wouldn't be able to meet otherwise. And it sounds like many of you have similar experiences. So I just love to have an open conversation where you speak between yourselves. No need to wait for me to prompt you. Just have a conversation. Anybody want to jump in? Great, Chris, go.
Yeah, well, I don't know about anybody else, but I see a lot of you have taken up second languages. So I don't know if you feel this, but with my first major, I've actually been able to do a lot of stuff in my second language for my first major. Like, I've looked at forest erosion reports in Spanish from Argentina a couple times. I've looked up different environmental issues, and I think I can, that are very applicable in our country. And it'd be great to corroborate and work down there someday. I don't know if you guys are thinking about that. I heard, I can't remember who, but they said that chemistry, they're going to be going over to Germany probably. So that makes sense.
Yeah, study abroad is definitely an opportunity.
So I also wanted to add on that, and I hope this is valuable, but I've been currently going through the process of getting a job, and the fact that I speak German and I put that on my resume has really helped differentiate myself from other candidates. And I've been frequently asked about that, and that's definitely something that helps me stand out. And for larger companies especially, there's many opportunities for business in Germany, and having someone on a team who speaks German but also specializes in science or technology or something else, I think is very helpful.
Emily, you must have something to say about that, I would think.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really big thing that employers or even professors note that they really value, that you speak a different language. Many professors in the Grossman School of Business, English is not their first or even second language. So it's really valuable to have not only the understanding that you value speaking a different language, but also there's a lot of cultural benefits of that, and being able to work in teams and groups and on projects that may be taking place any part in the world is really important to all businesses.
And you talked about small classes too as a plus. I know Maggie talked about that. And maybe we could jump on that also as an opportunity. We learn different skills in small classes, oftentimes, as opposed to the large lecture.
Absolutely, yeah. And we get to again, what I think Chris said about working with people in different colleges is really interesting, because even in my business classes, some of them are business minors, but most of them aren't. So to work with students in any type of college has been really beneficial as well.
Yeah, and as an environmental studies major, I've taken a number of classes in the Rubenstein School and CALS. And I've loved all of those classes, but it's really, a lot of them have tended to be larger. I might not know the professors as well, but German has helped with like the getting to know my professors really well. Even as a freshman, I already had a good connection with a lot of my classmates, my professors. And then I think someone was mentioning, anyway, I think that was Emily, but just intercultural competency, like being able to relate to someone who's not an American or who doesn't speak English as their first language, like being able to see the world, I guess, from a different perspective, that is so valuable.
Yeah, I would say going along with the smaller class sizes and just in generally the format of classes compared to a STEM course, even when you get in the higher levels of electrical engineering, the classes are very small, but it's still a lecture class. You sit there and you copy notes and the teacher tells you what you learn and you learn it, compared to a Latin class where you bring in your translation and you discuss it and you talk about, well, why was this translated like that? And could it have meant something else? What are the nuances there that I think is really important to get a more spread in terms of educational styles, and that's really something that was helpful to me for going on and seeing more of this can be learned this way or could be learned that way, and then just having the practice of writing essays that you don't do as much in engineering. You write reports, but writing essays and really discussing a topic and then coming to class and discussing it more with your peers and with the professor was really nice.
Yeah, we have 2 English majors here, or I think that's something that English is really renowned for, right? Getting into the nitty gritty, reading between the lines, in addition to the foreign languages. Something that Chris or Eden, you want to add?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, one part of English classes that I love is like the way that it's so student driven and discussion based. So we're really like creating our own learning by having these open discussions, and we're learning to respect other people's opinions and like see that there are different perspectives and like all these critical skills that we're able to learn through reading literature that can help us beyond what you might do with an English degree has been really amazing.
I'd like to, sorry, go ahead, Chris. No, you go.
Yeah, going off that, I mean, I could say I'd gotten a lot of similar things just out of history. I've definitely gotten into a bit of the social skills, but something else that I think anybody who's taken an English class might also see is just the ability to closely read a text and pick out the subcontext, just the little things that you might miss. It's just gives you the ability to be more patient, take things in stride, and make longer memory connections. It's not like in where you see it in a lot, I feel like science are very rigid, logical classes. You can spread everything out and you can make a puzzle piece fit. But with some things, you just have to slowly like tease it apart, pick out one strand from this and that, and then weave it together again. And then that's something I feel like I only get when I'm reading, when I'm talking about it, when I'm discussing with other people. And I think I don't usually get that in my forestry classes, although they are small. So I got that benefit.
And what would you have missed if you hadn't had these classes? I think that's an important question too. Sometimes just looking at it, from the flip side, we see some things.
Well, with my German studies, I was able to study abroad in Germany last year and actually do a program in environmental studies. The program itself was in English, but just because I had the grasp of the language of the country that I was in, I was just able to have a much more meaningful time there. And a lot of the world does speak English, but it is really, I think it's really important if you go to a country to also not just speak English. It's a bit of not ethnocentric, but like, I feel like in the US, sometimes we're like, English is everything, but it's not. And there's so much more respect that comes from learning another language and being able to communicate with someone in a language that's not your own native one, and just having that connection there.
Nice. And when you look ahead, I know, Eden, you said that English is really what you do, even though you're an education major. How do you see this carrying forward? And obviously you've had some good teachers, I would assume, that you would like to emulate as you move forward.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like being in my last semester of senior year, it's really hard to say what I'm going to be doing moving forward. But, you know, like the things I've learned through my English classes will definitely like come with me in whatever it is that I do. Whether that's just like learning how to look in my own mind for the answers and know that like they are within me. I think that's one really useful skill that I've come to learn. Yeah, there's a professor to guide you and facilitate your learning, but that learning ultimately comes from like a space of collaboration and creativity and passion, you know, like not everyone's going to love every single class they're in, but within every class you can find something you're passionate about. And I think that's really where all the learning happens, when you find that really niche space and are able to kind of work through that lens. So I'm going to take a lot forward with me because of all of the classes I've taken in the College of Arts and Sciences.
Jacob, you even talked about how a music class has been a benefit to you in your current position as an air traffic controller.
Not necessarily, but I for a while I was a sound engineer at the Radio Bean downtown, and I took a course in the music department with Zach Williamson about live sound reinforcement, which is, you know, it's more technical and it tied in more with my theater minor than, you know, with Latin, but it's just another example of benefits that the College of Arts and Sciences can offer to students that have, you know, noticeable and direct impacts in job prospects and career prospects. And it was a really fun class. Again, there were 20 or so people in there, and just being able to talk about sound and, you know, what happens and discuss things with other students was a really fun time and helpful.
So for your rounded life, not just for what you do to make a living. Yeah, and I wanted to get back a little bit to Lindsay and about the job prospects you have. Is this with, you know, perhaps some pharmaceutical companies or biochemistry companies that you'll be working with, you know, multinational companies?
Yeah, so the first company that asked me about it is a large like healthcare technology company, and they have a German translation team. And they said that that's something I can get involved in to help service German customers. And I've also been interviewing with some larger pharmaceutical companies. And like BASF has the North American headquarters in my hometown in New Jersey. And that's another large German company. So being able to say that I speak German has like really helped with that. So yeah, mainly pharmaceuticals and large companies like that.
That's really what I love is that this is such a diverse group. And I have to make a joke because I need an air traffic controller. Apparently, I have 4 people on computers, and we're all navigating to find a quiet spot in the house. I'm sorry if I had a little bit of background noise, but I think it's just a fantastic example of how the liberal arts has a lot of diverse applications, but also kind of something that brings you all together, which is the enrichment that it brought to your lives, both personally, but also I would say something that you can take into your future professional lives. And I don't know if your fondest memories at UVM, if you want to think about that a little bit.
Well, I mean, got a lot of memories at UVM. I'm sure everybody else here actually probably has more than me. So, but just thinking about today and the global situation, I remember last semester, one of the only reasons I did well at all and even stayed in the semester was just because I had one in-person history class about medieval mystics and heretics, really specific, but learning, and I'd never done anything like it too, but learning about like St. Francis, religion, learning all the stories, just made it worthwhile made it everything seem like it's going to be all right. Like people have been through this before. It's just a matter of time. So it keeps me alive, this stuff.
I have something similar to that too. Actually, in one of your classes, Megan, we had just begun reading The Plague by Albert Camus, and we started reading it before actually kind of all the COVID craziness has started. And it was such an interesting reflection on pretty much the exact same type of pandemic situation. And I actually had a bunch of my family members, I said, order this book, think about it, think about your situation now. And yeah, similarly, some of my other best memories at UVM are walking out of those types of classes where we've had a small group and we can discuss these really interesting topics relating to humanity. And it almost feels like travel, like you get the same sense of broadened scope and critical thinking and problem solving that you would, and just kind of the same type of feeling you would get if you were immersed in a new culture and you're traveling. It's like such an eye-opening, it feels the same to me.
Thank you, Emily. I appreciate that feedback.
I think one of the things that I liked best was making connections between different things and seeing various things that we studied in one course come up in another course. I remember we read Aristotle's Poetics in lighting class for my minor, and then a few years later I read it again as part of in a more theater history context, and in both cases thinking about how that connects to the classics and ancient Greece and history like that is just a really, it's cool the way things pop up that you wouldn't necessarily have thought of, or you wouldn't be made to think of without taking all of these classes that aren't just straight down the middle. This is my major, so I'm going to stay here. So I think it's really important to spread out your education like that too.
I'd say that I don't have one specific favorite moment that I'm going to share, but like overall, the liberal arts classes that I have taken, I'd say have allowed me to relate to the world around me in a new way. And with each class I take, I can feel myself growing as a person, and I'm able to like use the things I've learned in a previous class and apply it to my life directly. And throughout my college experience, because of the liberal arts, I have been able to, really open my mind up to new ideas, and there's been a complete shift in the way I view things around me, and that would not happen without these classes.
No pressure, Maggie, but if you have something to add, feel free.
Sure. So a few years ago, I took a class called German House. It was just a 1 credit. It's still around. It's called Experience German now. And it was basically with one professor and a really small group of students. And once a week in the afternoons, we get together and focus on some aspect of German culture. And probably my favorite memory was 1 week, it was around Christmas, so we went over to my professor's house. We made German and Austrian Christmas cookies, and that was just like such a personal connection to someone, to a professor. And I'm taking a class with this professor again this semester, and like it's just been amazing to like have both an academic interaction with someone, but then also get to know someone a little better. And I feel like if it were a larger program or maybe a more like science-y based program, I wouldn't have as much of that interaction or like a person-to-person connection.
And we are at time now, so I want to thank everybody for participating in this incredibly rich discussion. Our next class will start at 3 p.m. and we will have 2 geologists talking about what we learn about saving the environment and addressing environmental issues in Vermont through the study of geology. So please stay tuned for that. And thank you, Professor Emery and all of the students.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. Sorry, guys. I thought I was muted. I was telling my son to be quiet. I apologize.
Welcome. I'll take a moment to stop my screen share and so that the 2 of you can get your screen share going.
Thank you. Okay, hi everybody. My name is Keith Klepwise, and I'm a professor in the Geology department here at UVM. And I'm joined today by Dr. Laura Webb, who's also a geology professor. And we just want to start by thanking you all for coming. And we appreciate the opportunity to participate in the teach-in and tell you a little bit about the Geology department. So as you know, most of you know, we are one of those targeted for termination. So we thought what we do in our slot here is tell you a little bit about what geology is and why it matters both to people at UVM and also to the state of Vermont and elsewhere. And just before we get started, we are hoping to leave some room at the end of our time slot for some questions and answers. So hopefully that'll happen. Okay, so what is geology? So you'll see on the slide here, we got a little slideshow to illustrate some points. The best way we think about it is geology is at the center of earth science. And the primary goal of this discipline is to help human societies understand and solve some of our most pressing environmental problems. So for example, I've got some listed here on the left. They range from climate change, that's the big one, human health, tracking water, landslides, sea level rise, wildfires, pollution, and seismicity. There's a lot of these. And really, geology and earth science is at the forefront of trying to survive or help our species survive long term. Okay, so what we thought we'd do, and just by way of introduction, we thought we'd summarize 3 basic principles of earth science, just to get everybody on the same page. And we think these are basic principles that everybody should know about our planet. And so this slide shows the first one. And the principle really is that no matter which system you're interested in, so let's say you're a biologist and you're interested in the biosphere, the key point here is that all of these systems are regulated by interactions amongst all the spheres of the earth. So if you're interested in the biosphere, you still need to understand how it interacts with the solid earth, the land surface, the hydrosphere, the atmosphere. And you can't solve environmental problems without trying to understand those connections. That's really a fundamental truth about the way our planet works. So even if you don't really care about the solid earth or you don't think too much about it, it can directly affect your life through things like earthquakes, landslides, controlling where water comes from, and many other things. The second principle is that there is no such thing as a static environment. I think most people know that. And we just got a slide here that illustrates something most people have heard of, the carbon cycle. And this really is a global system, but it's also directly affected by what people do, both on a local scale and on a regional scale. So this diagram kind of illustrates that the carbon cycle is influenced by many spheres, from bedrock down deep to the oceans, to the surface and soils, to the atmospheres. And what people do can affect it on a local scale, kind of like which happens with farming, but also on a much larger scale, such as what happens with fossil fuel and industry emissions. And the goal here of earth science is to try to understand these impacts and the scales upon which they act so that we can solve problems. Now I have one other example. I really like to show this example in my classes because many people don't know about it. So let me just show you this slide. And I wonder how many people know that the number of earthquakes that occur in the United States, the vast majority of them now are created by humans. So if you look at this plot here on the right, you'll see there's several years at the bottom from 1975 to 2015. And on the vertical scale here is basically earthquake magnitude. So this plots all earthquakes that are greater than magnitude 3. And just for reference, magnitude 4 earthquake can ruin your house. A magnitude 7 can destroy a city. So these are significant events. In this red part here on the right, this uptick is since about 2009 or 10. And you can see that the frequency of earthquakes in the middle part of the continent is increasing exponentially. And most of these are created by humans. And the industries that are linked to these are through the exploration and extraction of hydrocarbons, gas, and other things as well. And this is really the last, well, actually, I want to illustrate this first by this slide. So I pulled this off the net. This is a short animation from the Geological Survey of Oklahoma. And I really like this because what they've done is they've showed the impact of these human-induced earthquakes on the state of Oklahoma and the upper part of Texas. And I'm just going to play it for you. It's about 25 seconds long. And it shows earthquakes from 2004 to 2016. So every time you hear something, that's an earthquake. All these pink dots are earthquakes. And I want you to notice how the frequency and magnitude is increasing. So that's about 2010 right there. Coming up on 2013. The last 3 years. Okay, so that illustrates the importance of understanding and looking at the effects humans have in our environment. And this is the last principal slide before we get to some examples of what we do in the department. And it's really that as scientists, it's our job to make measurements, make observations, and create theories and make predictions. And our students are really good at this. And we'll show you some examples in a moment. But I like this slide too because it's directly relevant to Vermont. So these are temperature changes for the state of Vermont going back to 1900. And you can see these fluctuations by year, through kind of seasonal fluctuations. And you can see that the trend is increasing. Now, our models predict that if we as a species are able to keep emissions under control, we may be able to increase along this green swath. This is our prediction based on observations. If we can't, and we allow it to continue to get out of control, this red swath is the trajectory we're headed for. And this could be catastrophic for not only the state of Vermont, but other places as well. And this is why it matters. And geology is part of understanding how this will affect us. So those are kind of three principles. And I thought what we do now, I'm going to turn over the speaking part to my colleague, Dr. Laura Webb. And we're going to show you some projects that we're doing at UVM. All of these involve students and faculty, and they're things that directly help us understand our environment. So Laura, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thanks, Keith. Well, greetings, Earthlings. We're zooming in here to planet Earth and our beautiful Green Mountain State. And this backdrop you see that's fading away and it'll come back. It's the 2011 state bedrock map for Vermont. And we're just zoomed into a portion of that right now in sort of the southern central part near Ludlow. But you can see all these colors and complicated patterns, and they all relate to different rock types with different mineralogies and different chemistries that are influenced by and record basically over 1 billion years of Earth's history, and continents colliding and oceans opening and closing again, and a hit and run by the African continent in the sort of most recent past before the Atlantic opened. And so you can see there's a strong sort of north-south pattern there that follows our Green Mountains and the Appalachians in general. And that really records this collisional history. And the rocks that are in the purple and magenta colors are rocks that record one of those ocean basins and the oceanic crust and mantle, and are particularly rich in the element magnesium. And now you can see this bottle of Johnson's baby powder plotted off to the side. So what's that doing there? Well, the two diamonds that are linked to that image happen to be two mines in southern Vermont that were at different times the main source of cosmetic talcum powders in the US from about 1970 to 2000. And these baby powders were used in cosmetics. Well, sorry, talcum powders were used in cosmetics and baby powders and in other things as well, industrially, but that the public could buy off the shelves and employ for their benefit. Well, keep it on the next slide, Keith. the reason I'm pointing this out is because this was litigated back in the 70s and 80s, but it's back again, that in the courtrooms of America today, there's thousands of lawsuits that are pending that relate to plaintiffs' claims that the talcum powders they used were tainted or contaminated with asbestos minerals, chrysotile or amphibole asbestos, and resulted in the plaintiffs developing mesothelioma or ovarian cancer. Next slide, please. So, you know, this is a claim. It needs to be evaluated, and it turns out that you need geologists to work on this problem. In this slide, we've got another version of a more simplified map of Vermont. And in this slide, the red colored rocks that I point to two with the arrows in the northern and most southernmost parts, again, are tied to rocks caught up in the Green Mountain and the Appalachian collisional origin that were once tied to an ocean basin that was basically squeezed and caught between colliding terrains during Vermont's geologic evolution. And in the southern part of the state, we've got those rocks that turned in through a metamorphic process into the mineral talc. So we started out with a magnesium-rich slice of the Earth's mantle, and it was cooked. So think of this petrology I'm talking about, a little bit like a recipe you might do in the kitchen. You've got some starting ingredients, and you're going to mix them in a certain order and then put them in the oven at, say, sea level atmospheric pressures and take them to temperature for some amount of time. So exactly what you do in your kitchen has a big influence of what comes out of the oven. Well, the same thing happens in geology. We start out with a magnesium-rich slice of the mantle, and in southern Vermont, we cooked it just right so that it became a cosmetic talcum powder. If you look to some of these similar parent rock types in the northern part of the state, those were turned into major chrysotile deposits that were mined for many years and eventually shut down. This is the Belvedere Mountain area, and became issues related to health studies and the potential forming of a Superfund site there that the citizens ultimately decided they didn't want. But the difference between a chrysotile asbestos deposit that can have major implications related to lung health, mesothelioma or lung cancer, depending, really relates to how that differs from cosmetic talc. Again, relates to this geologic history that it takes a geologist to evaluate. Next slide. So what I kind of want to emphasize, I guess, is that geology is really more like a forensic science in some ways. We're teaching our students to solve really complex problems, and often with very incomplete, partial information. So, when we think about not being able to have courses where we take students out into the field, that's a little bit like asking a detective to solve a mystery without going to the crime scene, So our students are really being trained to integrate observations over a broad range of scales, from plate tectonic, hundreds of kilometer scales, down to the scale of the map of the state of Vermont that's shown there. And then we're zooming in, the image on the bottom right shows a petrographic microscope image. There's a little yellow scale bar on the image that's basically a millimeter in length. And in there we can see the details of the minerals and textures that would tell us about, say, whether or not there are asbestos or asbestiform minerals in these rocks. And these kinds of questions have really huge implications. Again, if you think about the Appalachian Mountains and over 100 miles kind of north to south along strike in Vermont, in some places we have asbestos, and in other places we have these nice talc deposits. There might be variation in between. And over this terrain, we've got miles and miles of dirt roads kicking up dust. We've got all sorts of agriculture in our state with these agricultural soils. that have received sediments from these mountains, including these magnesium-rich rocks that are eroding. And so what may seem like sometimes esoteric or very specific questions related to a subset of the population, and when you really start diving into it, these are things we all need to think about: dusts and human health, and they're linked directly to the hard rock geology under our feet. So again, our students are really integrating different scales of observation. They're integrating principles of physics, chemistry, and biology. And they're also having to think in 4 dimensions, that is in the 3 dimensions of space and the 4th dimension of deep geologic time. Thanks. Back to you, Keith.
Thanks, Laura. That's such an important example of how geology impacts people's health and also how it's connected to all the other sciences. So I have a few other examples that Laura and I put together just to illustrate what our students are doing. And there's another really strong program we have in the geology department that looks at landscape change. And this is directly relevant to many things happening in the Burlington area, for example. So if you look on that left side, that picture on the left, you can see a crack below those 2 cars. So that's a stress fracture that formed in May of 2019. And later that same year, it's called the Halloween landslide. On October 31st, there was a giant landslide on Riverside Ave that was basically caused by heavy rains, unstable soils, but also the way in which parking lots were constructed and the heavy rubble used to make them. And geology students are directly involved in trying to assess those impacts and mitigate hazards. Here's another one that's very recent. You might know about the Waterbury Reservoir just down the road from Burlington. This is a really great place. It's rich ecologically. It's a wonderful recreational resource. It's got 2 state parks bordering it, and upwards of about 70,000 Vermonters and out-of-staters visit each year. It's got a little hydroelectric dam, and it was originally constructed to help the surrounding towns deal with floodwaters. And what happened was in 2019, there was a large landslide just upstream from the reservoir in a place called Cotton Brook. You can go visit it. It's in a state park. And this is a photo of the landslide. And you can see on the left there, a circle is right above the Waterbury Reservoir. And what that did is it flushed all of this sediment, mostly glacial till, into the brook where it washed downstream, and it created large mud flows. And it wasn't just a single one-time event. This continued throughout last year. We've been assessing that with some UVM students. Now I have just one more little animation here that illustrates the effects of these mud flows. You might say, well, you know, this happened deep in the mountains. How is it going to affect local populations? Well, let me show you. So let me just show you this little animation. It's 10 seconds, and it shows you the before and after. Can you see that delta, that sediment delta that is highlighted in colors? That is recent. We took these drone images in, let's see, I think it was July of this year. And it shows that the sediment is rushing into the reservoir and cutting it off. It's polluting, it's affecting the biota, and it's filling the reservoir up with sediment. And I really want to emphasize this. This is a photograph of my colleague, Dr. Stephen Wright. Stephen is the best teacher in our department, arguably. He's got 30 years of experience. Every year, he brings hordes of students, mostly undergraduate, with some graduate students. We have a healthy graduate program to do mapping. And this is a map he produced recently of this landslide. There's a landslide on the left, and that big yellow thing is the new sediment delta. And all these yellow dots are places he and his students mapped. And the reason I mentioned Stephen in particular is not only is he such a great teacher and researcher, he is also the first casualty of our department. He was let go last month, not because of anything he did, but simply because he was the most vulnerable. And we feel really sad about this, and we're upset about it, and we hope there will be a mechanism to bring Stephen back because he is such an important part of our department. Here's another project students at UVM in the geology department are involved with. This is a project from Rutland. And you might know about the Vermont water crisis, but there's lots of nasty chemicals in our drinking water. And recently in wells below the airport, these chemicals were discovered. And let me just show you a picture of Rutland Airport. There it is. And all those dots are drinking water wells. And you can see the population surrounding that. In the shaded area with that red splotch is an underground bedrock plume of contaminated water. And it's heading right towards the Miller River. And this is not something you can see at the surface. This is deep below ground. You need geological techniques and mapping and chemistry and biology to figure this out. So we've launched a major project to try to understand this. And Kate Sylvia is one of our undergraduates working towards this. And it's a wonderful project. Just a couple more examples before we finish up here. This is one last year. We developed a new partnership with the Jackson State University in Mississippi, and it's centered on pollution in drinking water. And it's related to the ongoing water crisis in Flint, Michigan. And it's also related to Burlington's effort to remove lead from some of its older houses. And lead in particular is really important because it allows us not only to address scientific issues, but also environmental injustice issues and racial inequality issues as well. So that's an important aspect of what we do. Some of our professors are Emmy winners. Dr. Julia Pedriol and Andrew Schroff won an Emmy for some of their work on water. And they contributed to a statewide conversation on how all Vermonters can help save our waters. It's a really important effort that's continuing as part of geology. So let me just finish up here by saying that we have kind of some takeaway messages. We really think that we need to preserve earth science at UVM in a way that allows us to support our land grant mission, to serve the state of Vermont, and to train students to meet the needs of not only Vermonters, but the rest of the country and the planet. We are integral to that mission. To meet these demands, we need healthy research and scholarship programs. It's not just about teaching. Research and scholarship feeds into our teaching programs by involving UVM students. And we really need an ability to go beyond just the superficial introductory classes and to get to some more substantial things. So I want to thank everybody for listening and allowing us to contribute. And I think I'm going to stop there. And I think we have a couple minutes and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
So thank you very much for this fascinating presentation. And while I'm waiting to see if we can get a question or two into the chat, and I encourage people to do that, I just wanted to point out how struck I was when you characterized what it is that you do in geology, teaching students to solve complex problems with incomplete information, and it's drawing together, you know, all of the physical sciences, so physics and chemistry and biology. And so I guess a question that, and this completely cuts against the stereotype of the sciences, that it's rigid, it has right answers, and so forth. But I'm wondering what happens to the sciences and to environmental studies overall if any piece of this puzzle is removed. What happens to work that gets done in physics, chemistry, and biology if geology gets removed from the picture of what's available at UVM?
Laura, would you like me to answer that, or would you like to?
Sure, why don't you go ahead and I'll add in the comments.
So I'm sure we have different answers, but the way I think about it is one of the principal things that we try to communicate is that in order to understand any system, so let's say you're interested in the biosphere or some of the more chemical aspects of the physical properties or the engineering aspects of our environment, you need to understand how that system interacts with others. And so earth science, geology is really about trying to make those connections between physics, biology, chemistry, engineering. And if you take away one component, just by default, you are not going to be able to see some of those interactions. So it is fundamental to our ability as a societies solve these problems to have these links established. And we feel that geology is particularly good at that. And if we lose it, we're really hurting our ability to solve problems. What do you think, Laura?
Yeah, I think you really had a great answer there. I mean, and it's not that there aren't other applications, but I've heard people say, you know, geology is where the rubber hits the road. And you have to think about this. We're all, again, sort of my greetings, Earthlings comment. I mean, we're all riders on spaceship Earth, you know, and if we don't understand how this spaceship works with all those different components, then we're we're not in for a very bright future, I guess. So I just think it's the systems approach that's really key.
Great, thank you. So I think on that note, I will say that from the chat, Nancy Regan writes, this is exactly why we need these programs to continue. And we are at time. So I want to thank you both very much for coming and teaching this class for us.
Thank you very much.
And our next class will begin in 5 minutes. So welcome, everybody. I'm going to ask Professor John Franklin to go ahead and introduce our guests and moderate this session. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Nancy. We have with us today George LaPierre, who is the current president of the Vermont Classical Languages Association. Along with him, we have Joshua Knox and Leanne Morton from Mount Mansfield and CVU. And they're going to speak to us about the role of UVM and UVM's Latin Day in helping retention in high school Latin in their programs and throughout the state. And I think we are going to begin with Josh.
All right, hello and thank you. What follows is, in substance, a message that I sent to the administration and board of trustees about a month and a half ago. And we thought it best to share this with you roughly verbatim. There've obviously been a few changes in the month and a half since owing to current events, but at any rate, thank you for the opportunity. Here we go. My name is Joshua Knox. I'm a Latin teacher in Chittenden County, a Vermont resident, and most importantly, the parent of 2 young children who may one day wish to attend college in this state. So I write to you in opposition to the proposed elimination of the University of Vermont's Classics Department. This is an ill-considered move and will doubtless cause more harm than good at the university. That said, I am not surprised that this moment has arrived, as UVM has for some time been pursuing a policy whereby programs are judged primarily on their enrollment and therefore their self-sustainability. In every budgeting season, there are threats of cuts to departments deemed underperforming by these metrics. This logic is unassailable on its own terms. If a department isn't carrying its weight, or more importantly, it can be made to seem that it isn't, it must be reckoned a liability and pruned back to such a level as deemed sustainable to ensure the financial health of the entire institution. Were the University of Vermont a business, it would be hard to quibble with any of this. But it is not a business. It is a land-grant university. Allow me to repeat what you already know. The Morrill Act of 1862, named of course after Vermont's own U.S. Senator Justin Morrill, intended the creation in each state of such a university in order to promote, and I'm quoting now, the liberal and practical education of the industrial classes in the several pursuits and professions of life. These are the very words of the act. So let us say it again conclusively. It is not a business. It is an educational institution with the twofold charge of liberal and practical education of the people of Vermont. In case the meaning of that phrase is unclear, note the following twofold endorsement of both pursuits and professions. Put simply, a land-grant university is meant to teach people both how to make a of Cicero as part of a group of attributes one should consider in a person. How was he raised? What are his moral habits and customs? Who taught him the liberal arts? What sort of friendships does he form? Only when we have answered these questions can we truly understand a person. Doubtless you will reply that these are not the fewest cases and the fewest fatalities in both an absolute and a relative sense in the United States. Surely there's no statistic that sets Vermont apart from the other 49 states that would make clear this would be the result. Our population density and median incomes, to cite 2 prominent examples, are decidedly middle of the road and the same as many states with shockingly worse COVID outcomes. So what is it? Well, I'd urge you to drive around the neighborhood where you live. Do you see the Vermont Strong license plates? Do you see the brave little state lawn signs? Do you see the lights that are still up? Do you see the impromptu food pantries and tiny libraries? In that, you have your answer. Vermont is a community. Vermont is an identity. The instant the pandemic hit our state, everyone from Governor Phil Scott to my 3-year-old son understood what we had to do. We had to take care of each other. And even in our most harrowing moments of isolation, that is what we have done. As our first governor, Thomas Chittenden, put it over 2 centuries ago, out of storm and manifold perils rose an enduring state, the home of freedom and unity. All the tawdry bean-counting budgets in the world can't summon such a state into being, but they can destroy the trust that supports it. I use that word pointedly because, yes, you have been given a trust by the people of Vermont, and you have an obligation to use it wisely for the common good. So I urge you to look again at your proposed cuts and reckon them not in the If you indeed prefer the creation of a sterile, technocratic meritocracy to the life-giving society imagined by the liberal arts, please have the decency to say so. Declare openly that you have no desire to abide by the strictures of the moral act and emancipate yourselves from the fiction that you serve the public good. Then we will all know where we stand. Then the people of Vermont will make our own choices and see to our own education. Then you will discover what poor enrollment actually means.
Thank you, Josh. I don't know if it was me or you cutting out there periodically, but I will provide your letter to Nancy for posting on the UA Facebook page.
All right.
Great, thank you very much. We turn next to Leanne Morton, who runs one of the most vibrant, alongside Josh's and George's programs in the state, a really big Latin program at CVU. A lot of students have come out of there to UVM over the years, and Leanne herself studied at UVM and is a great example of a UVM trained Latin teacher that's now working in the state. Leanne.
Thank you, John, and thank you for inviting us to be part of today. So I have a letter as well that I can supply to you, John. So I speak today to the powers that be at UVM. I'm here to support the classics department specifically, but also all humanities programs that the University Administration has deemed disposable. I'm a pragmatic Vermonter, born and raised. It is evident that, like so many schools in our state, UVM is facing budget issues. I see it in the district where I live and where my husband sits on our local school board. I'm a veteran educator, and I see a budget crunch even now as our state looks to solve the teacher and state employee pension crisis. But as I mentioned before, I'm a pragmatic Vermonter. I don't come to the table today to discuss issues, but to propose solutions. UVM has money, endowments for starters. You have people in administrative roles bringing down significant salaries. You have buildings, sports teams with coaches receiving bonuses, and a very healthy tuition payment. UVM has money. This issue is about how UVM administration wants to spend the money it has and what it deems essential and valuable. I graduated from UVM, as John mentioned, in 2000 with an MAT in Latin and Greek. I've been teaching and using that degree ever since. As mentioned, I teach at Champlain Valley Union High School in Chittenden County and have taught several, probably a lot more than several, children of UVM faculty. These are good people. They are local and they're supporting our education, our economy, and our children. Putting them out of work will help no one. Our state is already hemorrhaging our youth today. We don't have the jobs to keep young people here. So does UVM want to also send smart, hardworking adults packing too? The answer should be no. What happens to faculty members who lose their jobs? They look to other institutions, many of those out of state. These cuts impact families, your neighbors, and the Vermont economy. Like many who have spoken before me and well after me, I want to remind you of the power and potential that UVM holds in this state. You are a land-grant university. There is no doubt that although many feel the state should contribute more to support our local university and to offset the skyrocketing tuition costs, the public has a vested interest in your decisions. You are our school, my school, and maybe my daughter's school. At this very moment, my niece is enrolled as a first year at UVM. She's from Pennsylvania. She's studying art, history, and French at the moment. Last year, when she was thinking about colleges, she had many choices, but loved the campus of UVM, the vibe of Burlington, and the proximity to family. She also loved the versatility of her potential majors, some of those in humanities, midwifery and art preservation. What a combination. However, ones that she could pursue at UVM. UVM's job is to open doors for our learners and future generations, not to close them. I encourage all my students to continue studying classics as they move from the walls of our high school. I don't want to see any more doors closed for our students, especially in light of this year. I see classics as a support to the ever-growing field of STEM. In my own teaching position, I constantly help students make connections between the Latin they are studying in my classroom and how it fits into science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. In fact, I don't know a Latin teacher who doesn't. The study of classics bridges the millennia and is deeply rooted in the language used in these fields. The program should dovetail and not be pitted against each other for the sake of dollars. I challenge you to look at how classics, the languages, can aid the students in your STEM majors. The study of ancient languages is a puzzle and helps to create critical thinkers and problem solvers. Look to the classicists in your own university to help you solve this budget crisis. They see how words fit together and can also see how dollars do too. We are trained to study the intricacies of language, the inflection of words, as a surgeon is trained to see the connections of nerve endings. It is time to bring the fields together and not put them at odds. More than a lot of departments can boast at UVM, the Classics Department has a history of supporting Latin learning in the state of Vermont dating back to 1976 with the inception of Latin Day. Annually, students of Latin throughout Vermont and our neighboring New Hampshire make the journey to UVM to celebrate all things Greek and Roman. They construct colossal projects, prepare humorous skits, and prepare for quiz bowl competitions. This day isn't possible without the enthusiasm and support of professors of the Classics Department. This gives Vermont students a chance to gain access to UVM's campus and to see the wonderful opportunities that are possible within their own state, their own university. UVM's classics professors work tirelessly to make connections to local Vermont schools and support the programs at each and every one of them. I see the men and women of the classics department as my colleagues and my friends. I stand by them today and know that they are making a difference in the lives of students at the university and beyond its campus. I not only speak for them, for my experiences at UVM, but also for over 1,000 students that I have brought to the campus in my 20 years of teaching. The Classics Department has extended its arms to thousands and thousands of Vermont high school students. The outreach they have done to support classical language study is commendable and should not go unnoticed nor be wasted. In conclusion, I note that Vermonters are resilient and resourceful, and although some in UVM's administration are not Vermonters, they have certainly benefited from our state's security and compassion this year. I ask you to look out for your students and for your fellow Vermonters and find other ways to trim your budgets. Let's continue our proud tradition of our state university and keep the humanities and Latin alive at the Universitas Verdes Montes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leanne. I got to wipe away a tear for this powerful tribute. I really appreciate it. And both you and Josh, I think, do a great job to emphasize that Vermont is different. Every state is itself. Vermont is its own thing. And therefore, UVM is different. And insofar as it serves the population of Vermont, it should be different and it should reflect Vermont's values. So we need leadership to recognize those values, not to use UVM as a sort of a career proving ground, leave a trail of wreckage and then move on to the next position. And as you emphasize, this is an old program that's a big part of Vermont. Anybody that goes around Vermont in the summer on hiking expeditions will see Vermont Latin Day t-shirts almost everywhere. There's been so many people have come in and out of here. So it's really amazing. And the larger point is that with all the humanities that are being threatened at UVM, the cultural loss to Burlington and the greater, really the whole state, is huge, and people rely on cultural programming that is provided by the university, and the state will be much poorer for these cuts. So thank you very much. So we turn now to George LaPierre from South Burlington, who is currently the president of the Vermont Classical Languages Association. That is a group of Vermont high school Latin teachers and the University of Vermont faculty that meets once or twice a year to discuss issues of pedagogy, to bring in professional training opportunities, and generally compare notes about how we can advance the effectiveness of teaching Latin in the state. George.
Good afternoon, and thank you. Thank you for that introduction, John. I wrote a letter at the beginning of December when I learned of the cuts, and I wrote to express the bewilderment, confusion, and outrage that was felt by Vermont classicists and Latin teachers in reaction to the decision to cut programs like Latin and Greek from the University of Vermont's curriculum. This decision will not only affect current, past, and future students at UVM, but will deprive hundreds of Latin students in Vermont the annual opportunity to attend Latin Day, tradition 43 years old, hosted by the faculty of the UVM Classics Department. If your land grant mission, which President Garamella has touted on various educations, is in fact to, quote, help the state confront its challenges and shape a bright future for all Vermonters, unquote, then you cannot make these cuts without demonstrating grave negligence. Latin Day is the zenith of the year for students and teachers alike. It's an opportunity to showcase, share, and improve the skills and learning of Vermont high school students. It's a celebration of all things classical, from mythology and language to history and its connection to present day. It's a unique and at times singular opportunity for many Latin students to shine and to be recognized for their hard work. This proposal to cut classics programs, among others, will also crush the hopes and dreams of hundreds of Vermont students who will be forced to matriculate elsewhere in order to continue their studies. Many of my own students have enrolled in Latin and Greek courses at UVM, and in doing so, discovered a passionate interest in the classics, thanks to the talented and dedicated UVM professors. These cuts do not only rob local Vermont high school students of an incredible event, they'll also kill a program that supports and provides the very foundation for the STEM programs that you're promoting in favor of the humanities. The majority of my students take Latin with aspirations of medical or legal careers, and they find that they're captured by Latin and the perspective it provides into their advanced classes. Are you not aware of the value that Latin and Greek provide to the sciences whose pioneers wrote, thought, and even spoke in these languages? Do you not see the irony in cutting Latin from the Universitatis Viridis Montis? Your proposal shows a true lack of consideration for the people of Vermont, the faculty at UVM, and the mission statement, which is meant to guide your administration of the university. I implore you to reconsider on these grounds and to show that you truly intend to, quote, shape a bright future for all Vermonters. So that was my letter, and still the feeling is quite strong within me that this is there are other solutions to this problem.
Thank you, George. Thank you very much. We have 10 more minutes. Nancy, should we go to questions and discussion? I also have another letter from John Sirignano at Rice that's a shorter testimonial that I could read. What do you think?
Yes. Why don't I invite people to put questions and responses into the YouTube chat. And while we're waiting, Professor Franklin, if you could go ahead and read that additional letter, that would be great.
Sure. Okay. Classics, he starts off with a reminiscence of being a dazed and confused 1970s college student and teenager, and the sort of classics helped him find his way. It provided me with an entire humanistic adventure that addressed the nagging questions that I, as a young college student, could not ignore. I believe this to be a noble pursuit and still do. Now I am a high school teacher of Latin. My job is to hand over to my students something of value that I received from my field through my teachers. I am a department of one. I cannot do this alone. What I want to emphasize here is the important role that UVM's classics department has played in the success of our Latin program at Rice High School and of Latin programs throughout the state. The annual Latin Day event has encouraged many of my students to persevere through Latin 1, 2, 3, and 4 in order to play a role in a Latin Day skit or to win the coveted Silver Bowl or even the senior plaque. Latin Day created a community of Latin students and fans of learning for its own sake. The downfall of high school Latin programs in this state is bound to follow the destruction of classics at UVM. And I would just emphasize that Vermont has a particularly rich tradition of high school Latin, and it's for this reason that we provide tuition discounts to students from Maine, Connecticut, and Rhode Island via the New England Board of Higher Education tuition discount scheme, which is an exchange program between the states of New England. So it's an extended part of the land grant mission that is also being threatened here.
So I just want to read from the chat, just some, first of all, some testimony coming in. UVM Classics has not only educated many high school students through its outreach, many Vermont high school teachers earned degrees at UVM, as we know from today's panel. And my wonderful high school teacher at Burlington High School was a case in point. Decades of students in the Burlington school system benefited from the expertise she gained at UVM. And just one of the things that strikes me about the future for classics, not only at UVM, but across the country where public universities are shuttering or threatening to shutter these programs, is that classics will become the province of elite universities alone. And I gather, though, that if you go to classics as it's taught at a Yale or Harvard is not doing so in partnership with high schools and with the mission of training future high school teachers. So I wondered if you could talk a little bit more about that side of things.
Sure. I attended just a few weeks ago at our national professional conference, a meeting of all the PhD granting chairs in the country because they wanted to hear about the crisis at UVM. And after that, they had a discussion on what can we do to help bolster the field. And somebody suggested we should really reach out to high schools, and I felt like, man, where have you guys been for the last 40 years? And, it's even at Berkeley, UC Berkeley, a very illustrious place. They have in recent years graduated no undergraduates studying Greek and Latin, majoring in Greek and Latin. So those programs are right behind. Those administrators are not going to allow people to keep teaching when there's no students taking them. By contrast, we have extremely healthy numbers. So I guess I've lost the thread of your question a little bit. But maybe you could nudge me on the right track or give us another.
No, I mean, I think that's exactly it, that the response of the other PhD granting programs was, what can we do? Oh, maybe we should do some outreach to high schools.
Right.
It's a land grant mission.
That's right. That's right. And I mean, this was the point of having classes. The public Ivies, as defined in that book, Public Ivies, one of the main criteria that author used was, institutions that will provide not just professional track training, but comprehensive humanities comprehensive humanities studies that are of the type that normally you could only get at a place that's an Ivy League or another elite institution. It's supposed to provide that experience at an affordable price to people from in-state. And that's what we're going to be looking at losing, not just in classics, but Italian, German, all of these subjects that should really be reinforced because they've been starved down intentionally, presumably as a preface to cutting them later. I don't know how intentional and deliberate the strategy's been, but these things need to be reinforced, or else ordinary people across the country are going to lose access to them.
Yes, and I'll just say I had a note earlier in our UVM United Against the Cuts Facebook group from a member of the Asian Languages and Literature program, which is also facing cuts, just about the importance of today for that program, because that's another area of study that people will be largely cut off from, at least in a robust way. We are just about at time. I do want to point out that I know at least some of the letters that were read today are also archived on the UVM United Academics website, unitedacademics.org, and I encourage people to head over there. You will also find on that website the email addresses, especially for our legislative trustees, because I think that they're the ones who need to be hearing the message that we've heard all throughout today, which is what's going to happen to educational access for Vermont students if these programs are shut down. So I want to thank you all very much for joining us today. And our next class will be starting in about 5 minutes.
Thank you, Nancy.
Welcome. And whenever you're ready, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and we'll get started.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Deborah Cafiero. I am in the Department of Romance Languages. I will be reading a talk by myself and another short talk by my colleague in my Department of Romance, in the Department of Romance Languages, Dr. Professor Maria Alessandra Wilson, and we're going to be talking about the power of learning languages. I will be discussing more the idea of expanding community through learning foreign languages, and Dr. Wilson's paper will talk more about creating empathy, and we're both going to be discussing the question of identity, which is very important. So if you could go to the next slide. Okay, that's the, sorry, this is the one, right, community in the foreign language classroom. So foreign language classrooms are places where students and the whole class does expand the feeling of community, because language is social and learning language is social learning. This means that solitary activities that aim to learn language, such as Duolingo, for example, may teach the learner to apply rules and words, but not to communicate with human beings because they're not social activities. When an entire class of students are learning together how to communicate together in a new way, this is a social activity that is applied to social learning of a social field of knowledge, and this forms a shared community bond that is both deep and tight-knit. You might point out, many people would point out that other kinds of classes, such as literature classes or philosophy classes or even math classes, can produce a feeling of a deep, tight-knit community in the classroom by the end of the semester. But a foreign language class can produce a community that is both deeper and wider. And so we might ask how. And if you could go to the next slide, please. The way that this happens in a foreign language classroom in particular is through identity. So language is a foundation of your sense of identity. Your identity is rooted in part in the language that you speak and how you speak it. And when you walk into a foreign language classroom and you have to speak the target language, the language that you're learning, you check your identity at the door. You have to drop your identity off, and you sit down in that class and you are left without this essential component of your identity. So the social learning that students engage in together in a foreign language is of the most profound kind. They are working together to produce a new identity together, a target language identity. And this is a very uncomfortable feeling for many, if not for most learners. And foreign language teachers recognize this. We talk about lowering the affective filter, reducing the anxiety that is created in a foreign language classroom, because we recognize the discomfort that people feel at being forced to put aside this fundamental aspect of their own identity. So constructing a target language identity, this new identity, requires time and trust. It requires the right tools, and it requires a strong motivation, a certain willingness to embrace the unknown. You need to let go of the idea of perfection, of always being correct, of always having complete control. And you need to be motivated to negotiate. Foreign language teachers talk about negotiating meaning, and this means that in the social activity of linguistic communication, particularly in a language where the speakers don't know it very well, the student or the learner needs to be willing to meet his or her partner in the middle. The learner needs to give up complete control of meaning. The learner needs to give up complete control of his or her own words. And ultimately, the learner needs to give up complete control of his or her own identity in a co-construction of meaning. And as students in a foreign language class work together to negotiate meaning, this leads to a co-construction of their target language identity, which for many students grows into an expanded sense of identity. Next slide, please. Now, frame this process, the co-construction of identity, in the context of the exploration of other cultures. In a foreign language class, the co-construction of new meanings and identities takes place in the context of new cultural information. the domain of the student's new and expanding basis for communication is the material of other cultures and ethnicities, and this leaves its trace in the student's expanding sense of identity. It may sound idealistic to say that this combination, learning new ways to communicate at the same time as you learn about different people in the world, this combination can bring a greater openness to embrace not only an expanded identity for yourself, but an expanded openness to embrace the identities of others. However, this is the first step on the path of intercultural competence, which is widely recognized as a major pedagogical goal and a major need for global citizens today. Next slide, please. The dynamic that I have described up till now begins quite early in a student's foreign language education. It begins from the first weeks of the first semester of foreign language classes. As students start to reach advanced levels in language and culture study, a number of different things begin to happen. Number one, their identity as a language learner becomes embedded in their sense of who they are, and they start to feel a sense of bilingual identity. Number two, they increasingly identify with the communities that speak their target language, and they become more interested in the perspectives of both their native language communities and the target language communities, the communities of the language that they are studying, on issues of importance to them. They also become increasingly able and motivated to communicate with native speakers of the language of study. And in my experience, these students become increasingly hungry to learn about different perspectives on the world and different ways of living in the world. They are able to synthesize multicultural information and perspectives with greater and greater sophistication, and they experience a desire and a capability to incorporate themselves fully into ever-expanding communities. And I will just say in closing that a university which can offer these benefits to its students, it provides profound benefit not just to the individual students who embrace this opportunity, but to the broader community and the country. And a university which cannot offer this to its students, or which shrinks the choice to just a couple of languages, is shortchanging the opportunities of the students to develop fully as citizens that embrace and contribute to society. Thank you. And now I'm going to, hello, I'm going to move on to Professor Wilson's talk. Yes, if you could go back to, there you go, thank you. Deborah Cafiero Maria Wilson from Romance Languages and Cultures. She's my colleague in the Department of Romance Languages and Cultures. And unfortunately, she cannot be here with us today, but I'm going to read her remarks on the topic of learning foreign languages and creating empathy. So here it is. Let me begin by asking you to interrogate whether your use of the English language is a simple application of a coding system, that is, the application of a series of codes organized sequentially to convey information, or whether you believe that how you order your words in sentences, how you choose the words you will say, how you phrase a statement or a question or an idea, and the habitual use of certain terms or expressions somewhat defines you. In other words, do you see yourself bound to your communicative self, to that representation of yourself that is expressed in the manner in which you speak, write, and communicate with others? Language plays a fundamental role in the construction of our social self. In fact, social groups recognize themselves as such through learning. Societies are formed through language. Perhaps linguist Claire Krams from UC Berkeley said it best when she explained that, quote, language is in itself a metaphor for cultural reality. Because we are cultural beings, and through language, our reality becomes a collective reality. Teaching foreign language, literature, and culture is an opportunity to bring other worlds and other realities into the classroom. What the student does in a foreign language classroom is acquire a second language. That is, the acquisition of skills and knowledge that are necessary for translingual and transcultural competence. The work of the foreign language faculty is to enable the students to acquire the necessary competence to effectively communicate with other people who employ a different communicative coding system, that's translingual knowledge, and to understand the worldview of others with different reality, which is transcultural competence, in order to effectively communicate across cultural contexts. In exposing students to cultures different from their own, the foreign language classroom creates unique conditions for thinking critically about the world that students live in. In other words, there is a continuity between the acquisition of a new linguistic code and fostering an intrinsic understanding of other cultures. This helps students understand cultural plurality, which in turn becomes a means to fostering empathy. And I am not referring to sympathy. Empathy cannot be prescribed. Empathy involves learning to listen, learning to accept our vulnerability in a complex world, empathy towards others, to other ways of being in the world, to other ways of thinking, disciplinarily or otherwise. This is not only a means toward global citizenship, but it is the essence of learning to work collaboratively as communities across disciplines and effectively with others in the professional world. And I will just say that we do have some time for questions, if it's possible for people to perhaps write questions in the chat bar. They could be read out to me afterwards.
Great. Yeah, so thank you very much. And please also thank Dr. Wilson for us as well. I would love to get in the chat questions, responses, and also for students who are following along what your own experiences have been in checking your identity at the door when you go into a language class. I guess I'm going to start off by saying, Deborah, that your talk reminded me very much of Jhumpa Lahiri, the novelist's decision to write her memoir about learning Italian in Italian. Even though she knew here she was an American Book Award winning novelist, going to try to write a memoir in Italian, in a language that she was not yet that skilled at. And yet Lahiri comes from an entirely private university education and quite elite university education. And so, like, especially for a public land grant institution like the University of Vermont, what's at stake for students to have this opportunity, not just to do introductory language, but to really pursue advanced study of a language, and how do some of those principles you talked about play out in upper level language courses?
Well, I believe that that it's a similar situation as you have in many other humanities fields, where there's a distinction between introductory courses and advanced level study or investigation. You have the opportunity to explore, to see what it feels like to begin to be able to adopt alternative identities or communicate with people in other cultures. And that's kind of it's a fun activity. People enjoy it. They look forward to the opportunity to travel and maybe be able to talk with people a little bit or communicate in some basic way. But you don't truly have the experience of expanding your identity and developing something approaching a bilingual identity, which is truly the experience of being able to sense multiple identities within yourself until you reach a more advanced level, which takes years of study and years of not just exploration, but in intense investigation of a culture which is not the culture that you grew up in. And as Professor Wilson said in her talk, let me just take a look at this. you are forced to learn to accept your own vulnerability in the face of complexity. And that feeling of vulnerability in the face of complexity is, again, something that you dip your toe in, right? When you take a kind of an introductory level language, but you sense it much more kind of meaningfully in your entire sense of identity when you reach an advanced level of language study or cultural study. And that is what allows you to really immerse yourself as a citizen in the world and embrace the opportunity to have this reality of multiple identities of people all around you in the whole world. And also within this country, because we live in that kind of country.
And so just reading from the chat, Professor Scott asks if you can talk a little bit about why it's particularly important for monolingual English speakers to learn other languages, given the global role of English as a language of power.
Yeah, so a lot of Americans live under the illusion that American citizens or people who grew up in the United States and work in the United States and speak English never have to leave their own cultural context and their own linguistic context, and because everyone else will come to them. And I know that another colleague in my department this morning gave a talk about how not everyone in the world speaks English. So of course, from a practical perspective, that's not true. But I think that from a kind of a perspective of identity, it's even more important that people who grew up in a monolingual situation, in a monolingual context, have not just the opportunity, but the obligation to realize that there are many different kinds of identity in the world, and that they have the opportunity to feel a sense of stepping outside themselves. And it's very easy within the United States, speaking only English, to feel like you never have to do that in your whole life. You will never have to step outside yourself. No one is going to make you. You won't have to do it for work. And that not only deprives the individual of the opportunity to expand who they are, but it closes in our society. You know, if the society is made up of individuals like that, the society will get more and more closed in on itself.
Thank you. So one of the rationales that the administration has given for canceling the more than 24 majors, minors, and graduate programs is low enrollments. But what they mean by low enrollments is a low number of actual majors, number of students who are choosing these subjects for majors. And I'm just wondering if you could speak to who are all of the students from all of the different kinds of majors who are taking classes in Romance languages and cultures, and again working against the idea that that the classes we teach are only for majors.
Well, languages, Romance languages are very popular with students all across the university, and not just in the College of Arts and Sciences either. And students have many different reasons for wanting to study foreign languages. Just this morning, and in 3 of my classes today, we talked about why study Spanish in particular, but why study foreign languages in general. And some of the students mentioned practical considerations, and I've had students in my classes who have very practical reasons for wanting to learn Spanish. So students from the College of Medicine, students from the College of Nursing, students from the business school, and they typically have very particular reasons for wanting to learn that language, especially Spanish, and for wanting to reach a certain degree of fluency. But more than half of the students said that it's important for them, they believe it's important to study foreign languages because it's important to to learn more about the world, to open oneself to the world, to open oneself to other cultures. And so without any prompting from me, the students recognize that the expansion of identity is an essential task for a learner. It's an essential task for a learner at the age that they're at, in the country where they live, in the context in which they find themselves. Yeah, and that's not just people who major in Spanish or people who major in Italian. And most of the students I was talking to are not majors, and they're not planning on being majors, but they recognize the importance of this task of expanding identity and expanding knowledge of the world.
Okay, great. Yeah, and it just everything that you have been talking about today also for me connects strongly back with our earlier class from our two geologists, where they described the role of their teaching is to help students solve complex problems with incomplete information. And again, it's that idea of getting out of your comfort zone, being able to do things or try things for which the outcome isn't certain. If you're trying to speak a language that is not your native language, it's you've got that risk. And I'm going to say that it looks like Dr. Wilson has just arrived, so I am going to admit them and maybe let the two of you have a short conversation before the end of your class.
Okay, great.
And welcome. We've got about 4 minutes left. And Dr. Wilson, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself, I figured that you and Dr. Cafiero can have a short exchange before we go to our next class.
I've just been allowed in. Deborah, did you read my text?
I did.
Ah, okay, because I've been waiting here since 4 o'clock to get in. So
yeah, our apologies for that. You only just popped up on the screen. So
well, I tried to get in 4 different times for different ways. So
okay,
yeah, it doesn't matter. It's just that's okay. So yeah, I hope, I don't know if you read the old version or the new version of what I was going to say.
The new version. I did get the email, but then, yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So go ahead, because I just came in, so I don't know where you were and what has been discussed.
Well, I think I underlined something that you said in the last paragraph of your paper, which is that speaking a foreign language involves accepting one's own vulnerability in the face of complexity. And I mentioned that in the context of a question that was asked about the importance of reaching a more advanced level in language and culture studies, and how the acceptance of one's own vulnerability in a more introductory level class is just kind of maybe dipping your toe in the idea of being, feeling vulnerable, speaking a language that you don't know well, feeling uncomfortable, but that opening your identity to a more bilingual identity or a more multicultural identity is accepting vulnerability in a much more complex, much more complex sense of self. I don't know if that might be something you want to comment on.
Yeah, well, I mean, I agree with what you're saying. Clearly, that's why we're presented together, I believe. But this vulnerability, and I connected with the sense of empathy. And I think that you've read, empathy is something that we cannot prescribe. And empathy is so absolutely fundamental, not only for the sense of self to grow, for us to grow in our relationships with others, in the sense of what I call the global citizen, or sense of the world, but also to learn to work with others, whether it's across disciplines. I work a lot interdisciplinarity, and this vulnerability that you were speaking of, and this empathy that I'm calling as the space the goal that really ultimately, one of the goals that ultimately are engaged in the spaces is really an essential component to work collaboratively, not only transculturally, but it really feeds onto the preparation of the future professional, of the future specialist in a particular discipline. Because we live in a complex world, and we live in systemic forms of interaction in terms of professionals. So I believe that it goes beyond our ability to communicate in a different language. It really brings multi-layered growth to the student. And I agree with the ideals of US education for a long time, that it is an essential component for this growth to be effective. So that helps, I think that's.
And we are at time now, but I did want to just briefly read a couple of things that have appeared in the chat. And before I thank you both, from Claire Kohler, underscoring the point about the kind of community created in a language class. My closest friends have been made in language classes because it's about learning how to re-identify oneself and explain the world in a new language in a new way. Chris Gish writes, taking Spanish as a non-major was one of their most meaningful academic experiences and gave them a radically new perspective on thinking and writing in English. Professor Escaja points out that the study of languages makes visible how problematic it is to refer to languages as foreign in a country where hundreds of languages exist, many pre-colonial. And then another person, Caitlin Kiley, found that after learning French, found it surprisingly easy to then pick up German. So cutting back language studies discourages this kind of multilingual learning. So I want to thank you both for this class and for your work. And in a few minutes, we will be starting our final session of today's marathon teach-in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hello, Ellie and Olivia. We're going to wait just one more minute before we start to see if Cobalt is able to join us at the start. And otherwise, in just another minute, I'll come back and briefly introduce our final session. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. Our final session is how UVM administration manufactured a budget crisis, what's at stake for Vermonters, and what we can do about it. And if you've been with the teach-in all day, you know that the theme of what's at stake for Vermonters, for students across the region and across the country has been a prominent theme. We got a noontime preview of the manufactured budget crisis, but this session is going to bring it all home again and also really underscore what we can do about it. So we have Ellie Hagopian from UVM United Against the Cuts. We have Olivia Belrose, who is a Bellows Free Academy senior journalist who has been writing about the cuts and is a admitted, I don't know if accepted yet, but an admitted UVM student to nursing and the Honors College. And then we also have Cobalt Taubert, whose majors include philosophy and other things, which I can't remember now, but probably English and a whole bunch of other things as well. But Cobalt is also active in the UVM Union of Students. So I'm going to be quiet now and turn it over to Ellie and also advance the next.
All right, thank you very much. So again, my name is Ellie Hagopian. I have some personal ties to UVM, although I received my degrees elsewhere. I'm speaking today as a concerned community member and a member of UVM United Against the Cuts. And we discussed earlier, the noon session was mentioned, and the noon session was actually a great introduction to some of the subjects we'll be covering now, but going into a little bit more depth into some of that. So we did cover earlier in various other talks how a university is not a corporation and should not be run like one. But I actually wanted to take the time to bring a business or corporate perspective to this discussion just a little bit. I have an MBA, and among other things, I work in corporate strategy and governance. So I'm going to go a bit more in depth on the subject of how this is a manufactured crisis with the help of this wonderful infographic here that you can see on the screen. So the proposed cuts, as you all know, are to close what the administration calls a structural budget deficit of $8.4 million. Now, we should start off by saying a budget for an organization is the same as an individual or a family's budget. It reflects the choices of decision makers, which in this case is the UVM administration. I also wanted to mention that the word structural here is probably meant to make one think of something like structural unemployment, which implies some sort of a fundamental mismatch between spending and funding. However, in this context, what it actually means is that the budget deficit is caused by the structure of administration's choices. In the case of the College of Arts and Sciences, the logic of making such extreme cuts is hard to see, both for the reasons we've been talking about for hours on this teach-in, but also because the College of Arts and Sciences is what in business we would call a cash cow for the university. Cutting the humanities and the social sciences to pursue a different focus may well result in lower enrollments going forward, as was covered earlier in the noon session, and I think in some of the other sessions as well. So a university isn't like a factory where you can scale up production again if it turns out the cuts do in fact impact revenue. And once these cuts are made, valuable faculty and staff will be gone,
and rebuilding departments and programs without institutional knowledge will be very, very difficult. So walking through the numbers here on the slide, over the course of 5 years from 2016 to 2020, the College of Arts and Sciences contributed $88 million, or 44% of the total, to something called the Subvention Fund, okay? Now, a subvention fund, the purpose of a subvention fund is to subsidize less profitable parts of the university from more profitable parts. That's literally the purpose of the fund. And this is very common in business, and it makes sense in a university setting as well. So the College of Arts and Sciences contributed $88 million over that 5-year period, and received only $54 million, or 27% of the total, from the subvention fund over this time period. So put more simply, the College of Arts and Sciences subsidized the rest of the university to the tune of $34 million over 5 years. So that's about $5 million a year. So the College of Arts and Sciences is therefore clearly operating itself as cash flow positive. The fact that it's a net contributor to the subvention fund indicates the exact opposite of the administration's claim that there's a structural budget deficit. It is in fact subsidizing other units that are cash flow negative. So if there is in fact a structural budget deficit, that is solely because the administration has decided to allocate costs or to remove revenues that are attributable to the College of Arts and Sciences. So essentially, this is a management decision made by the administration, and it can be changed just as easily as it was made. I can tell you another thing. In all of my years in business, I have never once seen a budget act as anything other than a management tool. If a particular unit needs more money and the unit is strategic, it typically tends to get its money. If it is profitable and strategic, it definitely gets its money. I think it would be very difficult to argue that the College of Arts and Sciences is anything other than strategic to UVM. We've been making this case for hours all day today, and I don't want to belabor the point. And it is clearly profitable. I do seem to recall something in my earlier humanities education way back in the day about what happens when you kill the goose that laid the golden egg. And in my view, these cuts are not fully considered, and they are deeply unwise. I don't want to suggest that the cuts proposed in the College of Arts and Sciences should be shunted off to other colleges either. Tuition dollars from the College of Arts and Sciences can go to one of three things. They can go back into the college to fund its costs, such as faculty and staff wages. They can go to fund other colleges, or they can go into a general fund. In earlier sessions, we've explained some of the administration's other funding decisions, such as the numbers of administrators and the total compensation for those administrators themselves. And there are also expensive capital projects, such as the $95 million new athletic stadium. And there's also, in the past, I looked at the past 2 fiscal years, but just last year in 2020, there was a $23.5 million cost to service capital debt. So again, there's finances can be extremely complex. And I think that that's one of the things that the administration tends to play into when they talk about structural budget deficits, hoping that people will get so confused that they'll actually accept the narrative that there is in fact a budget squeeze or a budget crisis, when in fact there isn't. They have made choices as to where they're spending money. They continue to make those choices. And this crisis is a manufactured crisis. So not to put too fine a point on it, but people don't go to university for the administrators. Some, yes, granted, might make the choice based on facilities, but at the end of the day, a university exists for academics. It exists for the quality of the curriculum that's there. And with a liberal arts university like the University of Vermont, the humanities and the social sciences is critically important to that. So making a decision to gut the liberal arts without having cut a single administrative position or having made any other hard spending choices is not only detrimental to the university's academic quality, but it's also bad business to cut revenue generating resources from what I earlier termed a cash cow, especially when there's no evidence whatsoever that the impact on future revenues as a result of these cuts has been properly modeled or considered. So that's it for me. And with that, I would like to introduce Olivia Belrose from Bellows Free Academy to give the next portion of this talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Before I get started, I would like to thank Professor Nancy Welsh for inviting me to this event and giving me the opportunity to speak to the importance of UVM's liberal arts programs. Throughout my academic career, I have long come to realize that there are many ways in which to be smart. We all take a different approach to our learning and develop different strengths and weaknesses, sometimes outside of our own interests, as learning is a lifelong endeavor. Even as a prospective nursing student, I'm still unsure of what it is I really want to do. Only a select few of us really know what we want to study in college or what career we want to pursue. As one of my teachers once said, choose a career where you're not going to work, but you're following your passion. And in order for students to come to that final decision or develop their true passion for what it is they want to study, they need a variety of areas to explore. Cutting the liberal arts program would limit these opportunities for students at UVM. I believe that the skills coming from liberal arts degrees can be applied in any field. You're not necessarily limited to a specific career path. As a nursing major, the courses I take in psychology, sociology, and ethics will prepare me to work with a wide variety of patients, as nursing is not only about treating the patients and their physical symptoms, but rather looking at them from a holistic approach and what they've been through, understanding them right from wrong. UVM is a well-respected school for all it has to offer in academics, both in and outside of the classroom, and for student life. As a senior who spent much of this past summer and fall trying to find the perfect school, I applied to UVM not only because it was affordable, but because of the wide variety of disciplines and opportunities for my learning and continued growth. Through researching and talking with alumni, students, and professors about their experience for my article, it's become abundantly clear to me that these programs have more to offer than just credit satisfaction. The small class sizes and close-knit departments provide students with family-like relationships, which they still have maintained long after college. Here at BFA, this is my first year taking journalism, and I not only learned how to communicate and ask thought-provoking questions around adapting to a global crisis and understanding the perspective and experiences of political minorities, but I learned how to be reflective in my own writing too. I have learned through my own experience as a student that the value of the courses in a liberal arts program lies in exposing students to a variety of perspectives, teaching us to be free thinkers. Through the study of history, we can learn to make connections between the past and the present so we can make better decisions for the future. Liberal arts studies teach us to problem solve more than an equation. These programs challenge us to think critically, communicate, and listen with an open mind, developing the courage to sometimes even question our own beliefs. Just look at the news. More and more, we see the need for people to be able to listen, communicate, and understand bias. We need people to understand how society develops and how best we can contribute to it. This, I believe, isn't stressed enough for students at a young age, but it is critical, especially in our ever-evolving world, where we get rid of things without truly understanding their value and the history behind them. We like quick, new, and shiny because everything we need to know is at our fingertips, as it can be Googled on the internet. We don't have or want to take the time to truly have a deep discussion. Courses in religion, history, geology, and philosophy encourage us to take the time and look at a conflict from a bigger picture. If we only rely on the internet and narrow our focus, then what is the point of learning after all? Is this really the path that we want to follow with the next several generations of Vermonters? Thank you. And I will next introduce Cobalt.
Hi, am I unmuted? I'll assume that's a yes.
You are.
Hi, all. My name is Cobalt Tolbert. I'd like to start off by thanking everyone who worked to put this teach-in together, as well as all who participated and tuned in. I've learned a lot today, and I'm sure everyone else has as well. I'm an organizer with UVM Union of Students and UVM United Against Cuts. I'm also in my last semester as a senior, majoring in philosophy, English, and minoring in film and television studies. You got 1 out of 3, Nancy. I've been fighting UVM administration for 3 of my 4 years at UVM. It's an exhausting task to have to defend what should be a right to a rich and well-rounded education for my peers, on top of the necessary experiences of getting through classes, making friends, learning to adult, etc. Fighting for education on campus means constantly having to contest false narratives set by the administration's large branding and media apparatus, never having any clear or consistent communication with the at-large administrators who seem to only show up for photo ops, as well as to discipline student protesters and issue devastating emails from above, all the way to the faculty. So we organize with folks who would, for the most part, prefer to do what they came here to do, which is teach, learn, and live in a nurturing and rigorous environment that respects everyone's critical contributions. There's still much to be done to save our school. If I'm exhausted after 3 years, I can't imagine how it's like for faculty and staff who've been fighting long before me, as well as those who've had to sit by and watch colleagues leave and programs dry up from lack of funding when there's money enough to fully support every department and student need. I'm always surprised that the UVM administration is just as out of reach and opaque to most teachers as it is to nearly all of its students. I'm also fearful for my own future as an educator. My mother was a teacher for 2 decades or so, and I intend to join that profession soon after graduating, but it's disheartening to see the way that American educational institutions treat their teachers. As the old labor slogan goes, an injury to one is an injury to all. If they can do this to classics and geology, then they can do it to philosophy and astronomy, and they can certainly do it beyond CAS. However, it's really not all doom and gloom. Here at UVM, just today, I've never seen this level of solidarity and consciousness shared by teachers and students, which has been on display for hours now on this very wonderful teach-in. And this is built after months of organizing. And I look forward to continued unity and action as we fight not only to reverse these most recent cuts, but position ourselves on the offensive to enact lasting change at our university. We've had victories in the past that we can build on, including the saving of dozens of non-tenure track faculty jobs after an active summer. And there's new hope on the horizon for more militant action signaled by the unprecedented vote of no confidence in UVM administration by the English department. And the successful strike by Davis Center student workers in response to the disrespect shown to Hispanic Heritage Month last September. So today we recognize the working conditions of staff and faculty are the learning conditions of students. We have shared interests that are directly in contradiction to the administration with its shock and awe, divide and conquer strategy. And these cuts will not stop until we fundamentally change the structure of power at the university in such a way that we gain a democratic say in determining the character of our own education and work, as well as the allocation of resources to those ends. So this teach-in is really just the tip of the iceberg in terms of what we can accomplish and what a university that is truly committed to shared governance, dialogic education, and forefronting the academic mission. That can only happen with the strength of independent organizations that can demand such a vision. As we have consistently seen, the administration is not swayed by reason, but by their bottom line, which is why we say power, not persuasion. Every fact-finding mission done after a union contract impasse has found that UVM is not being transparent with its finances, often possessing caches of hoarded gold that they slumber upon like a dragon. And so there can be absolutely no confidence in UVM administration. They know what they're doing, and so we have to force their hand from below. The task ahead is to continue to educate on these matters, not for the Board of Trustees, but for the larger community to get on board with the struggle, so as to eventually build our forces such that we can confidently make our demands and engage in further action if needed to halt business as usual. So, if people wish to get involved, you can go to uvmunited.org, which has tons of great resources. You should join the UVM United Against Cuts Facebook page, Facebook group, if you haven't already. That's for updates and discussion. Come to our weekly meetings on Saturdays at 3 p.m., and certainly the one coming up this Saturday, and reach out about joining one of our working groups. If you are a student and want to do even more to support this and other struggles, check out UVM UVM Union of Students on Instagram and come to our first general meeting of the semester, which I believe is at 2 p.m. Saturday the 13th. That's the Saturday after this next Saturday, right before the UVM United Against Cuts meeting. Furthermore, we should support the unionization drive for UVM staff happening right now, as well as the teachers union, United Academics, as they continue contract negotiations. We must embolden these institutions to demand more and act with increased militancy to fight for us all and defend jobs to safeguard our education from the depredations of the administration. So thank you, and I hope to see you in organizing soon.
So I just want to thank, first of all, our closing panelists and also everybody who has been here with us throughout the day, including our co-host on this Zoom channel, Dan from UVM United Against the Cuts, and our YouTube chat facilitators, Megan, Val, and Chris. Cobalt ended by mentioning the upcoming meetings. These meetings take place on Zoom. And so if you go to the UVM United Against the Cuts Facebook group, you can get the link for the Saturday general body meeting, or you can write to UVM United Against the Cuts at gmail.com to get the link for any of these organizing meetings, and also to join a working group. And then finally, I will say, just out of today's teach-in already, somebody from an earlier class has sent in a series of memes that say, I'm a community member and I have no confidence in UVM administration. I'm a student and I have no confidence in UVM administration, etc. So we are on a roll, and I look forward to building this struggle, reversing the cuts, and taking back our university. Thank you, everybody.